Right, let's rock and roll. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Design Review Board hearing for July 24, 2025. Could you please call the roll, Paula?
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Here.
Chair Gibbs.
Here. The Pledge of Allegiance, could Emir?
Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at the beginning of the meeting, I go through the procedure. Many of you probably already know it. Those who don't, please listen carefully. We will begin with public communications, which means that anyone desiring to speak can speak for up to 2 minutes on any matter that's not agendized, but is within the purview of the Design Review Board. We then go to the consent calendar, which I believe we do not have anything on the consent calendar tonight. The board will then address whether to modify the order. It's a long agenda, as you know. Then we will proceed to the regular course of business. I will first introduce the item, and then while I'm doing so, the applicant will take their seat at the front desk here. The staff will present a summary presentation and comments. The board will have an opportunity to question staff at that point. Then I will open the public hearing, which begins with the applicant having 5 minutes to do a presentation, after which members of the public can come up and speak for 3 minutes for rebuttal. And I'll get back to that timing in a moment. The board will have the opportunity to question the applicant and members of the public and staff. And after that's completed, I will close the public hearing and the board will proceed with deliberations. And if a decision is made, it's done by way of a motion by any one board member with a second by another and a vote of the majority of the board, which will be 3 votes in this case. Any person residing within 300 feet of a project who disagrees with the board action will have 14 days to appeal. Now, we have a very long calendar tonight with a lot of projects that are controversial, and we want to hear what everyone has to say. But bear in mind, we've all read the letters that have come in, reviewed carefully the staff report, done our site inspections. Because of the length of the calendar, and because of the number of potential speakers, I'm going to exercise the board's prerogative to limit each comments to 2 minutes. So when you come up, try to focus on material points that you don't think the board already understands and will contemplate during deliberation. So with that said, we will start with first, pardon me? Oh yeah, public communications. Anyone wishing to speak on a matter not agendized? Ann, 2 minutes.
Thank you, board. I'm here to just talk a little. This is my second night this week in this chamber, and I was here very late on Tuesday night trying to save a historic cottage on 3rd across from the Suzy Q. And the council voted 3-2 to tear it down. And I'm bringing that up not because it's directly in your purview, but because the discussion concentrated on the wording of all the prior boards who had reviewed the saving of this house. So whenever you think it's getting too detailed, or we can just assume that staff knows what we mean, don't. Every word is very important. The Heritage Committee voted to retain the structure. That wasn't good enough. It should have been preserved. It should have been required to put on the register. So even though the intent was very clear of what was wanted, and every subsequent board saw plans that had this house preserved on the plans, that wasn't good enough either. So now we're going to have a tragedy. And so most of what you do, everything will be fine, but sometimes there's a little hitch that causes major bad things to happen. So thank you for your diligence.
Thank you, Ann. All right, at this time, we address whether to change the order. The only change is with an architect who I don't see present here yet. Do you see Bob? Yeah, so I don't feel comfortable. I was going to move 5.7 up because to be the third item, but not seeing him, I don't want to do it.
It's kind of a weird request, but Anne is always so dutiful. Is there any way we might consider moving Holly up so that she can get home after her late night last night? If everybody from Holly's represented?
Well, I'm a little reluctant to do. Is everyone, well, if you guys want to, I'm fine with doing that. I have to
Yeah, that
step
works.
down though.
Well, not to the first one, but.
Yeah, no, we're going to get to Holly pretty quickly. Let's see if we can zip through the earlier ones, and I think we'll be okay. Yeah, on a big item, I don't really like to move those up because you may catch members of the public unaware. Okay, let's start with item 5.1, 139 Moss Street. Could the applicant come up to the front table? It's design review 25-1175 and coastal development permit 25-1176E. Heather?
Okay, good evening, Chair Gibbs and members of the board. My name is Heather Stephen. I'll be presenting item 5.1. This is a design review and coastal development permit to remove steps that were cut into a rock on the beach. The 1.5 acre property is developed with a 3-story single-family residence and a detached 2-car garage, a detached ADU at the top of the bluff on an oceanfront property, and the property is on the city's historic register. The site has a historic stone stairway down the bluff on the southern portion of the site and an additional private beach access stairway, which is located on the northern portion of the site near the Moss Street public beach stairs. The property lines extend seaward to out onto Moss Point and a small area of the beach at Moss Cove. The project area is located below the existing private beach stairway at the base of the bluff within an environmentally sensitive area. September 25th, 2023, Code Enforcement Division was notified that steps had been cut into a rock on the beach. On September 26th, a notice of violation was issued, and city staff contacted the Coastal Commission on September 27th, 2023 to inform them of the unpermitted work and to provide a copy of the notice of violation. Subsequently, the applicant has proposed plans to remove the steps. General Plan Open Space Policy E1 prohibits construction of buildings or other man-made structures on the sandy portion of the beach unless necessary for public health and safety. Further, Laguna Beach Municipal Code Section 2550.004B states, no buildings, structures, or improvements shall be constructed on the sandy beach or on any sandy portion of a beach except as determined by City Council to be necessary for public health, safety, and welfare. Currently, these 6 steps do not comply with the California Building Code, as any steps with 4 or more risers require handrails, and we would not permit handrails on the beach. Filling or patching in the area of the steps to recreate the original shape of the rock is not recommended, as any fill material would require ongoing maintenance and monitoring, and it's likely that any fill material would deteriorate over time due to wave action and could potentially wash into the ocean in the future. The applicant has proposed recontouring and smoothing off the rock to remove the steps using hand tools. No mechanized equipment is permitted on the beach or the bluff top areas. Sandbags would be placed in front of the rock during the process, and the applicant's proposal includes using a chipping hammer to rough out the boulder to a more natural shape, and then using a scarfing machine to smooth it back out the stone to a texture Dust would be kept to a minimum by using a vacuum connection, and over time, the ocean will further smooth the rock surface. All work will be conducted during low tide days and is expected to be accomplished within 2 days. The project has been conditioned to require that all debris, materials, tools, and sandbags will be completely removed from the beach at the end of each workday. All materials, debris, and tools will be carried up the private beach stairs to the property above, and the public beach access stairs and public on-street parking spaces shall not be utilized for the project. Staff recommends that the Design Review Board adopt Resolution 25-1175, approving Design Review 25-1175 and Coastal Development Permit 25-1176, and finding the action exempt from CEQA. This concludes our presentation, and I'm available if there are any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Great presentation. Any questions? Seeing none, Nolan, you're up.
Mike Nio, 139 Boston. Heather did a very nice job starting the project, both in the report and in this presentation. So I have nothing to add, but I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak? Seeing none, Nolan, you have 3 more minutes. Do you need it? In light of your comments, you don't have to. Don't feel
No,
obligated.
I'm going to give those 3 minutes to you, Tom.
Okay, any questions from the board? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Who wants to begin deliberations?
Sorry, Chair, I have one question, just for clarification. So in short, they're just cutting out the stairs that were chipped into the rock.
That's correct.
So is there going to be a hole?
The contour lines, it will curve inward and smooth it out. So the exhibit that shows the close-up of the rock with the red lines, those are contour lines that show what the rough shape will be.
So they're just going to chisel the rock.
Yeah,
So-
chisel out to remove the steps. So it'll be,
Okay,
the cuts will be deeper.
It'll be
into
like
the
a
stairs.
spoon.
yeah,
It's going to be a spoon and it'll get smoothed out over time and you will not be able to use it as steps.
thanks for the clarification. It was just,
Are we allowed to deliberate keeping the stairs?
Well,
They do not meet the building code because they would require a handrail, and we cannot permit a handrail on the public beach.
Even though it's
you
considered private
theoretically
property.
could deny if you want. So why don't we've closed the public hearing. Emir, do you want to discuss that or should we?
Yeah, it sounds like doesn't have merit here for the building code issue. So I see no issue approving this tonight.
Yeah, also, you don't want to encourage people to be cutting into rock at the beach. So do we have a motion?
yeah, I'll move. Shoot, where'd it go?
You want me to go?
Item 5.1 at 1390 Moss Street, to approve and adopt resolution 25-175, approving design review 25-1175 and coastal development 25-1176 to recontour and smooth the rock and remove the steps cut into the rock at the Sandy Beach. And the finding actions are said exempt from CEQA.
I second that motion.
Can we do the roll, please?
Board Member Belda,
Yes.
Board Member Covney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
sorry, Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if congratulations are in order, but anyway, congratulations. All right, the next item will be 5.2. That's 1539 Tahiti Avenue. It's design review 25-1089. And I propose we do this on an expedited basis. You guys cool with that? Jessica, expedited.
Yes, should my, just give me a second. Okay. Good evening, Chair Gibbs and members of the Design Review Board. This is Jessica Mendoza, item 5.2, as a request for approval of Design Review 25-1089 at 1539 Tahiti Avenue. Just to clarify with the proposed project, the applicant proposes upper level additions, elevated deck, grading with retaining walls, hardscape, landscape improvements, new window and doors, and increase in roof height. Staff believes that the project does meet our design review guidelines. It does not substantially impair any views, privacy, and will be compatible with the types of scale improvements present in the neighborhood. Staff recommends to adopt Resolution 25-1089, approving design review 25-1089 and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, before I open the public hearing, our monitors are not working. Bill,
Joe?
he's working on? Okay, excellent. All righty. Open the,
Ex parte.
Good evening. Thank
oh,
you.
yeah.
Way
Oh.
home.
Hold on, ex parte.
We have.
Sorry, I forgot about that also with Moss. I forgot.
I visited the site and spoke with Philip Edmonds.
Edmondson,
Done.
yes. thank
There we
you.
go.
I visited a site as well, met with the project applicant team.
And I did that as well.
I just visited the site.
And I visited the site with Mr. Edmondson. All right, with that said, and I'll remember to do ex parte, remind me if I forget. Public hearing's open, you have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you all very much. And as always, your time and effort to volunteer and protect the atmosphere in town is amazing. So we appreciate that. I'd just like to open by saying the things that we've been able to accomplish with the plans to keep it into compliance. Working with Jessica Mendoza was a great experience. She did a great job. And what we've done is prepared the plans within all the criteria that the city has. We're in full compliance, no variances. I was instructed to work carefully with our neighbors to try to meet and exceed the requests and their concerns, which I believe we have. And you know, in general, we're very pleased with the recommendation of staff to approve our project. In a couple of follow-up meetings with neighbors, the neighbor above us expressed with the owner some concerns about the solar panels, which I could state are at a 90-degree angle to his view. They're low reflective. They're pretty much hidden behind a parapet. But he did have a concern about one of the chimneys. There's 3 on the project. The one that is in the area of the remodel is slightly above the parapet, but because it'll be a direct vent fireplace, we're willing to lower that chimney to the height of the parapet and remove that obstruction in his opinion. The Yu family to our, looking at the house from the street to the right, we've had multiple meetings with them to work on the privacy of the terrace and also to resolve one of the proposed, the one proposed air conditioning unit. They're both on the 2 existing ones are on the side yard. The 3rd one is proposed up. And in our recent discussion, Monday this week, owner and neighbors agreed that it could be located down on the ground, which takes it off of the wall and makes it less of an impact for them. It's in the area of their units, so we feel that that's a good solution. I have a little exhibit here that shows where we could put it. It's within a notch of the building, not in the side yard setback. So that would be fully compliant. And we feel good about that. Also, the terrace that is proposed, in essence, mirrors what was the existing terrace. It got rebuilt. And then the neighbors feel it's a little too far out. So in multiple meetings, and indeed in a meeting this Monday with the owner, they looked very carefully at it, looked from both sides, took measurements, and decided that at that time it was acceptable. In contrast to the letter that's on file. So we feel that it can and will protect their privacies. There's an exhibit that the design actually has a 5-foot planter, which is a fall protection device as compared to a guardrail. So that 5-foot planter moves the occupiable area of the terrace back actually at the area where they would like to see it. So we feel like we've met all those conditions. You know, in conclusion, we are very grateful to be in this position. We like staff's recommendation for approval. And for the record, we have read the conditions and they're okay with us.
Thank you very much. Open the public. Public have the opportunity to speak. 2 minutes. Please approach the podium. And state your name if you could.
Yes, so before my time starts, would it be possible that we distribute some images of the time?
Can't hear you.
Oh, Would it be all right if my mother distributes some pictures of the terrace from our?
And I'm sure.
Oh, okay, so hello board. My name is Amy Yu. I'm commenting on the behalf of my parents Yuli Yu and Wenjie Lee, who are the homeowners of 1533 Tahiti Avenue. We are the adjacent neighbor. And so I just want to start off by saying I grew up seeing the 1539 property next door, and I think they've done a great job with the exterior and the plans. And we're really looking forward to having our new neighbors move in. With that being said, we do have these three concerns that we've been discussing with the neighbors and the architect. And so we have submitted some comments to the design review board by email, and I just want to make sure that these comments were seen. And so there are currently about three things. The first one is, yes, they have agreed to move this wall-mounted AC. However, we would also like to request that they remove the brackets already installed in the wall, just to make sure that this AC is never moved back to that position. Additionally, the neighbor has indicated that they are changing the 3 AC units under the window. They are changing them from their original specs proposed in the plans. And so we would like to see the new specs for these new ACs before they are installed to make sure that they are within the sound decibel rating. And then finally, we have just distributed some pictures of this deck that they have claimed that doesn't disrupt our view nor violate our privacy. However, it was rebuilt by about 5 feet on each side, and it's about 8 feet tall, and it kind of disrupts the natural flow of the landscape. And additionally, I understand that they added this planter. However, it's very easy it's very impermanent. It can be removed. The wall is physically there. And so that's why it would just make us feel more comfortable in our yard, and also ensure that future residents won't have the issue of future residents of 1539 potentially removing the planter, and then we'll be back in our privacy violation problem. And so we would like to have the board consider these comments. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you for being very concise, and I
Yes.
appreciate your notes here. Okay, any other members of the public? Seeing none, it returns to you. If you could address those 3 points, I think you did somewhat during but if
Yeah.
you could address those, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So on the AC units, and for all of us to know that, the 2 that are present and on site are new ones that have been reviewed and approved under construction plans that comply with all criteria. And the third one that we're proposing is also included in the plans, and it is demonstrated to be in full compliance, decibels, location, all that stuff. So I believe those 3 are good. I've prepared a little bit of an exhibit to try to demonstrate the terrace and see how we all feel about that. Back to the board. There's, I think, okay. So I'm handing in exhibits to you all.
Why don't you hand a copy to the neighbor?
There you go. I wanted to. So
go ahead.
this is a cleaned up scale drawing of the proposed site plan. I took notes off and stuff. And the colors basically demonstrate the dash red line is what the neighbors are looking for to achieve the privacy that they deserve. And the blue lines are actually the proposed walls. And the green line is a lower wall that will maintain, but it is where the taller terrace is now. So that's 3 feet tall. All other portions of the blue are under 6 feet. So that's all within code compliance. So I think you can see that with the fall protection planter of 5 feet, that the dashed red line demonstrates that the occupiable portion of the terrace is within their wishes. And in fact, if you look at the valley side, that the dashed red line, we're actually 2 feet smaller than what we think they're looking for. And the numbers there show the occupiable square footage. So in essence, we feel like we've addressed the concerns. And you could see the shapes of these forms and their stacked walls. So they'll be able to be grown upon and integrate into the landscape. And we feel it was a good arrival of a design that works for all of us.
So your time's up, but I have a question for you.
Sure.
This is their red line and this is your red line. Are they the same?
Yes, and I put a few dimensions there to try to demonstrate at the apex point, 16 feet and then 2510 from the side yard in a direct line. So
Yeah.
So
Neighbor, are you
gonna
good?
you're basically gonna terrace it instead of
Yeah,
having the
yeah.
one
Terrace.
significant
right.
cell wall, you're just gonna terrace up. So you'll remove like half of the existing wall to push it back.
Yes, and the blue line that is within the green is where we've pulled it back.
Okay.
Exactly.
Sarah, are you following this?
Yeah, and you'll have a copy.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a cup.
Or do you need one?
Okay, then with respect to the air conditioner,
Yes,
you're do you just have one air conditioner attached to the building that you're going to move to the ground?
that's correct. And we would agree to take
Take the
down
brackets out.
the framework, absolutely.
Okay, then the chimney that you're going to reduce the height of, as you're looking, I'm looking at your elevation or yeah, it's an elevation, almost a 3D model. As you're facing the pool, the backyard, is that the one to the right?
That's correct. Yeah, that's the one that's within the area of work. Yes.
Okay, I got that. See if I have any other questions, I'll turn it over to the other board members. And, okay, those are my questions. Any questions from other board members?
Can you just review the placement of the AC units, exactly where they are?
Yeah, I did prepare an exhibit for that, and I can also hand that out because it shows the exact. And as you look at that exhibit, is actually down one terrace step from where the other two are located, which puts it further out of sight lines, sound lines. And the dash line that shows the setback shows that it's not in the side yard, so that's how it's fully compliant.
Thank you for that. Sarah, do you need a copy of that?
Did you give Jessica one?
I got it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Chair, can I lead off with comments?
Any other questions? Close the public hearing. Mr. Weil, floor is yours.
Shoots. Straight up again, I really appreciate the courtesy and the, neighborhood communication, really trying to work with the neighbors. I do find this to be a modest refresh and just, and it keeps the design integrity of the home. As for the chimney, if you want to reduce it, that I'm going to say that's within you. I'll leave it as long as it meets the minimum code, but it can't get any taller. But chimneys have a funny thing once they hit the building department, so I'll leave it as long as it meets the code requirement and it's no taller than that. I'll let you pull it, go lower. As far as the adjustment for the retaining walls for the planter, I think that's an appropriate change. It's just more of an accommodation. I think Sarah's got that. I'll accept the red line, and I find that to be neighborhood compatible, given the topography and privacy is preserved. As far as the air conditioners go and those changes, it's really something we've taken out of design review purview, as long as it meets the code requirements. What you submitted makes it a little better location for the neighbor. Appreciate you communicating with them as more should. But those locations, I think, meet the standards, and staff can verify that in final location. I'm supportive of the project and it meets the design review criteria.
Jess?
Yeah, I can support what Board Member Weil just said. And reviewing the design review criteria, I appreciate Jessica's thorough investigation on this, and I can concur with her evaluation of each of the DR. And yes, with the AC units, that's over the counter. But I agree with Board Member Weil. Thank you for appeasing the neighbors. And yeah, I can approve this project.
MJ?
I concur with my colleagues. I think this is a modest remodel. I think the moving of the planter doesn't really obstruct any view, doesn't cause any issues. You really can't be too concerned about future. I don't blame you guys for concern there because now's a good time to be heard, but I feel like this is a pretty big thing to have to remove and redo and down the road if someone new comes in. AC, we're all up to code there. It's very specific and they have to be the quiet kind, and placement is not a problem where they are. Chimney, originally we talked to you on the phone about this. Unless it's a big view obstruction, which I did not see, and it seems to work as a balanced part of your home. If the neighbor needs it, I don't know, they're not here speaking tonight, so then as a courtesy, if it's not a problem, fine. But as Louis said, I agree with him. Unless you need to do it, I don't feel the board has a condition there, so I can get behind it tonight.
You, Mayor?
I can also get behind this project tonight. I think the applicant did a great job of utilizing the existing envelope of the property to accommodate, modern living with a great room. We appreciate, thoughtful designs where they're not as impactful to neighbors. Yeah, I can approve tonight.
Okay, and so can I. I concur with the comments. So it's clear where I stand. The sheet showing the contours of the back terrace that you provided tonight are acceptable and I think meet all the guidelines. The air conditioner is off the wall with brackets and put on the ground in the place located, and that's also been exhibit provided to staff. With respect to the chimney, yeah, I agree. I would approve it with the chimney the way it is. It looks balanced. If you decide to remove the chimney or lower it, I don't think that, we should probably approve it. Do you want the chimney or not?
Architecturally, I think it matches the other two and enhances the modern design of the building that we inherited. So,
Okay.
yeah.
With that said, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, so on those notes, in the board's favor for project number 5.2, at project location 1539 Tahiti Drive, the board will adopt resolution 25-1089, attachment 1, approving design review 25-1089 for upper level additions, elevated decks, grading, retaining walls, minor roof alterations, entry features, hardscape, landscape, and finding said action exempt to CEQA section 15301 with the conditions of accepting the red line given the patio redesign as submitted this evening to be verified by staff, and that the air conditioners locations to be approved as long as staff verifies those locations. As for the chimney, we'll leave it alone.
I second that recommendation.
Do you second? Call the roll, please.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. Congratulations. The next item, can the applicant
very
for
much.
Dunning Drive, it's 5.3, 1275 Dunning Drive, design review 23-1055, coastal development permit 23-1091, ex partes, please.
I visited the site and I spoke with the project applicant.
I spoke with the applicant. I went by the site.
I did a site visit.
Site visit, and I did meet with one of the neighbors to the east of Dunning. And I brought my son to this site, and so I got his opinion as well. Kellen Weil also came and gave me his comments.
All righty, and I visited the site and met John Craig there, who works for the applicant. So with all of that said, staff, could you provide a staff report?
Thank you, Chair. Item 5.3 is for a project at 1275 Dunning Drive. The project is located on this downsloping lot along Dunning Drive in the Temple Hills area. The project involves several additions, including upper level additions, lower level additions, an elevated deck, and these additions were built without permits. This project was previously heard over a year ago, and since then staff's worked with the applicant to address the plan discrepancies. And so they are applying for the approval for all the additions that were built, with the exception of the elevated deck that is currently built above the flat roof area. And as part of this project, because there's an upper level addition, there's a full landscape plan which complies with the fuel mod requirements. And staff is ultimately recommending approval because it complies with all of the requirements.
Okay, I have a question of staff and Bill, as you may be, I just want to make it clear upfront. I walked through that project. There's a number of non-conforming code violations in construction, including the stairways, hall closets, all of which needs to be redone. Is that something that will be done post-design review by the building department during plan review and construction?
That's exactly right. So as part of the building process, they'll submit plans and they must comply with the building code. And so, for example, if that interior stairway needs to be rebuilt to building code, it will.
Okay, so I just want to make that clear. We don't need, as a design review, unless board members feel differently, to be focusing in on any of the awful construction practices that occurred inside the house. It'll all be fixed. With that said, any other questions of staff? Go ahead.
There were prior comments about the landscaping for the heavy trees and stuff that were, I mean, it was over a year ago that were all cut down. Are the trees that are planted now the ones that are going to remain on the site, like that are filling the property line to the east? Or are those going to be wiped and these new ones that are only 12 feet tall? Because I think some of the hedges are probably 20 to 30 feet tall that were there. I guess staff or.
That's probably a better question for
Or
that.
I'll ask that one later, or do you?
Yeah,
Ultimately, as proposed on this plan, the plan, it meets all the requirements for the landscape guidelines and fuel requirements, spacing from the structure and other trees. But I'm not too sure about existing trees
And
on the site.
the big deck and I guess the prior entryway on the side, that's all been removed.
Right. So there's that large deck right now that was built without permits above that flat roof area to the north. And that has been removed. And there are existing sliders on the plans, but those could be switched out to windows if needed.
Lastly, this is the third hearing on the project, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, but when we get to it, one of the requirements is going to be removal of that deck, it's dangerous, and the elimination of the sliders and replacing with windows. But when we get to that, you'll have the opportunity to talk about that. Any other questions? Oh, not any other questions? Open the public hearing. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. I just want to say, first off, thank you to Daniel Latham for his hard work and patience on this project. With a lot of back and forth between him and I. And as you know, this project was in DRB.
Could you speak up a little bit?
I'm sorry. As you know, this project was once in DRB before, and it's come back. And I think that Daniel covered the scope of the project fairly well. And I'm just going to be here to answer any questions. I don't really have too much more to add. The one deck will be removed, and there's a slider that goes out to it, and that's going to be replaced, obviously, with a window.
Saw 2 sliders. There's just one?
There's one slider on that deck. The one that we that's going to be removed.
Your plans call for 2 sliders right there.
2.
Am I misreading the plans?
No, there might be 2. There's one on.
No,
the
there's 2
kitchen
plans,
and
2 sliders on the plan.
Yeah.
I just want the applicant to address that now.
Chair, can I ask a question of maybe you or the applicant? Or are we done? Or we have to wait?
Let's just make sure that's understood during his
Yes,
opening.
they will be replaced with 2 windows.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, any members of the public wish to speak on this project? Seeing none, returning to the applicant, you have 3 more minutes if you want.
I don't have anything else really to add. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so real quick to go
Yeah.
back, I saw 2 sliders there. What kind of windows are you going to replace the sliders with? Because you can't have sliders going out to fall down into the hill.
Of course, yes. Where'd it go? roughly like a 6 foot wide by 4 window. So
So it's going to be
it's
raised.
going to be raised, it's not going to be very low and.
Okay, so we can make that a condition. What, is that going to be in both places where their sliders are going to be a
Yeah,
window?
the windows would probably look good matching.
And what are the size?
I'm sorry?
What are the size of the windows?
Here we have a 6'4".
6 foot,
4 feet.
6 by 4
but
feet.
Yeah, sorry.
It's not on the plans.
You looking at these windows?
Oh, man, on the plans, it shows the sliders.
They are mistakenly called out as sliders
sliders.
to move out onto the.
Trust me. I can show you, but they're on, just so that it's clear, that's the ones facing the deck, whether.
Yeah.
So, okay, I don't have any other questions. Any other questions? Bill, any
I
other
was
questions?
just wondering, maybe this is a dumb question, but why can't they keep the deck if they get the building properly done? Is it just?
They're not, it's not included in
It's
the
just not
application,
in
and
this
it's not
right now.
safe to walk on.
No, but
Go back, turn on. Again, the application doesn't, yeah, so we can't consider it.
never mind.
Let me show you on the plans.
They decided to remove the deck
All right.
and the sliders. Yeah.
The access, obviously the garage will be 2 conforming spaces within the garage.
Right. So as it exists today, there's a 1-car garage door,
Existing.
and the plan proposes a 2-car wide garage door to help better access the garage for a 2-car covered parking requirement.
And does staff believe this meets the minimum?
It meets the minimum requirement for 2 covered parking spaces for a structure that's over 1,500 square feet and less than 3,600 square feet.
What's the issue on the side of the garage?
The point of question is that the driveway at some point was historically pinched because the 2-car garage really only has access from 1-car space.
Oh,
Currently, there's a 1-car garage there, but with all the funky modifications, the access to the second space was completely eliminated.
all right. So there's no access to the second space in the garage?
They're going to put a 2-car garage door, but the driveway itself is going to
What board
remain.
member Weil is getting at is from the edge of the garage, you'll have to have a 25-foot backup clearance.
Yeah.
And by widening the garage door, you won't have that backup clearance because there's an existing addition, not part of this proposal, but already there. It doesn't meet that requirement, but it's not a major remodel, and we're not requiring that the house meet that requirement.
Okay. Any other questions before I close the public hearing? Okay, closed. Who would like to begin? Let me just briefly comment, and then I'll turn it over to Louis on parking. I think this house the interior is a disaster zone. I don't trust any of the, and I did construction law in part in my career. I see, and I'm probably not telling you anything you don't know. I am going to trust the building department to make sure that the header above the stairs itself, the closet in the second bedroom downstairs, among other things, including whether any of that work that was done without permit has any quality or stability. So that's not within our purview, but is of great concern to anybody who will eventually move into that house. With that said, it's a modest project. We do have the benefit of having seeing the general design of the additions. I don't see any view equity issues with the removal of that back deck. I don't see any privacy issues, and I think we did have privacy issues before when we saw this in like 2023. So I think it meets all the guidelines, although I am interested to hear Mr. Weil's views on parking. So with that said, Louis.
Or I'll go.
All right, so I And this one's a tough project, and I appreciate the applicant for really kind of drastically trying to help vet the issues with this project. Obviously, it wasn't necessarily this ownership group's fault for where the project landed. And I can't be punitive in my analysis for it, but given the last hearing, there was just way too many questions for where the remodels had occurred in comparison to what had been permitted. Minus the parking access, the improvements in setbacks, the removal of landscape, the decking that appeared. There's a lot to take in. So I appreciate staff's efforts to really go to the site and really kind of investigate, work with the applicant to get this project towards an area. I think for me, the one challenge I have is kind of the historical nature of that access point for the driveway, that to not have that 25 foot at somewhere in that process of all this, that space would have been built into, whether it's currently existing or not. However, given the efforts to kind of get closer, I can get behind this project, but I would like to try to ask Patrick or something for how do we kind of leave a condition or something that kind of corrects this upon in the future to, if further additions are added, the parking, the access point needs to be addressed. I don't know if we can, but it does come up from time to time that, yes, it meets the intent now, but, we're trying to fix some errors. Can't quite get them all, but in the future, if you're going to add another 1,000 square feet to this feature probably needs to be addressed at some point to be more in conformity. I don't know.
Correct. Yeah. So, and once again, I'm cognizant it's just one board member, so I don't have the language right now because you just explained to me, but I do believe if it was, once again, related back to one of the required findings that, hey, we can only make this finding provided that future additions or future square footage then, address this issue, that would be within the purview of the design review board, if that was the will of the majority.
Or to be reviewed by the board.
Perhaps the one thing that I would posit about that is that making a condition that could potentially conflict with the code in that if the addition or whatever work sought could be approved at the staff level without coming to the DRB, I think it'd be better rather than say, hey, if you want to do anything else, it has to come to the board. Just make it a condition.
Okay.
And that way we can point to that condition and say, no, you have to come back and amend this. I know it's kind of semantic, but to me, it's kind of a dispositive distinction, if that makes sense, that if you make it a condition, staff can say this, whatever you are seeking is in violation of this condition, therefore come back and amend or seek a different approval from the DRB.
Right, because really the area is that new powder room that's kind of in place, and then the vestibule part that jets out into the driveway access point. I mean, I can't investigate that, but I have faith that staff did. Does it need to be corrected with all these other corrections? It's just a non-conformity that just needs to be addressed at some point with further additions. If we can work on that language, I can support the project.
I think we'd be doing contrary if we're trying to approve that new powder. I think that would be problematic to that future recommendation.
Wasn't a major remodel the accumulation of what was first permitted?
No,
So there's no such thing as piecemeal.
you can't do cumulative, a major
Right.
model.
I guess I
So-
could just ask real quick, would the applicant remove that powder room from the program and that vestibule space? Because if you're willing to do that now, that solves some of this question of future conditions.
Basically to widen the driveway so you could use both spaces for cars.
Right. I'm not sure if that would be acceptable in the scope of the project. I don't know if I guess they could retool that area into a powder if you need the whole space. If the vestibule was to be adjusted and keep the powder, would that be enough to?
Well, it's more to me, the 2-car spaces as they pull into the garage,
Yeah.
the requirement is 25 feet behind them. So that like the car can access those spaces. Now I get lots of driveways take different shapes and you can kind of angle into those spaces.
Uh-huh.
I think because of that new powder room, it creates a future problem for
Right.
meeting that condition.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to probably see that in the place area that's bench. It's kind of probably like 5 by 10 or something like that in the plan. If that could be removed, it solves some of this question.
Daniel, can you explain again why this condition complies with code?
As in why, okay, so.
Yeah, I mean,
With-
why this is acceptable from a zoning code standpoint. 'Cause
Right.
It looks pretty,
So from
Not-
what the code says is you need to have 25 backup clearance from one edge of the garage to the other edge, all the way back from the face of the garage.
to the street.
And no, 25 feet from the face of the garage.
Oh, okay, I got it.
And as it is today, we have approximately 9 feet or so. And since this project isn't triggering major remodel status, we're not having the applicant address this nonconformity. If it were to become a major remodel at any point, they would have to comply with this requirement.
And so the question is kind of project creep, where they do 2 less than major remodels and get around this requirement leaving in this condition. All right, I'm good with the condition that Louis described. Other comments?
Can you repeat that condition?
Patrick, wordsmith.
He's working it now.
If you don't mind, I'd probably need about another 35, 45 seconds.
Yeah, to give him that, any other comments?
Depending, I was going to approve the project, but after hearing everything for safety, public safety, for the house, the homeowners, whoever lives there, I think this house should be demolished and redone. But if staff supports the code and the design review criteria, and depending on the language that Patrick provides,
Yeah,
I support the.
This is a third hearing, so we can't send it back. MJ?
Yeah. I appreciate Board Member Wiles' follow through on the garage. When I look at the project just as it is, and the layout and the coverage and the design integrity and the view equity and all the criteria, neighborhood compatibility, it fits all that criteria. So I can support the project on that note. I mean, obviously, it's been an odd road getting here, and I appreciate staff and respect staff's input. So I'm going to trust we're on the right path and I can get behind the project.
I've got a question for the proposed lower level plan. I don't know if staff or the applicant can answer it, but they're proposing a new laundry and new master closet, and then they identify an existing bedroom. Was this an existing bedroom prior to the deck, or was this part of that deck addition that's now a roof?
Hold on, I'm looking for the existing plans just to double check.
I think you're asking whether the master bedroom and bath are part of the unpermitted work or part of the original house.
The existing bedroom off of the laundry.
The one that would be underneath the flat roof. That room did exist on the existing plans. What it was used for, it probably was a bedroom at some point. I think those are the only 2 bedrooms down there on the bottom.
Okay. And then, you've heard an abundance of concern on, health and safety. I, highly recommend taking a look at that deck, opening that up. I know you're proposing a new addition on either side of it. Definitely recommend taking a look at that deck to ensure, safety. I know it's being converted to a roof, but I think that's definitely warrants the concern here today. Pertaining to the new powder room, I don't know if I could get behind approving that tonight. I think it's, it's just enforcing the nonconformity and then having our board speak to it. I'd recommend removing that from the program. And pertaining to the existing vestibule, if we can't comment on that, we can't comment on that, but I would also recommend that be pulled back as well.
Yeah. Do you want to, let's hear the condition.
Yeah, or did you decide whether you just remove that space, the vestibule or the bathroom? The powder room on the first level.
I've reached out, but it's pre-existing as it stands right now. It's pre-existing. It's there.
The powder room's new.
It is new on the plan. It has been added, but it has been built.
Yeah, the building's there. That's not unpermitted work. That's just remodel interior, correct?
Well, but we have to, the way we have to consider it is if none of that building stuff was already constructed. We have to see it from what's written as existing
Right.
versus what's written as new, and we're evaluating the new parts, whether we would approve them being built or not. Is that correct, Patrick or Bill?
Correct.
Yeah, I definitely think it's within our jurisdiction to deny this
The review
on the
that.
grounds that there isn't the 25 feet from the garage. The question is, should we? I want to hear the condition before I give my final view on that, and everyone else should be thinking and have their right
Yeah.
to make their view on that. Go ahead.
Correct. So as what we have right now is as permitted by law, any future addition that results in any addition of square footage to the residence shall require compliance with the 25-foot backup distance as measured from the entirety of the garage face width. That addition of any square footage is meant to, because I didn't use the word increase, to avoid the taking some square footage off over here and adding over here. So that means even if they want to lop off some over here, if they increase 1 single foot of square footage anywhere else, this kicks in. And of course, the as permitted by law. I can't tell you what Sacramento may or may not do about housing laws, so I don't want
They
to
change in the future.
have a
All right,
condition.
and you think that condition is enforceable, obviously?
That condition is enforceable, yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Can we remove the powder room? Do we have that purview since it's listed as new? Before, like, it's 411 by 4x7.
well, what's the point in removing the powder room? He still
Well,
doesn't
I
have the
think-
25 feet because the house below the powder room jets out.
I think it doubles up on the chair. I think it doubles up on the fact that it's a non-conforming. We don't want it to be misconstrued as that we endorse the error essentially. I think it's worth considering the removal.
But it's not going to provide the 25 feet, right?
Right, but on its grounds, on its standalone element, we do have purview too.
I know, I
Yeah.
agree. I'm not sure I see the logic in that. That being said, I'm teetering on just denying because I don't like that aspect. This is, awful construction, violating code and permit, and now we're being asked to approve a condition that is contrary to code and I think contrary to public safety. I'm kind of leaning toward Emir's view of denying the project.
Yeah, Chair, if this was not built and this was being brought to us today, I wouldn't approve it. So I would support.
All right, go ahead.
Here, I want to chime back in. I think it's worth considering, being that this project is such a, in a unique circumstance. I think we should recommend pulling back that existing vestibule.
We're talking about denying it.
Okay,
I
understood.
think this is what you
Yeah.
first wanted. All right, I'm going to make a motion then.
Want to ask him denial or consider removing it?
So the removal would be to provide for 25 feet backup, and which would be the whole side of the house. I'm not sure we can do that as a condition. I'm open ears to that. That's kind of a redesign.
If you're open to.
I mean, removing the powder that's new square footage, but the vestibule is an existing condition. So we're just,
You're facing a possible denial if
Yeah.
you.
All right, let's make a motion. I'm not sure that we could even design the project that way. I'm not comfortable with a number of things about this house, but particularly that. So,
Chair, before you make a motion, I'm sorry, but I'm a little confused because I'm looking at what staff has put before us, which is a design of a project, of an existing project that was in a non-conforming state with the garage and also done unpermitted, which we get a lot of unpermitted stuff through us here. So I feel like I'm voting on the upgrade to this home, and the only thing that's non-conforming is the driveway. And we're going to put a motion in or a condition in about the driveway if they try to do the little sneaky ways of doing this and then coming back and adding on. And I think that
but
Barrister
we're
gave us.
approving, if we vote with the condition, that means we're approving the
Correct.
non-conforming condition. that-
Because I'm going to vote on what I see before me.
Right, and it's a non-conforming
Garage
condition
with a condition.
garage.
Yeah, but everything else with the home is going to be conforming and within all the design review criteria that I can see.
Right, and that's why I said, except for parking, I would otherwise approve this
All
project.
right, then I'm thinking about it clearly. I just want to, because I know how I'm going to vote and
Right, and the applicant's not willing to
Yeah. I
do a
don't mind.
redesign to provide that. So in light of that, I
I'd say
move,
if
it's
we-
a third hearing, so we don't, yes, go ahead.
If we, as a condition of approval, we remove the vestibule and the powder room,
Provide the 25 feet.
And provide the
provide the 25-foot DRB approval.
Well, so you can't
Can
speak.
we do that?
Well, I mean, once again, you cannot represent to the applicant right now how you
Oh,
and
how-
colleagues
No, no,
are going
I-
to.
no, my question to you, Patrick, is can the board impose a condition to the effect that the powder room and a portion of the vestibule be removed to provide the 25 feet out from the two-car garage?
Correct. Yes, once again, I want to be
Okay.
sure that if the applicant's in agreement, because we do not want to be approving projects that are futile. If the
Okay.
applicant is saying that, yeah.
I want to hear, before I give a view, Louis, was that something you would?
That was the major part of concern for a lot of the access components. And so if the applicant's willing to do that, it changes that dynamic. And I think the rest of the project is approvable.
Emir, could you go with that?
Yeah. So one more clarification for me. So if we move the vestibule and the powder room, that will make it a conforming garage access.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And it makes for a much safer condition and candidly, I think a better project. So I appreciate the applicant doing that. With that said, do I have a motion?
What were the?
I only do denial motions, so go ahead.
On this one, 5.3, the project location 1275 Dunning Drive, that the board will adopt resolution 23-1055, attachment 1, approving resolution 23-1055 for improvements to the structure and property located at I already did that. Finding said action exempt to section 15301 of CEQA guidelines, with the following condition: that the access be provided for the 25-foot backup from the garage, the two-car garage, and that the vestibule and the new powder room be removed to accommodate that.
Be pulled back.
Okay, I'll second that.
And so Chair, I just want to clarify one thing. The part of the vestibule will just be removed. There'll still be some modicum.
Correct. In line to meet the
25 feet.
in line to
Understood.
meet the 25-foot backup requirement.
Perfect.
To be verified by staff in final review.
Thank you, board member.
With that clarification, I second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Cubney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. All right, we're done. Thank you. We're going to go to.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you
appreciate
for your
it.
time. Appreciate it. We got there in the end.
You want to take a short break? Okay, 5-minute break. I think we're back on. You want to take a shot at getting it going? All right. We are, the hearing's back in order. And the next project, which we'll call is 5.4. It's 604 Anita Street, revocable encroachment permit 24-1091, variance 25-1092. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I need to recuse myself as I'm within the noticing area.
Chair, I met with Steve Caratani and visited a job site.
I did a site visit with the applicant team.
I spoke with Steve and went to the property.
I did a site inspection with Steve and the owners. With that, Ms. Montalato, it's all yours.
Good evening, Chair Gibbs and members of the Design Review Board. My name is Sammy Montalto, and item 5.4 is a request for approval of a variance and revocable encroachment permit at 604 Anita Street. This property is zoned as R1 and has prior Design Review Board approval. The proposed work requiring a revocable encroachment permit includes the construction of a fence and addition of 2.7 cubic yards of fill in the public right-of-way. The variance request is for the extension of a deck into the front and side yard setbacks beyond the permitted projections set by the city's municipal code. This slide contains plans demonstrating the overall scope of work. The work has been mainly located in the front and side of the property. No public correspondence has been received. This slide showcases the proposed grading and fencing on the public right-of-way. While staff recommends approval for both the variance and REP, staff also recommends offsetting the proposed fence approximately 24 inches from the interior face of the wall to allow space for plants or shrubs to be planted to soften the fence and enhance its compatibility with the village aesthetic that characterizes the neighborhood and Laguna Beach. Staff believes that the project meets the variance and revocable encroachment findings, and the proposed work is compatible with surrounding properties in the neighborhood and provides additional yard security and outdoor living space, as do other properties in the nearby area. Staff's recommendation is to conduct a public hearing and adopt Resolution 25-1091, approving revocable encroachment permit 25-1091, and finding said action exempt from SEQA pursuant to Section 15304, minor alterations to land, and Section 15305, minor alterations, land use limitations. And staff would also like to clarify that the report shows the resolution and REP number as 24-1091. The presentation shows the correct resolution and REP number that should be stated in the motion, clarifying that the year is 2025, not 2024. And that concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Mr. Caratani, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very
And
much.
I open the public hearing for you to speak.
Thank you very much, Chair Gibbs. Good evening, board members and staff. While we're doing corrections, I want to note that staff misspelled my name on the report, but we can note that.
That's okay. We all mispronounce it too. So.
Right. So that being said, I'm here this evening with the Hayes, Lindsay and Andy, and new baby Hayes due in 2 months. So to me, this is a happy presentation. To Lewis's point that I rarely smile, I have to have my game face on, right? So, I want to acknowledge that this is a happy project because I had a lot of interface with our planner, Izzy, and our planning manager, Bill Rodriguez. And it was a real positive experience for me. And we're very pleased that they're able to support both the variance and the REP. It's just common sense, right? And I like common sense. So could we get my slide presentation up, please? Stop the clock. There we go. So I prepared this diagram from the site plan. This is a very constrained property. That square that's in the gray is actually the lot. And that area around the blue area is the city's right-of-way. Back in 1990, the Design Review Board approved that wall that you could see going around the perimeter of the right-of-way, and it established a buffer between the busy street of Wilson and Anita Street. So what we're asking for this evening is basically, if you look at the tan portion, sort of to the left center, that's the portion of the deck that actually requires the variance. So the deck is 6 feet deep right now. We're asking an additional 4 feet on the Wilson side, and that's creating the variance, although we are not encroaching past the property line. So we are staying within the property line. If you look on the right-hand side, with that yellow image with the X, that's the compliant parking. So again, the parking is compliant and it is within the property line. And the whole reason for going through design review is to have a deck that's safe for the family, having a really beautiful white picket fence to protect the children. And, you know, we believe that it makes a lot of sense. Staff went to a lot of detail to note that the deck's location is probably the optimal location for a deck from the fact that there's a lot of shade in the area. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So that is the white picket fence. And we are pushing back a little bit on the recommendation by staff to have that 2-foot offset. We have a planting area in front of the existing stone wall, and the fence will be immediately behind it. And I don't think staff was intending for us to completely hide this beautiful, expensive fence. You know, we're going to have plants that'll break up the massing a little bit, but if we look at the image to the right, that's actually the plan, that's actually the landscape plan. So the landscape designer is putting in plants approximately of the same scale as depicted in the photograph. They're going to be lavender, rosemary, butterfly bush, salvia. They'll be the kind of plants that'll go up anywhere from 3 to 5 feet, well beyond the height of the fence. Addressing board concern that I heard over the last couple of days, we understand as the applicant team that anything that goes into the right-of-way is not supposed to be permanent. You know, we are asking for 2 pilasters, 18 inches square, that will serve both as a mailbox, but to have the entry gate in place. So those are pretty modest compared to some of the requests you've heard from me in the right-of-way. And so we're asking that we have those, but we are willing, if the board decides that it's better, to construct these out of timber. So we're happy to, you know, they'll be less permanent and they'll look the same, but we'll leave that up to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak on this project? Seeing none, you have 3 minutes.
We finished our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with a question. If you could pull up, can you pull up LC1? That's the site plan. I don't see.
That's the other one, Sammy, my presentation.
That could work. If you could blow it up where the parking is in that area. I don't know if you can do that. It's easier on LC1. I think you can kind of see it. Let me tell you my concern and then the question. It's a practical matter. You're not going to park the way the parking is shown. You're going to park by driving in through the gate that's on the REP. That's reality. I'm a little concerned because of how narrow that is. You have an ADU, you really have one parking place. And so my question is, what is to the right side of the park or the gate? It's a kind of a checkered area, and what's to the left side there? And whether that whole area can be a wider gate with a much bigger parking area potentially for 2 cars.
This is a 2,500 square foot lot, Tom. You know, if we had more space, most of the lots are double in size, as noted. And, you know, we have a family, obviously a growing family. We're trying to create a lawn area, number one. That's what.
No, just those spaces. What is the space to the right side of the carport and the little space to the left?
Right. Okay, so we went through Public Works on that, Tom, and those areas are DG, decomposed granite. So that's a surface you can drive on.
Okay, and then why can't you do a wider gate?
Why can't we do a wider gate?
Yeah, so you can really make effective use of 2 parking spaces.
You want to address that?
Yeah, I can address that. So that space, even if you were to extend the gate all the way to our neighbor's wall, is not wide enough for 2 cars to pull in straight ahead.
What is the width of their, doing from gravel, edge of the gravel to on each side, what's that total width? Because I think it might be large enough. From when I was out at the site, looking at just where the gate goes would be enough for 1 car. I think with the wider, it would be enough for 2. But what's the width there? Do you know, Steve?
I'm going to say that it's probably roughly 14 feet, Tom. But what I wanted to point out to you, and I pointed this out to MJ earlier, we can't do a straight-in parking solution because we're going to be in the right-of-way and we won't have compliant parking then. That's why that parking is at a parallel configuration with the street to be within the property line. You know, everything beyond that, the property line is the right-of-way.
Oh, I get it, but no one's going to park like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be real here. Yeah, we'll get to deliberations. So I get it, but I think it's around 14 to 16 feet from looking at the plans. So with that, that's my question. Any other questions? All right, with that, I'll close the public hearing. And but I'm interested to hear what other people think of the parking before I give my
I'm ready to
comments.
go. I'll go because I want to hear what everybody else wants to say before, so I don't back into it. I'll start it out. I think my big concern is access, as Tom started to point out. So here's what happens a lot, I feel, in Laguna is, we get these small lots and we want to get as much as we can out of them, and they're small lots. So, I always say I want to be a high fashion model. It ain't going to happen. There's a couple of things that just aren't going to line up. So this access is not good. The gating for the access is not going to be utilized in the sense that it's not like that anywhere else that I drove that neighborhood. Nobody has a gate that big to allow their cars to come in and out and then to try to get your car in. So what's going to happen is you're going to park in front of that area, or you're going to park on the street, which can eliminate a street parking. So I think that's a concern. I think that it also blocks your entrance to the house when the car is in that weird configuration if you do happen to do a 3-point to get in there and wedge it in. And that's, to me, a safety issue and not compliant for access to the home or anything. And to try to get out and open up your gate, you have a street coming in Wilson, then you have people coming around the corner here, and then you're trying to get out to open the gate that's not an electric gate that lifts up. It's just cumbersome. The variants have no trouble with the decking extension. It's essentially a yard, but you're just making it a wood yard, and that's fine. I have no problem with the fencing that's already in the extending beyond the property line, because that's there and it seems appropriate to get more space for your yard. I do have a little concern about the planting in front of the fencing, because oftentimes, whether that be salvia or lavenders, you'll know this better than me, as they grow into bush, they extend onto the street, and then you even narrow the street more. So as long as that's a real specific, and maybe we'll get into that during landscape, real specific and how that's maintained, like boxwood is always good, right? Because it doesn't you can kind of keep it nice and hedged and clean and up. That's fine. So the only big thing I have a problem with is access from that driveway and the reality of that gate. And I do think you can configure getting rid of that gate, but still allowing yourself sort of an angled gate to have kind of a cute front gate to your entrance, which I'm sure is kind of what you were going for. Just in a way to allow for a car to pull in there and angle itself safely without having to get out of your car to access that big gate. And then I want to hear what my other board members say, and we'll see where we land. Chelsea?
You spoke so fast and I was thinking at the same time, so I wasn't sure if I got onto that, so I'll stick to my notes. Yeah, I'm ready. I think that this lot is very special. This is an area where I walk my dogs and I look at this property every day, probably twice a day. And am in awe that you're able to fit everything that you're able to fit and make it nice and cute. And when this house was on the market, I toured the property and there's no outdoor living space. So I concur with staff's findings for the variance. For landscaping, what you proposed for the landscaping is adequately, it's enough for me. It's not going to grow into the street. They're small, look, 3-4 foot bushes, essentially. And Anita Street is wide. It's one of the widest streets in Laguna Beach. So I don't have any worry for cars running into that. As far as access, that little area, it's a, what'd you say, 2,500 square foot lot? It's a teeny tiny lot. So you guys are limited. And the way that you problem solve parking, we all know that you're not going to parallel park into there, but I understand it fits the bill as far as code. Let's see, what else? Yeah, so staff's recommendation for 24 inches to propose the white picket fence to be pushed 24 inches. I don't think that is necessary just because of the adequate landscaping that's proposed. And then you also have that little brick wall that starts at grade, and as it works around the property, it goes downhill and eventually becomes 2.5 to 3 feet. So I think that softens, what's proposed softens the brick wall to the white picket fence. Let's see, variance, landscape, access, 24 inches, and those are my notes. Yeah.
All right, let me go next. Go after me. So, well, my colleagues were talking and I agree largely with what they had to say. My biggest issues, parking and access. I've gone back over the plans. I don't think it's 14 feet to do the width there. I think it's more like 12 feet, 11 feet. It's not realistic for 2 cars. I also think you can't expand out to the left to create enough space because of the location of the front door. So you would be essentially parking in front of the front door, which would take all the charm out of this house. I think it's one of those situations where the lot's not big enough to do what is correct parking, and to do what's legal parking is not feasible. So I think that as proposed is the only logical and appropriate solution to parking. With respect to the gate, I drove up and down the street, Anita, and there's numerous properties, not just one, the one you showed me, but there's numerous ones that have gates with non-wooden pilasters on Anita in the right of way. So I don't have a problem with that. I think it's the design element, and there's nothing like a good tractor to knock over a pilaster. It happens all the time accidentally. So I'm not worried about the permanence issue. With respect to the REP, I don't see the need for 24 inches. And number one, yeah, maybe if you're, have a, like that design element, fine. If you think that it's not needed, like I think it's going to be beautiful without it. It is a neighborhood enhancement. And on the other hand, in a small lot, it provides for very valuable, useful space for the residents and the owners, particularly the children. And the fence is beautiful element to provide the needed protection for the kids. So with that said, I fully support staff recommendations to approve this project tonight.
Yeah, I could echo what Chair and fellow board member said here tonight. I think it's a great addition. Looking forward to you guys utilizing the space. I think it's definitely warrants with the expectation coming pertaining to the design review elements. I think it's very strategic on staff and the applicant's part to find a solution for this family. The zoning code requirement is there, and they're meeting that zoning code requirement for the 8 by 22-foot space. We may not agree with the way about about getting there, but hey, I think the smart car is an option, so it looks like that should fit. So, or a golf car. There you go. I think. I also agree with fellow board members on the 24-inch setback. I don't think that's a necessity. I think we can approve that without that being a requirement. Looking forward to approving this tonight.
With that said, do we have a motion? Jess?
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 5.4 located at 604 Anita Street, with the exception of 24 inches, the white picket fence to be, was that in the staff report?
No.
So to remove
Yeah.
the 24-inch.
Yeah, no, it has proposed. The applicant does not have the 24-inch, so it's just approving the application as submitted, which is approving this, so you don't need to
Okay.
have that as a condition.
Okay, so approving it as submitted, case number revocable encroachment permit 24-1091 with variance 25.
25-1091.
That's for,
She changed that page 22.
oh, 25. So revocable encroachment permit 25-1091 and a variance 25-1092. And the said action exempt section 15304 and section 15305 of CEQA guidelines.
I second that motion.
Can we have the roll, please?
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney.
No.
Sorry, what was that? Oh, sorry. Board Member Belta, Board Member Coveney, Board Member Weil,
He's not here.
He's
He's disqualified. Go ahead.
recused.
and then Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much, board. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that.
What?
Thank you for correcting that.
Okay, the next item is 411 Holly Street. I am going to turn this over to Chair Pro Tem Gannon, as I'm disqualified because of the 500 feet rule.
Shall we get ex parte?
Warmed up that bench outside.
I spoke to the applicant and went by the property.
I met with the applicant on site.
This is for Holly.
Yeah, I met with Tim Nicole at the site.
And I conversed with Tim Nickel and had a site visit.
There we go.
Miss Sierra.
Hello.
No problem.
Thanks. Putting up an exhibit, I think. Very good.
There we go.
Good evening, board, staff, and the community. This project is 411 Holly Street, and it requires a design review, revocable encroachment permit, and coastal development permit. Please move to the next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So the site, the aerial photo on the left is the site plan. It is a double and a half lot on that street. And then the 3D aerial photo shows the improvements today. There's a house and a detached garage. And we're at the bottom, we're looking at it from Holly Street, and there's an alley behind. The next slide, please. So the requirements for design review is the new 3-car garage labeled in green. the additional covered parking because there are 3 spaces that are covered, a pedestrian entry feature on the Holly Street side, metal fencing and grading more than 20 cubic yards outside the building footprint. The REP is simply a walkway on grade that's shown in the bottom left-hand corner. And the detached ADU labeled in red requires a coastal development permit. Next slide, please. We've heard from one neighbor about the chimney, and there's a condition of approval that makes the chimney 30 inches by 30 inches square, no higher than 2 feet above the garage, that everyone is on board with, the neighbor, the architect, and the owner. And we also had late correspondence this morning about the historicity of the property. And I'm not prepared to comment on that, but we'll go from there once that comes up. And the next slide, final slide, the staff recommendation is to conduct a public hearing, make a motion to approve the design review, revocable encroachment permit, and coastal development permit. And I am available for questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Nice to see you again, Mrs. Sierra.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Sierra. And now I open the public and you have 5 minutes. If you see the
go.
green light, then it's on, yeah.
Good evening, Tim Nickel. I'm the project architect. Jeff and Dwayne are the owners, sitting to my right. Nancy did a great job explaining. It's a pretty simple project. We're here for the garage with the additional parking, which is on the alley, so it won't impact the street. The pedestrian entry feature, which is on our property, not in the right-of-way. The only thing in the right-of-way is a walkway. And the grading, which we have an excess of grading because we graded the whole property down to keep the ADU low so as not to have any view issues. The one issue that came up was the chimney, and we all agreed to keep it to that height and reduce the size of it. I confirmed with the building department earlier this week that because it's not a solid fuel burning fireplace, it does not need a spark arrestor, so it won't get any higher than that. And I'm here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 411 Holly Street? 411 Holly Street. Oh, I know. And Christoph.
I was hoping that Larry Noakes would speak first because he was threatening to dispute everything I say, which he probably will anyway. There were apparently three historical reports on the property, and you only got the last one. So our letter is pointing out that according to the statement in this report, the property appears to meet the broader local designation criteria for reflecting a particular period of local history. So there are 3 kinds of historic resources. One is mandatory, one is presumptive, and the last is local and discretionary historic resource. And you or someone in authority at the city needs to evaluate whether this property is a local discretionary resource. So when we talked to council about the Chris Abel design building at 1110 Glen Airy Street, the historical consultant pointed out that it would qualify as a local discretionary resource. And we had a lot of discussion at the council level, had to talk about whether it was or wasn't. And so I believe that you need, or somebody, we need a process to evaluate these local discretionary resources before they can go forward. So that is why we're recommending that you don't approve tonight, but that you resolve some of these issues. The last paragraph says it's a sad thing that most of this project could be approved without altering the essential historic character of the house. But with the changes in the windows and other configurations on the existing house, it will no longer qualify as a local historic resource. And it can. We don't know for sure, but it can. So we hope that you'll provide for that.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on 411 Holly Street? No? Going once, going twice. Okay, Tim, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to let Larry respond, but I just want to say that the house and the work on the house is not actually coming before the board tonight. It's other things that we're here for. Also, I was a little disappointed to receive Anne's letter this morning from staff member and not from Anne herself, and that she didn't contact me to talk about these concerns prior to this meeting.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Where were you when I asked for?
He's going to do his rebuttal.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're
I was here.
representing, okay.
Right there.
He's doing the rebuttal.
You're just out of seats.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Larry Noakes, and I just want to speak briefly about the comments that Ann had with regard to historicity. She's right. As of under CEQA, there are 3 types of historic resource. There's mandatory, there's presumptive, and there's discretionary. This is not mandatory. It's not presumptive. When the inventory was in effect, the inventory, if it was valid, could create a presumption of historicity, but it's not valid. And it was written out of our code that way to make that very specific and make that very clear, because that was the source of a lot of problems and issues. The staff report includes a historic assessment by HRG. The assessment reviewed both the criteria for historicity, and it reviewed the siting and the integrity of the project. And it concluded that none of those was met. But the fact is that because this is not a mandatory or presumptive historic resource, it's not a historic resource at all. It's eligible for a category 3 exemption without exception, and that, I think, is what staff has approved. Jeff and Dwayne have been at this for a lot. They've been thinking about this house for a long time. And I was talking to Jeff earlier, and it really goes back to 2015, when they first decided that they might want to consider doing something to this house, went down to the counter, had hired somebody I had hired Tim, I think, to do something. And it was only then that they discovered that this house was on the inventory, and they were kind of stuck in the mud, and they've been stuck in the mud ever since. They finally came up with a plan that does minimal alteration to a house that is no longer historic in any sense of the word, is not historic in any sense of the word. They're doing a responsible remodel. Tim always does, of course, impeccable work, and Jeff and Dwayne have acted responsibly with regard to this house. If you had an opportunity to go to this house, you probably noticed that where the front door is, it used to open onto Monterey. Somebody plopped a house down in front of that. So that's now in the side yard. And that's how that house used to be situated. When you think about it, that probably significance of that went away, a long time ago when somebody plunked a house down in front of it. So I would urge you to approve this project and support Dwayne and Jeff and Tim in this application. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Buzzer,
Thank you. Thank you, Larry.
Do you want, it says 2 again.
Great,
Can
by
I
the
go
way.
again? Thank you.
You have time if you'd like to take the last 20 seconds. All right. At this time, any board member have any questions for the applicant? Oh, or questions to staff?
Yeah, I just have a question about the what's before us, because as Tim pointed out, I heard Ann's comments and respect them, but I know that we are only supposed to focus on that is before us. Is that correct? Is there any reason to incorporate the main house?
That is correct. The entitlements before you are listed in the project description. And so if the impacts or lack thereof to the main house are not germane to the board's review and decision, that's entirely appropriate.
All right. Great question. Any other questions?
Do you want me to go?
Okay, so we will close the public hearing, and now we're to board comments. Mr. Weil?
So I think this is just a beautiful little touch up to some elements of this home. I can support the design review and the revocable encroachment permit. As outlined by staff, the encroachment permit is really just a walkway. The features are on the property line, which they should be. Or the more permanent features are on the property line. So that meets that criteria as written by the code. The coastal development permit is adequate for the ADU and the rest of the project as it applies and outlined by the staff. In general, it's neighborhood compatible. It's a beautiful refresh, design articulation. Tim, you don't shy away from historical projects. I don't see the significance or the historical integrity to force that in this situation. It's a voluntary project or voluntary choice for historicity. It's not being sought by this application, so I can move the project forward. That's it.
Nope, you go ahead.
Yeah, I concur with my colleague here. Everything seems to be neighbor compatible. Design integrity is always there with you. The REP is a simple one, existing walkway and just enhancing that entry. Thank you for the 3-car garage. I hope it's really going to be one because I love off-street parking, as you know. And I can support the project. I think it meets all our criteria.
Wonderful. Emer?
I concur with my fellow board members. I can approve the project tonight.
And I too concur with fellow board members. I can approve this project. It's another fabulous project by Tim Nickel.
Chair, on that note, I'll move item
to
number, oh, you want to?
Yeah, because you're doing them all, sure. 5.5 item, design review 250870 at 4, oh, I'm lying to you. I'm total lying to you. See, I did it. Then oh, I'm at the right one. No, I'm at the right one. Sorry. 250870, 411 Holly Street. Condition of approval, 30 by 30 inch square chimney, 2 feet above garage. And then all other conditions noted in the staff report.
And finding said
is
action
exempt pursuant to, exempt from CEQA section 15301. How did I do, Lewis?
I'll second that.
Can we have a roll? Yeah.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Covney.
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes. I forgot my easy button. So as we wait for Tom, the Capitan, this is 5.6 located at 629 Balboa Avenue. Do we have ex parte?
Yes, I met the applicant at the property and I also went to the neighbors at the Singers.
And I did a site visit with the applicant, the architect, Reza, and previously visited the home of the Singers.
I did a site visit with the applicant and met with the singers as well.
Site review with Reza and spoke with Larry Noakes.
And I did a site review with Reza and met with Dave Singer. With that, can we have the staff report, Daniel?
Thank you, Chair. Item 5.6 is for a project at 269 Balboa Avenue. The project site is a vacant lot in the Portofino neighborhood. This was previously heard on 123. Staff was not supportive of the project at that time. It is now been redesigned and staff is in support of the project. There have been several revisions, of course, to the project, and those are included as attachment 4. There's a visual comparison, and the applicant also has a presentation going over all those detailed changes. Ultimately, the project does comply with the design review criteria, and staff is recommending approval. There was a public comment received from the adjacent neighbor, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions of staff? Seeing none, I open the public hearing and the applicant has 5 minutes.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, good. Thank you, board, and thank you, Daniel, for the staff presentation. I represent, I'm Larry Noakes, and I represent Scott Indiana, and I'm working with Reza, and we've been working on this for quite a while to try to find, this is a vacant lot right now. And every time you have a vacant lot, you have some challenges of people who get used to having vacant lots either next door to them or in front of them or whatever. And then, you know, having somebody build on that, which people are entitled to do. So you try to figure out the right solutions. The project that we have this evening, do they have this? Do they have this? Yeah, okay. Daniel, do you have the presentation from Reza? Yeah. Okay, good. So next slide, please. You can see the itemized list of what we've done here. And I know you can read this and it's in the presentation, but the roof changed. We made modifications to the upper floor, significant modifications. We made significant modifications to the mid-floor, and we made significant modifications to the lower floor, and we removed the exterior elevator and the pool that had caused some consternation at the first hearing. We've drawn the project back so that it is in conformity with the Hillside guideline. We worked very closely with staff on that project and actually made several revisions before we could get staff support. And finally, after several meetings, we were able to do that. We could have come back at the prior hearing for another round of comments from the board just to see what the board was going to do. But we wanted to make sure that we had made all of the changes and that we had complied with everything the board had asked us to do before we came back and presented this project again. We believe that this project is neighborhood compatible. We feel like it fits in with the pattern of development. We feel like it honors view equity. We understand that this is a vacant lot and we've made every effort to be respectful of the neighbors and their views. We think that the architecture is lovely and a good blend of things, and the O'Briens would appreciate your support of this project tonight. If you have any questions, we can answer them. Reza, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Good evening. I'm Reza Dadashi, the designer. After the first meeting, I was following all the objectives that I was being told that I need to achieve, and I did. And one of the main items is that I reduced the square footage by 400 square feet, which is now, I'm right around 4,800. And if you look in the neighborhood, I have many projects like 711 Gall Street, that's 4,798 square feet. At 63 Loretta is 5,800 square feet. We have another one back here at 721 Marlin Drive at 4,700 square feet. There's another one at 729 Marlin that is 5,200 square feet. So there are many homes right around us that are in the 4,000 to 5,000 square feet. And it happens that our lot is one of the largest lot in that neighborhood. So I don't think that I have designed a house that is not compatible with all the neighboring houses. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a few more seconds left?
Yeah, just to wrap up, if we could see the next slide, Daniel. You can see how the house blends in with the Hillside guideline. Next slide, please. You can see how we've stepped it back also from the other elevation. Next slide, please. You can see the proposed and the prior floor area upstairs. Next slide, please. You can see how we've reduced the middle floor plan graphically. Next slide, please. You can see how much space we've taken off of the lower floor plan. Next slide, please, Daniel. That's it. So thank you. We hope you can approve the project tonight.
Thank you, Larry. And now I open it up to the public. Members of the public can come up. You have 2 minutes each.
I guess that's me.
You're up,
I'm up.
Mr. Singer.
The public.
Good afternoon, once again. It's been about 7 months since I addressed the board, and a number of changes have been made to the project in the interim. However, my wife and I have the same problems now that we had 7 months ago, having to do with the views being obstructed or negatively impacted in 4 of the rooms of our house, and also owing to the fact that if the project is completed as designed, we're going to have a big monolithic solid wall about 10 feet away from our house. And that will impact light and air circulation on basically half of our home. I do believe that the developers have come to the impression that they've made significant changes in the plans. The only problem is the changes that they have made have not necessarily improved our situation. Mention has been made this evening of how hard they've worked to abide by the suggestions that the board made in the original meeting. My wife and I are big on transcripts, and we thought it'd be fun to have a transcript of that meeting. So we made one, and we went back to that. And if I can just take a minute, Mr. Wheel, for example, one of the things that you said verbatim was, open the corner, which looks out from the view of the adjacent house. MJ said, overall, this is too much house for the narrowness of the lot. And Singer's house view is being impacted, specifically in the kitchen.
Okay, your time's up.
Can I get one more in?
Give you one more quote. Go for it.
One more quote.
You got it.
And I say goodbye.
All right.
Okay, and that, sir, is from you. And your quote was that, I'm sorry?
I said I figured. Go ahead.
And I admit that it's somewhat of a summary, but we've got the transcript.
Just read the quote so you
Yes,
can get
sir.
on.
The original design, which is 400 feet larger than the current design, was very large and different from the other houses in the neighborhood, and not tucked into the top of the slope. It sticks out like a sore thumb. The project creates a precedent for increasingly larger and larger homes on the slope, and is part of the progress of Laguna Beach having bigger and bigger houses. The changes subvert the whole character of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Seeing none, I return to the applicant. You have 3-minute rebuttal.
Yes, thank you very much. We're familiar with the issues that Mr. Singer articulates. Part of the problem here is that when Mr. Singer's house was built and designed, they sort of chose oblique views from that house. The straight out view to the ocean is beautiful. It's unencumbered. It's unimpeded. It's gorgeous. But the house kind of tips out to the end so that all of the views to the sides are also views that he counts. The problem is when that's over an empty lot, it makes it impossible really or very, very difficult to develop that empty lot with a habitable place. With regard to Lewis's comment that was quoted to open the corners, that was accomplished by bringing the floor areas back on the upper, middle, and lower floors. MJ's comment that it was too much house, it is much less house than it was before, and it's been significantly reduced in size. And Tom's comment that it was very large, it's very much smaller. And it looked different than the other houses, now looks much more similar to the other houses. I think it's consistent with the pattern of development and the designs up in off of Nye Place. So that's all I have. Does anybody have anything to add? Scott, Deanna, Reza?
Do everything you guys. Yeah, as Larry mentioned, Mr. Singer's house absolutely have 45 degrees window that are looking right over our lot. And as you guys that have been at the job site, you saw that just about 85% of our lot is covered in the view of their windows. How is anybody going to build any house that they won't be able to see? So I don't know how else to design that unless it's, invisible house.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions?
They have 30 seconds. That was the yellow.
I'm sorry?
That was the yellow light. Does that conclude your comments?
Oh, I thought they were done.
The buzzer was just a yellow
Okay.
light.
The other item that I did was at the lower floor, I actually tucked in the balcony inside the house so that will give privacy to the neighbors and to the occupant of the house. So I tried everything I can do to minimize the impact on the neighbor's house.
Okay, are you done now? Okay, thank you. Any questions, board?
You have a question?
Just to help me out. So the upper level wall that faces the ocean, you pulled that back how far? 2'9". And then you pulled the deck back 2'9" as well, or did
The
you?
deck was pulled back actually 5 foot. Yeah, the deck was pulled back 5'3".
Okay, thank you.
And the roof of the kitchen was lowered and flattened so that they get more view over the roof of our house. Actually, their house is taller and higher than ours. Our height limits are 18 inches above what the design is. So I could have raised the roof higher, but I kept it lower in order to accommodate view for them.
I have a quick question. Reza, on the window on the Singer side at the top level,
Yes.
is that opaque?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions?
No.
Just one about the walkways that go around. It seems like it's still in the same position to come down and across.
Right.
Was there a reason for it not being kind of tucked up to the house as it
No,
circles?
it is tucked up to the house.
What are we looking at?
I was
What
looking,
plan are you looking at?
hold on, I gotta go back to it. I was looking at A1.3.
A 1.3?
What,
Yeah, I got it.
the 32 page?
Out of
Right
the,
up against
it's
the
page 8,
Isn't? what are you showing?
this one.
Yeah. Yeah, it is tucked by the house.
This one?
Oh, the walkway at the
The
very
walk, the
bottom?
walkway that
That
goes,
crosses
that crosses the parcel.
well, that's where the grading shows that it could happen.
Okay, I just was curious as to,
Right.
it used to be closer to when the house was extended. I didn't know if
Well-
you moved it back closer towards, or was there a reason for why it's still, is that the flattest kind of part in that topography?
The one that is going across the
Going,
lot.
yeah, across,
Yeah.
because it adds more length to the, I guess, the north side of the one coming down. Just,
Yeah, I mean, this is a fire.
it's needed for fire, so I'm not arguing that. I just was curious as to
Right.
if with all the other changes, was this something that was just kind of left because it was just where it was, or
Well, it was
it
where the
intentional?
grading showed that it would be.
Be more
most likely,
natural there?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? With that, I close the public hearing. Who would like to begin?
I could go first. The first application that you guys came through, it was a bit of a shock. I'm happy to see that you listened to the board, and as far as I'm concerned, you've heard everything that if I recall properly, that each board member had to say. My issue was neighborhood compatibility. The house was protruding really far out into the canyon. over the Nye Street. You corrected that with this application. Daniel Latham, you did a fantastic job. I concur with all of your findings. I'll just touch on view impact and privacy. For privacy, you had great consideration for the lot that's currently empty next to you for that future development by placing windows that would be privacy for the homeowner and privacy for future development. There's also privacy on the other side with the windows being at the top part of each room and what is it called? Panoramic windows, where they're longer. So I find that privacy is adequate. As far as view impacts, yeah, I didn't see a view impact even when the first application, even though it protruded really deep into the canyon. Their view, the Singer's view is, like you said, it's out towards the ocean. It's in the primary living room. The kitchen had an ocean view with a little bit of impact. That is a secondary living space. Their master bedroom, whether you put a house there or not, or a 3-story house or single story, it's going to impact. So no matter what you put there, you can't protect the view from that master bedroom. So I think view impact is minimal. It's adequate. It's balancing property rights, the right to reasonably develop. I think that view criteria has been met.
Thank you. Thank you, Jess. Who'd like to go next? Emir, I'm glad you volunteered.
So I had a chance to review the drawings and kind of go through what's presented here tonight and had a chance to view the neighbor's home as well. I don't believe enough was done to balance the view equity. I think that there can be some more considerations made on that corner. You know, how you go about that, I think we could leave that up to the designer. But, you know, I'd like to see that corner come back some. I think it warrants it, you know, warrants it not just on one floor, on multiple bedrooms and also primary view out of their kitchen. I think it's worth the consideration pertaining to the site, you know, the design articulation. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but I think something needs to be considered on that corner to balance that view. There's plenty of, you know, area here. I don't mind the size of the home. I think it warrants it. The lot's huge. So I would just have to, you know, recommend that corner get pulled back and be up for commentary here tonight.
Louis?
Yeah, so I think in, you know, as far as the design review component for this project, I can be supportive of it this evening, and here's the reasons why, or the findings. As mentioned, you know, there was a significant reduction, as shown by the applicant from the first one to this one. I did state the corner of trying to maintain that view, and I think by components of pulling back and lowering the kitchen roof, open up elements of that shared view. The current angle does limit some of the property rights for this property, but I do think it's balanced in its shape now. I think there could be one component that could be an ask or just a question of you do have a combined setback, side yard setbacks on this one. So I didn't know, maybe you could shift the program 6 inches or a foot away from the current neighbor, which would open up just a little bit more and still keep the overall structure just where it is. But that might provide just a little bit more relief. But I don't necessarily see that as a detrimental or a specific thing. It'd just be a nice to do if that was amenable. As far as the mass and scale, significant reductions, the lighting and glare, I think are consistent. I think when I looked at the mass for this project, I really kind of got down into the hill when I was walking the site and looked down Balboa to kind of look at the pattern of development as it went beyond the vacant lots. And I find it to be consistent, right? 3-level homes, you know, kind of built out into the canyon. I think by using the cantilever and the terracing, it minimizes some of the components. The privacy components of those decks, I think, are very compatible to the neighborhood and kind of tucked in scale. I really appreciate that lower level deck being kind of surrounded. It does create that element of privacy, not only for you as the applicant, but for the neighbors combined. The parking, doing the expanded or the lifts in the garage, I find that to be acceptable, as the height of the garage is angled and balanced, that preserves the views for the significantly higher uphill neighbors. So from a design review finding, I can support that additional parking in the garage. I think that hits my notes, and I'm good to move this one
Thanks.
forward.
Thanks, Louis. MJ?
Okay, I think you came a long way. Thank you. I think what you had before was just overwhelming, and this feels much more compatible to me. I think you've brought it down in size, which I appreciate. I look at it now like floor to floor, floor by floor, you know, because when I look at it as overall, it's overwhelming. But when you look at it floor to floor, nothing seems egregious. Your upper level with your kitchen and the activity areas there, nothing seems out of proportion. And same thing with your mid-level, with your master, nothing seems out of proportion for a home of this kind of caliber. So I feel like you've reached pretty much all the design review criteria with privacy, neighborhood compatibility, the design integrity and view equity. It is hard on the singers to lose that portion. And I was in there today, and just to go back one more time, and I get the trauma of it, but it just isn't they still have a great view. It's just getting used to this new element, and it's difficult. And I don't think there's an air and light, especially from the garage in the front. There's a whole nother, their house extends way over, and that's just a small portion that blocks their front corner element. So I don't see any of that. So I think you've reached everything, and I can support the project tonight.
All right. This is one of those changes between first and second that is hugely significant. And, you know, rather than going incremental, Larry, I hear it a lot of times where people say, listen, I took all your comments and this time you did it. And I applaud you for it. I really looked at all the other houses along the street. I looked at the Singer's home. I looked at it, and I walked the lot to get a real feel for the mass and scale. It's totally compatible. I mean, that's the reality, where the one before was, in my view, totally not compatible. So I really appreciate either the pilasters underneath the house are consistent with other houses along the ridge line there. So I find mass and scale totally appropriate, and the house neighborhood compatible. Design is beautiful design. In many ways, a better design, excluding the back of the house, which I didn't like. But just overall, I think it works. Okay, now on the Singer issues. View equity. You know, it's not view preservation, it's view equity if you read our guidelines. And we provide the most protection to ceremonial rooms. And the ceremonial rooms, the living room, and even the master bedroom are essentially unimpeded. The kitchen is impeded, but less than it was, because the house was pulled back and the deck was pulled back. But you have a substantial view there. If it was, you know, view preservation, any view impact, we couldn't approve the project, but it's view equity, and we have to consider all the factors. And another factor I'll talk about with privacy, because this has to do with the empty lot problem, which we get a lot. You're not alone, Mr. Singer. We get this a lot. Sometimes houses are built by an architect with the assumption nothing's ever going to be built next door. And the Singers have a beautiful home, but a lot of angles. And one of the angles happens to be facing that lot. We have to consider that on both from a view equity and a privacy standpoint. The use, the modest decks, the location of the building, and candidly, I don't think a foot over would make a difference, so I would not require that, and I'm not hearing that from Mr. Weil either. Last time I said that you need to give reasonable consideration to the privacy of the singer, consistent with the right to develop a neighborhood-compatible house. I think that balance has been struck. I thought about reducing the deck from the kitchen area on your house that is adjacent to the kitchen of the singers. And that's a primary deck area coming straight out from your kitchen with open doors. And the view is straight out. If the kitchen had been designed with the singers, they would have had a similar thing and it wouldn't have even been an issue. A slight 45-degree angle in one of the windows should not, in my view, deprive you of having a major, significant portion of a deck off the kitchen of your house. For those reasons, with the OPEC window on that side, I can support the project tonight. So with that said, I think any other comments? We can go to a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve item 5.6 located at 629 Balboa Avenue by staff's recommendation.
I second.
Call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
No.
Board Member Coveney.
Yes.
Board Member Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Cannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. All right, thank you. Congratulations. All right, the next one, if we can have the applicant come up, this is on Rimrock, 5.7196 Rimrock Canyon Road. Does, what? Yeah, let's do that. Let me call it though. Design Review 25-0896, Coastal Development Permit 25-0897. Ex parte, we're going to expedite this, but ex parte, please.
I went by the site and spoke to the applicant, Mr. McGraw.
I did a site visit.
Did a site visit and had my son evaluate it. And Kellen was there too.
That's a good project to have them do that. All right, go ahead.
Did a site visit and spoke with the applicant.
Site visit and spoke to the applicant team. And I think I spoke briefly to one of the owners. So with that said, please, Mr. Khan, if you could give the staff report. Oh, it's expedited, so.
All right. Good evening, Chair Gibbs and members of the Design Review Board. My name is Shreyar Khan, Associate Planner with the Planning Division. Item 5.7 is Design Review 25-0896 and CDP 25-0897, major remodel at 1916 Rimrock Canyon Road in the R1 zone, including over 50% aggregate additions and demolition, new elevated deck, landscaping, grading, and a widened driveway. Next slide, please. The through lot is developed with a single-family home and a one-car garage with no known site constraints. Next slide, please. The proposed front and side additions comply with all setback requirements. Next slide, please. The existing 347 square foot subterranean garage will expand by 134 square feet to provide 2 parking spaces meeting requirements. Next slide, please. The 729 square feet main level will expand by 379 square feet, representing a 52% increase, including 96 square feet at the front overhanging the garage. The rest adds a master suite and an expanded living room. Interior remodeling is also proposed. Demolition of exterior walls and roof totals about 61.5%. Next slide, please. The proposed elevations show a refined evolution from the original cottage-style architecture featuring simple massing and mid-century modern style with clean lines and large windows. Recessed garage, angled roof line, and varied offsets soften the profile and reduce the mass. Next slide, please. The proposed design remains clean and modern with subtle offsets and material differentiation. Next slide, please. The additions stay within the building envelope with a 24-foot height under the 30-foot limit. Though the remodel departs from the original style, it maintains a clear and cohesive design. Next slide, please. The proposed changes result in a harmonious and intentional transformation that maintains design integrity. Next slide, please. The project also includes a new elevated rear deck, front fire access stairs, and retaining walls exceeding 5 feet in exposed height, all meeting development standards. Next slide, please. The project complies with zoning design review and general plan, maintaining design integrity with no anticipated privacy or view impacts, meets coastal development permit findings, does not impact sensitive areas, and fits the neighborhood's visual character. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that the board adopt the respective resolution approving design review 25-0896 and coastal development permit 25-0897 and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Staff have received one public correspondence from the applicant providing an overview of the project. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent staff report, and I particularly appreciated the visuals. Any questions of staff? None. Open the public hearing. Bob, you have 5 minutes.
Sheree, do you have my presentation? Thank you. Got the first page, please. Bob McGraw, architect, representing the Sextons tonight, Peggy and Kate. Good evening, board members and chairman. It's a large lot. We've got a lot of 6,000 square feet on a very beautiful country road back there. I really like it back there. I wish I could move. But right now, if you could show the second slide, please. This is our as-built or our topographical survey. What we have right now is a house of 729 square feet. We've got a one-car garage and a existing driveway slope of 21%, both non-conforming. Next slide, please. This is this is back one more. There, they keep going, yeah. Oh, there it is. That's our proposed site plan. Basically, what we're doing is we're gonna get a two-car garage. We're gonna lower the driveway slope to a 9% slope, and the way we're gonna do that is lower the top of the garage by 1.5% or 1.5 feet, excuse me. Because we are a major remodel, which didn't take much. The house is 729 square feet. It didn't take a lot to get the combination of 50% over the existing square footage and also demo required just to add to it. But that requires us to get an on-street parking space. And you can see that on the lower right-hand side of it. Next slide, please. This is the existing floor plan for the garage. It's pretty small. Next slide, please. This is our proposed. The green is the area we're going to add to that garage and also lower that concrete slab by 1 foot 6 inches, which will allow us to get a conforming driveway and a much wider driveway. Next slide. This is the existing floor plan. It's 1 bedroom right now. And we've pretty much stayed with, next slide. We've stayed with that 729 square feet. The green area we're adding for a master bedroom, bath, walk-in closet, and then the front of the building towards the street, we're adding a strip there, which will give the living space, dining, and kitchen more usable space. Now it becomes a 2-bedroom. And then we're into the 3Ds. I met with Tom, and one of the things I mentioned to him was the wall we had to create for the on-street parking, public parking space is pretty radical, I think. And I've talked to Jim Dockstetter, is our landscape architect, and he feels he could step that at least 2 more times, which will lower it. It's big and it's expensive too. You know, we can reduce some of the costs there. And next, and then you could just go through the rest of these 3Ds. Also, the other thing is Jim said he could add some more vertical planting on the right side of the entry stair to break up that front mass a little bit. And you're not seeing the view. Our 3D fellow isn't quite aware of the view he's got there, but that's the proposed deck that's up above a little bit, and the view is diagonal across the property. That's why we oriented all the living room towards that view, and the same thing with this little deck here. And that should do it for me. There's an aerial, and our materials in color board is pretty conservative, I think, but that's what I appreciate the most.
You done?
Yep, thank you.
Good job. Okay, any members of the public wish to speak on this project? Seeing none, go back to you've got 3 minutes.
Just questions, if you have it, I'm here to answer your question.
Okay, real quick on the 2 points that you and I talked about. One is you're proposing tiering the wall to the right. One, assuming, if we approve it, I want to just get a specification.
You know, I actually have a little drawing here that
You can let us see and give to, yeah.
what he's proposing is that wall is to break it into 2 segments. First one will be 4 feet from the beginning of the finished surface at the parking space, and then it's going to diagonally go up to follow the topo. Topos are not.
You hand it to Pablo here and have it just go by. I just want to see what it's going to look like. And then the breaking up the wall to the left of the garage, what are you proposing specifically?
He can propose he can't go more than 4 feet because of the fire code with any kind of planting. I don't know if you can read, it's pretty small, but the red is his suggestions.
That's why I bring glasses. Okay, so where it's outlined in red is the second wall.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, and then the planter is going between the stairs and the drive and the.
Right, in the driveway.
Could add one Aloha Hercules instead of, I don't know, for people who know plants, why don't you guys look at that? I appreciate
You
that.
could get more vertical there.
Yeah, so we'll submit that, if we're going to approve the project, we'll submit that reflecting those 2 changes. I don't have any other questions.
I
Does
have a
anyone
quick
else?
question on lighting. I'm looking at your lighting plan. It looks super minimal. Am I reading this right?
Super minimal. It's left over from Miss Louise, who used to be on the board. I'm.
One light and then
Strobe lights? I mean, I've lived here for 38 years. The worst thing that can happen is your neighbor puts in 2 spotlights, even if they're security, and then it wakes you up at night. So I think
No, this
low light.
makes sense for that canyon.
Yeah.
That's one of my concerns. So it won't be an issue for your neighbors and get you in trouble.
The only thing we have to comply with is we need at least 1 candle of power per tread for code, for safety.
Any other questions? Okay, with that, I close the public hearing. Who would like to begin? Who's?
Yeah, I can be supportive of the project this evening. I think it's a great refresh. It's very compatible to the kind of newer remodels that are going on within Upper Rimrock and Rimrock Road. It's a unique through lot with a steep topography. I think the architectural design balances that harmony really well. It also gives it a really cool kind of front modern twist with kind of a rustic balance. And so that's very compatible within the Canyon scope of homes. The retaining walls and the parking all improve kind of the access components of Rimrock Road. It makes it much better. That's a tight street as it goes further down. So these improvements are much needed and much appreciated in this zone. Yeah, I don't have too much other to say. Otherwise, I mean, the view equities there, all the design criteria can be found as outlined by the staff report, and I'm supportive of it.
I totally agree. I'll roll in.
Jay?
I think this is a great house. I think it's really cool. You guys are going to have blast up there. It's perfect for the neighborhood. It fits right in. It's like a little tree house up there. And so just to keep it short, design review criteria has been met. Thank you for doing that.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll echo what my board member said. You're sprucing up a tired 1-bedroom house, making it into a glorious 2-bedroom. You're providing a view for the applicant. It's going to be a beautiful home. I concur that it meets all the design review criteria, and I can support the project.
Emer?
I concur with my fellow board members. I think this meets all the design review criteria. Great job for staff and the applicant for bringing this project forward. We wish you luck.
Yeah. I love this project. It's the 2 tragedies here. Number one is this is a major remodel, and I actually talked to staff. We should probably reevaluate on these small projects. Number 2, the design's so beautiful. It'd be great if you could add square footage to make it even a bigger house. But that being said, you make maximum use of space. I am very impressed with the floor plan, everything else about the house. I appreciate those two changes. I really think that retaining wall needed to be broken up and to add a taller element plant between the driveway just avoids what we consistently avoid here, which is just large, walls that kind of detract from the overall ambiance of particularly Rimrock Canyon and Rimrock Road there. So with that said, I'll make the motion. I haven't made one tonight. I move that the board adopt resolution 25-0896, approving design review 25-0896 and coastal development permit 25-0896, and finding that said actions exempt from CEQA pursuant to 15303, with the changes that were provided in the sheet that Mr. McGraw handed to the board, which specify breaking up the retaining wall to the right of the house and adding a more vertical tree or landscape element between the garage and the stairs. So that's the motion.
I second that motion.
Roll call, please.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Kovney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
All righty, the next one is Fifth Avenue. I'll call it. It's 5.8, 31774 Fifth Avenue, design review 25-1357, coastal development permit 25-1365, and variance 25-1361. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I've got to recuse myself. Sorry, Jess.
Oh, I didn't know you were, oh,
I live within a 500-foot radius of the site.
okay.
Chair, I had a site visit. Read numerous emails.
I went by the site.
Site visit.
I met the site with the architect for a site visit. With that, Shabeta, could you please give the staff report?
Of course. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Shweta Sharma, Senior Planner, presenting item 5.8, Design Review Coastal Development Permit and Variance for a project located at 31774 Fifth Avenue. The project is located on the southern side of Fifth Avenue in the Village Community Zone in South Laguna. The existing neighborhood consists of 1- and 2-story residential development, with adjoining residences being 2 stories. The project scope proposes a 201 square foot addition to the rear of the existing residence and a 291 square foot expansion of the basement level for an attached accessory dwelling unit. Design reviews required for the upper level addition and exterior remodel. The coastal development permit for the project is limited to the attached ADU, which is exempt from design review. The project also included variances from the required front yard setback for grading and fill within the required side yard setback, and to not provide the required on-site one-space parking for the addition to the single-family residence of less than 1,500 square feet. As you can see from the elevations, the property will maintain a 1-story appearance from the street frontage, as well as the east elevation, with both the western elevation and the southern elevations having a 2-story appearance. The parking variance to not provide the required on-site space is due to the existing development and steep topography of the site. In order to provide parking on site, the applicant would need to demolish portions of the existing residence. Staff has provided analysis for the required findings and has determined that the required findings for granting the variance can be made for the project. Additionally, the proposed development of the basement level additional dwelling unit will require encroachment into the required 20 feet front yard setback. There are no visual impacts from this encroachment, as the basement level is proposed conversion of existing crawl space, which is below grade, and there are no visual impacts. The required findings for this variance have also been made. The variance for grading and fill in the side yard setback will preserve the existing topography and maintain slope stability for both the site and neighboring developments to ensure ongoing continued structural integrity of the property. The required findings for this variance can be made. In conclusion, the proposed project improvements are not located in an environmentally sensitive area. The project is in compliance with design review guidelines. The required findings can be made for the 3 requested variances. The CDP for the proposed attached ADU is consistent with the city's local coastal program. The project does not substantively impair views, privacy, and is compatible with the existing development in the neighborhood. That concludes my presentation. Staff's recommendation is that the board adopt Resolution 25-1359, approving the design review, coastal development permit, and variance for the project and finding said action exempt from CEQA. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions, as is the applicant and property owner.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, open the public hearing. Applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Sean Fleming. Thank you for the time. I'm the owner at 31774 Fifth Avenue. This property has been a lifelong dream for my wife and I. We managed to get to a point with good investing, hard work, saving up money. We actually buy and begin the renovation of a true Laguna Beach cottage in South Laguna. From day one, our desire was to have a traditional cottage in every aspect that you can imagine, even going so far as to research and look up the traditional plants and the native plants that we'll eventually have in the landscaping, though that's not included for today. We essentially want people to feel when they're at our house like they're walking into Laguna Beach in 1948. We're not building any kind of mansion, any sort of gaudy structure, anything like that. We really want to feel like it is a genuine cottage. At the same time, we want to do our part to help solve the California housing crisis by building an ADU, and we work tirelessly with our architect here, who managed to come up with some ingenious ways of basically having this attached ADU that doesn't impact any views or anything like that. It's really just nestled into the side of the house where there used to be dirt and otherwise extended into the basement. And yes, we're very excited, and we obviously have a lot, I don't know if you read our letters, but quite a bit at stake with today's decision.
Thank you. Any other comments? You have more time.
So we did, sorry, one of the other things that we did, initially, we had reached out to our neighbor, letting them know we were going to do this project. One of the concerns they expressed to us was worry about their view of Catalina being impacted. So part of the project, part of what we thought was a great compromise, was removing a very large tree that had about a 3-foot diameter. This was an enormous beast of a tree that literally quintupled their view. The structure that's extending out does have a minor impact on their view, but we were also replacing the existing roof into one that had a lower pitch, which would actually give them a full view of Catalina. Right now, they only have a view of the west side of Catalina. By lowering the pitch, they'll be able to have ideally a full view of Catalina. Obviously, it's hard to tell exactly without it being built, but we really did everything we could to keep them in mind. Even it was about a $56,000 expense for us to do these things, but we wanted to minimize the impact, and overall, it's a net increase on their view. The height is something that we tried to keep as tight as possible for the part that does impact their view. The alternative, as you know, we were in this project, nearly finished, got sent to the design review board after a stop work order. The project's been stopped for 6 months. The challenge is that the modern ADU code says that the roof has to match the existing roof, which means rather than an 18-foot roof, if you don't approve the plans today, there will be a 24-foot roof that fully 100% blocks their ocean view. Obviously, they would be devastated. That would be a great expense to us, and ultimately a lot of probably expenses to taxpayers too, since the errors that were made were on city's part, not ours.
All right, thank you. Any of the members of the public wish to speak on this project? You have 2 minutes.
Evening. My name is Jeff Dunleavy. I'm a local realtor and a member of the Laguna Board of Realtors and president-elect, although I'm not speaking in that capacity this evening. The Flemings are a family of means and approached me and wanted to buy a small cottage in Laguna Beach. And we were able to succeed in doing that over the course of several years. And I've been through this design review process and have found it to be very stressful under optimal circumstances. I feel as though you used the term tragedy about another project. I feel like this is a near tragedy, and the city and the design board has failed them, and I'm hopeful that you can rectify that situation this evening. the intention to take this modest cottage and improve it, with minimal effect to the neighbors, I think is a great project and a great improvement for the city and for the neighborhood. And, I feel like they have not only been potentially faced financial hardship. For a client to call and say, what do you think the value of my home demolished is a real shock to the system. And it's been not only financially, but emotionally and physically a huge toll on them. And I would encourage not only the project, but also to approve the project, but also end the suffering that the Flemings have gone through. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Dear Chair Gibbs and members of the Design Review Board, my name is Chris Lincoln. Laguna Beach is a home away from home for this transplanted Brit. I love the scale, the quirkiness, the creativity of the homes and businesses. Once a year, my wife and I enjoy the houses and gardens open for the Village Laguna tour. I'm aware that the Flemings feel the same way about Laguna, fulfilling a long-held dream to buy a cottage and doing their utmost to combine the aesthetics of the cottage they purchased, as well as finding an ingenious way to build an ADU under the original cottage to create a home for an elderly couple, minimizing the impact of the building for their neighbors and the wider community while creating a much-needed multi-generational home. This approach is the antithesis of the McMansions being built in other communities and falls in line with the aims of Village Laguna. The delays and errors have put this project on a knife edge, and it's within the power of the City of Laguna Beach to put this entire project back on track, fix the errors made, and keep their dream alive. Please allow them to conclude their project in a timely manner and support their efforts to add to the charm of Village Laguna.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Can you read me a bedtime story tonight?
Good evening. My name is Meryl Lincoln. I have a long history with Laguna Beach. I'd like to address Chairman Gibbs and board members. We appreciate your time, your efforts, and your dedication to the integrity of Village Laguna in an architectural respect. I think we can all agree that honoring and preserving the unique charm and historic integrity of Village Laguna is important to all of us who love it here. I'm a native Californian and a retired teacher. I'm 72 years old and I'm someone who grew up spending a great deal of time in Laguna as a kid, shell hunting, exploring the caves, rock arches, tide pools along the beach, playing in the waves and waving to the old greeter in front of the old pottery shack. I worked in the Office of Marine Earth Savings at the corner of Forest and Glenary and loved walking to work past the incredibly fascinating Eschbach Florist Shop, some of you may remember it, and listening to the bells chiming the hour from the beautiful Presbyterian Church where I sang for a wedding. I've always had a great love for the unique charm, artistic flavor, and historical significance of Laguna Beach. It is a very special place to me. I've been a member and supporter of the Festival of Arts, attending the Pageant of the Masters yearly and attending both the Sawdust Festival and Art Affair, even singing at a wedding there. I look forward to the Village Laguna Charm House Tour every year and have become a member of Village Laguna as well as various artist communities to support the ongoing efforts to maintain the very special and treasured charm of Village Laguna. I would encourage the board to look at this project critically and realize that the Fleming family has truly paid attention to all the requirements. They've bent over backwards to provide the neighbors with a view they didn't have before and to preserve the integrity of the historical significance of this property. And I urge you to approve this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you much. Anyone else? All right, I return it to the applicant for rebuttal. Although I would be surprised if you wanted to rebut any of those great things that the members of the public said, but you do have 3 minutes too.
No. Thank you for everybody who spoke. I think the last thing I'll add is that forgot to mention we do have an elderly couple that is already signed up their family friends to move into the ADU beneath us that we're building. They are very excited to basically live out their twilight years in Laguna Beach. My wife is a nurse, so having a nurse right above them, and we are right next to the emergency room. So if they have a heart attack, we just roll them down the hill and they go right in. So yeah, that's the last thing I'll mention. Anything else?
Are there,
All right, thank you.
is
very
there a slide proposed?
But it's not in this plan. We'll be coming back, yes.
All right, any questions
I
of,
just have a quick question about the parking, just to make sure understand it. I wanted to ask him, I see the little vehicles here. I know you don't have to have a parking space, but what are you doing to that front area there exactly?
So right now, and we looked up aerial photographs all the way back to 1953. There has been a driveway in front of the house since 1953. When South Laguna was annexed by Laguna Beach, I don't know what exactly happened, but all 6 of the houses that are on the south side of Fifth Avenue, the property line or the driveways go beyond the property line. So there has been a driveway there the entire time. It's just not entirely within the property line. To get a parking spot within, we would have to demolish about 60 square feet of a cottage, and we're trying to maintain the original cottage and not touch it because it hasn't been touched since 1940.
Are you going to just leave it DG? Is it going to be paved in that little bit that comes up to your stairs to your? I don't.
Yeah, there will be.
Yeah, paved.
Yeah.
You're going to just put something that you could pull your car in a little bit and that kind of thing off
Yeah,
the
so
street.
right now we have 2 parking spaces. By extending it slightly north or eastward and westward, we'll be able to fit an additional parking space.
Great, thank you.
I guess I have a question. It's a mix between staff and applicant. As far as the concrete pad that's down on the lower end, it stretches into the setback. I mean, the topography kind of goes downhill. I'm curious, is it on grade or how is that setback interpreted against the patio or kind of deck? I mean, it's not above grade, but how is that evaluated?
So the fill is within that setback and the patio area would be on top of that. And that's what the fill would be supporting. And so it's the fill that requires the variance, not the patio improvements, which is this flat work.
And for that work had been completed because we were 15 months into construction when the stop work order occurred. So with the rains, it's basically been filled up by itself.
Yeah, but it does extend all the way to the property line.
Well, this patio extent, we keep patio walls, retaining walls 6 inches away from the property line. But we had to, that was a problem, we had to reinforce this side because, you know, existing grade was sloping down. When neighbor built his house and expanded, you know, added deck and they didn't do any improvement. They didn't reinforce sloping dirt. Was ready to basically slide to the neighbor's side, to our side. So we have to provide like about 9 or 12, I don't remember exactly, caissons, you know, build these retaining walls on the caissons to maintain the great integrity, you know, of the property and supporting neighbors' properties as well.
And I guess, does the drainage or, I mean, I'm assuming it's limited in permeability, but does the drainage follow, I guess, the historical drainage for the site or is it pumped?
No,
back up
drainage,
to the
they will
street?
have a sump pump and will be drainage pump back to the street.
Is that reflected on the plans?
Well, this is for planning purposes. We have a full set of drawings, you know, including civil drawings, which are already approved by this building department. And that is shown, you know.
These are the plans that were approved in October 2023 when we first started the project.
The plans will review.
So was it existing? I mean, I guess, is it within the scope of evaluation or is it?
It is, but the construction drawings are not part of tonight's plan set. These are just the architectural drawings, but the building plan set that has been reviewed and would be required for the building construction would include that level of construction detail.
any other questions? All right.
I can make my comments. This is a modest design that,
Hearing, and then let me close the public hearing. Jess, you're on.
that the public hearing is closed. This is a modest project, a fabulous project on a constrained lot. I don't know what happened, how we got here, the rules change, but you went far beyond even providing a view to a neighbor that didn't previously have a view. I concur with Shavita's findings for the variance and all the design review criteria, and I can approve this project tonight.
All right,
Okay,
MJ.
Yeah, I concur, and it's a modest project. It's to obviously the design integrity and neighbor compatible. I'll just add a note that you don't need design review until you need design review, and then you're glad we're here. And even though I know the city's had maybe a few planning issues kind of getting leveled out, you know, you were a good neighbor and you communicated with your neighbors, and you didn't build your second story to block their Catalina view, but many times people do, and that's why we're here to help bridge that gap.
All right, let me do my comments. First of all, I do want to comment on our job. I understand what you've been through, and I feel bad for you. And, you know, I apologize for you on behalf of the city. It shouldn't have happened, but it did. Our job is to review your project as if it was presented to us new. And so I want you to understand that. Secondly, I concur with my neighbor's comments. I think you're going to get this project approved tonight, but it's based upon the merits of the project, not on, you know, the litigation, the liability. I would have approved this project had it been presented to me fresh. Okay. Now, the one issue that we do have that I want to talk about is parking, because the variance asks us to not provide one on-site parking spaces, which tells me that there's no code compliant parking on the project. And that was problematic potentially. And I did look at it, and I did drive it after I met with you. It is an access road to, it's not a wide road, but it's an access road to the hospital, although not the primary access road. And I looked at other property there as well. And parking is, you know, kind of classic South Laguna when it was county. It would be nice to have code compliant parking on your property. You know, I am concerned those spaces, even though it shows 3 cars, is not real deep. And, you know, in fact, I think the aerial shows a car that is actually too big for the space and kind of out into the road, the satellite view. So I thought about it kind of long and hard, and I come to the conclusion that it would be unfair, and I would not have approved it had it been presented to us, or I would have approved it in its present condition for a couple of reasons. Number one is it's a small lot, and it would so significantly impinge upon what you want, you know, what would be reasonable development on that lot, given the condition of the house at the time the application is being brought now. The historical condition of the house pre you know, incorporation of Laguna Beach. Secondly, the dimensions of the space don't significantly impinge upon the road, particularly the one long space in there, which I encourage you to park your cars in. And so I think due to the constraint of the site and the non-conforming structure as originally built, the variance is in order. And to deny the variance would effectively either would deny you rights and privileges, which are enjoyed by other people on that street. So for that reason, I support the variance and otherwise support the project. With that said, Louis?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tom said it really well. I mean, our job is to kind of evaluate the sites, you know, and when there are nonconformities in South Laguna, there are lots and lots and lots of nonconformities, is to try to work on projects to get towards that conformity. And I think, you know, parking is one of the bigger issues all throughout town. You know, the access roads are impinged in a lot of areas. I think Tom said it well with this is an access road to the hospital, yet I mean, I think it's historically been there. The site right next to it shares a very similar parking dynamic. You know, I think in an ideal world, we would have encouraged for more conformity, but this is a very small addition to the site. I am a little challenged that the materials for the deck in the bottom being more concrete, we do try, and the permeability being about 55%. Could have been something to be considered. But looking at the aerials, there's other concrete pads within the vicinity and the concrete that's, surrounding the hospital. I don't think it deters from the environment or any other components. So it's an acceptable means for that location. So I can be supportive of it. The parking, I think for me, two would be required. The fact that you're kind of creating a third spot that's usable and functional improves the area. And for me, that's the determinant why I can find the findings for the variance. Which, often we're just trying to get to a baseline, and this does help that area in a reasonable way. So I can find that finding to be met. I can be supportive of the project.
Chair, I have a quick question, if I may, only regarding to parking, because we didn't get a landscape plan on this, I don't think. So they haven't
triggered it.
So do we need to say
pretty
anything
sure.
about I don't think they will because of just the nature, but I have to ask. But if they build out that area with greenery and stuff and it eliminates those potential off streets, is that something we need to condition?
Well, in the plans, it's calling for concrete, so.
Yeah, I don't-
If they were
So
to
it's
remove the
okay.
concrete.
They
then
won't,
they're
they
gonna have
can't
to
put
come back.
planters or pots or, okay.
No, it's calling for concrete, and the question was asked on the record that it be concrete.
Okay.
And planters and pots are personal property, not
Okay.
government property.
As long as it doesn't block.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve item number 5.8, located at 31774 Fifth Avenue as staff recommendation, as proposed by staff, the recommendation.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. All righty, while Emir comes in. He can hear me outside. Emir, come in, please. All right, I'll call the next item. It's 5.9, 31731 Sea Cove Drive, Design Review 24-1151, Coastal Development Permit 24-1152, Variance 24-1153. May the applicant take the front desk here. Here
Expert.
comes Mr. Parker, and let's do ex parte, please.
Chair, I spoke with Steve Coratani. I previously visited the site with David Parker and previously visited the home of Mr. Burns.
MJ?
Anything else?
Visited the site and spoke with Steve Coratani.
Emir?
Visited site with Steve Kawartani.
I visited the site with Steve Coratani, and I also met with Jim Burns and Mario Vaughn.
Yeah, and I went to the site, met with Mr. Burns and the Everhart, I can't remember that gentleman, and spoke with Steve.
Okay, with that said, Heather?
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Gibbs and board members. I'm Heather Stephen. Item 5.9 is the request for design review, coastal development permit, and a variance at 31731 Sea Cove Drive. This project was continued from the May 22nd Design Review Board hearing, and this will be the third hearing. Let's see, the site consists of 2 lots with a 10-foot wide private road easement across the southern frontage. The site is developed with a single-family dwelling and an attached 1-car garage on one of the lots with a swimming pool and cabana on the second lot at the western portion of the site. Each lot is substandard to the minimum lot dimensions required in the R1 zone. I'm sorry? Oh, where did it go? What happened? Sorry. Back. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Sorry about that. Um, And again, the applicant is proposing the conversion of the one-car garage to living area. It's not, there it goes, okay. And 641 square feet of additions on the main level, and then 2 new lower levels, and a new 469 square foot 2-car garage at the lowest level. And the project plans have been revised to show a 10-foot wide driveway at the western portion of the site. There's again an elevated deck, grading, landscaping, and a new pool. There will be an ADU on the middle level, which does not require design review, but does require a coastal development permit. At the previous 2 hearings, direction was given to reduce the deck size. So the applicant has again moved the railing back to even with the edge of the pool to reduce the deck area by an additional 70 square feet. Also, as directed, the fire pit has been removed. It was requested that frosted glass be used on the windows on the north elevation, and that the applicant maintain existing podocarpus hedge and substitute Carolina cherry for a new hedge, and again, widen the driveway to 10 feet. The landscaping plan has been revised to specify the retention of the existing podocarpus hedge, which is shown in green, and a tree that will be retained, also shown in green. And then again, as requested, the Carolina cherry will be on the northern property line, shown in yellow. And hedges in front of the pool along the front will be kept at specified heights. On one half to the west will be the height of the deck elevation, and on the east will be the height of the pool. Let's see. And the hedges on the northern property line will be maintained at 9 feet above the upper level finished floor elevation, which will be an elevation of 123 feet. Staff has received letters from 2 different neighbors, which were forwarded to the Design Review Board, expressing concerns regarding the potential impacts to privacy and view equity, as well as neighborhood compatibility. These concerns are mostly related to the elevated deck. Again, variances are requested for additions into the front yard setback, the rear setback, the additional building setback, and to allow a swimming pool within the front yard setback. And staff believes that all variance findings can be made for the project. So we've added conditions of approval. Condition 15 specifies that the landscaping will comply with the plans, and also specifying the heights of the various hedges and at the elevations at which they will be maintained. And also we've added a condition requiring the driveway to be a minimum of 10 feet in width, even though it is also shown on the plans. So if the board finds that the project meets all the design criteria, staff recommends the board adopt Resolution 24-1151, approving design review 24-1151, coastal development permit 24-1152, and variance 24-1153, and finding the action exempt from CEQA. This concludes our presentation, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. And any questions of staff? Seeing none, applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Can we have the slide up, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, good evening, board members. I'm David Parker, the architect for this project, and I'd like to thank all of you for your careful consideration of our design, and I'd like to thank staff as well for a very well done presentation. Since the last hearing, we've made a number of modifications to the design at the request of the board. Next slide, please. The deck was reduced an additional 70 square feet down to 527.8 square feet, and the fire pit was removed. Next slide, please. This landscape plan shows that the silver sheen row for privacy on the north side is being replaced with a robust and dense Carolina cherry, and also indicated to be 9 feet above the deck surface, which is more than what we had before. The podocarpus hedge that exists along the rear will be preserved, or if necessary, replaced and maintained at 9 feet above the deck surface. And it's a very dense hedge as well. We're proposing a podocarpus hedge in front of the pool, and from the midpoint of the pool going east, we'll maintain it at 5 feet above the deck surface for privacy. Next slide, please. The blue area is the glass across the windows at the front, which actually is at a stairwell. That blue area we are proposing to be frosted or obscure glass. Next slide, please. The driveway entry was widened to 10 feet, and we also agreed at the board's request to have a curved entry on either side with a 3-foot radius. We're going to curve the curb 3 feet. Next slide, please. Now, our proposed raised deck is actually smaller than the existing deck and terraces, which are shown in yellow. We actually are 131 square feet less than the upper and lower decks that are existing. Next slide, please. This is the existing terrace right now that comes off the great room, just like we're proposing coming off our expansion. Next slide. This is looking down from the terrace, and you can see the raised wood deck. So the combined floor areas of the upper and lower existing decks are larger than the deck that we're proposing. Next slide, please. The purple area indicates the existing outdoor usable space, including the pool. At the top and at the bottom, it shows what we're proposing and how you can see how much we've lost, how much we're giving up. We're actually 24% of what's existing. Next slides, please. This shows the neighborhood, and I do want to talk about the comparable deck size. People have been saying that the deck sizes on Sea Cove are smaller than what we're proposing. That is true. However, those 4 houses in green are very small lots. They're 2/3 the size of ours or less. So they're really too small to have a deck of any appreciable size. We have a double lot, and if you look over at the neighborhood on Sea Cliff, the lots are more comparable to our lot. So we're really not comparing apples to apples when we compare our property to these smaller lots, which are so constrained and restricted by their size that they're really limited in the size of decks they can have. So if you look at the larger lots over on Sea Cliff, they have larger decks. There are 6 that are 700 square feet or larger, and 3 that are over 1,000 square feet. So we really should be comparing apples to apples by comparing our property to the larger properties on Sea Cliff. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, this is a neighborhood of homes that are very close to one another. The homes all enjoy decks, enjoy the ocean views and fine weather and outdoor living. And it's really unreasonable in such a community to expect everyone to have complete privacy. However, we've really taken many reasonable steps to address the neighbors' privacy concerns. And finally, we've been encouraged to achieve equity among neighbors regarding privacy. Equity does not mean zero impact, but it means that there's a balance between the applicant's right to reasonably develop their property and the right of neighbors to reasonably maintain their views and privacy. We believe that our proposed project has achieved this equity, and we believe it is neighborhood compatible. This concludes our presentation, and we look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members of the public, you can approach now. You have 2 minutes each.
My name is Jim Burns. I live at 31672 Sea Bluff Lane, and I have a continuing opposition even as the plans were revised by reducing it. The westward projection, which really is the focal point for the neighbors, all the neighbors, they moved it back 4.4 feet to 26 plus feet. That's the problem with the privacy intrusion to our homes. In my specific case, the intrusion goes into the ceremonial rooms in my home, my bedroom, my living room, as well as my deck. And this photograph is taken a few feet from my master bedroom, from my bed itself. And you can see, even with the pullback of the deck, 4 feet, I think it was, there's a northwest corner that people standing there can see not only my master bedroom, most of it, my bed. If the privacy criteria for the DRB means anything, should mean construction projects should not have, should not result in people being able to see into your bedroom. And that's particularly true with a variance-dependent project like this. This deck could not be built without the setback variances. It couldn't. The railings couldn't be big. It wouldn't exist. And I had that with a discussion with Ms. Stevens. Finally, in terms of the size that Mr. Parker mentioned, reducing the existing decks, the existing elevated deck is only 147 feet approximately on that project. They're taking it from 147 to 528 feet, 15 feet in the air, and with a 26-foot projection. Compare apples to apples.
Can I ask a question about the photo real quick?
Yes.
So this photo is taken from your master bedroom, looking down across at the story poles, correct?
It's taken at the foot of a few feet from the foot of my bed. So if people standing there will see my bed.
And are you able to see other homes' decks clearly and visibly from your bedroom?
Yes, this is a Julian deck.
From across the street, right?
Correct. I haven't seen anyone on this deck except a repair person in 20+ years. And that was probably less than 3 times. This deck is a little Juliet. I think you call it a Juliet.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
let's go to the next person. Please state your name.
I want to just
2
make
minutes.
one point first before I start. I think the staff report said the street is 20 feet wide. It is only 10 feet wide. It is 2 cars cannot go down that street, okay? It's an alley, okay? I just want to make sure that you understand how small that street is, okay? My name is Mike Gray. I live directly across the street from the subject property. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to get the paperwork you needed to see my house. Several of you have been through it before in the previous iteration. I think you know where it is. I'm immediately to the south of the property. You've been talking about view equity here. Their view is to the west is unobstructed, basically. What is happening here is you're talking about the north and south, whereas they extend, they block the other houses, or they look down into them. Extending out, they will completely block the Eberhardt's view, essentially. And if they build a big enough deck, they will look into my bedroom as well. What they get comes from us. It's a strictly a zero-sum game. So if you approve a deck that allows them, you're basically saying it's all right for them to look into our bedrooms and block our view, even though they already have a view, okay? It seems to me an unfair equity. I want to talk a little bit about, I'm sorry, this deck that they want is a desire, not a need. They don't need this deck. They said their deck right now is much smaller, okay? To give you a little proportion, you take about 6 of these rows, this is what we have proposed as a compromise, the depth. That's plenty of deck. They want a huge deck. That isn't a deck for people. Nobody's going to use a deck deeper than this. And that's why we're opposed to it, okay? And we have tried to compromise with them. You suggested that we meet them. They have not been willing to meet with us, okay? I have reached out to the architect. Anyway, I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, Board. My name is Mario. I represent 31674 Everhart. Like my colleague or my neighbors are saying, we've reached out to them a couple of times. They did walk through the property once, but your board's asked us for them to pull the deck back, pull it way back, and they just do it in clipping the sides and bringing some off the back to get their numbers down. From the deck that they're now proposing, if they look up and back into our living room, it's a direct line of sight regardless of where you are on the deck. We would propose, and we put it forth to the staff here, that from the face of wall or the face of the building moving forward, we would be acceptable to about 17 feet 6 inches from the finished face of wall straight out. It gives them a great size of deck, still livable. They can enjoy company out there, so on and so forth. But it's, once again, it's just intruding into Mr. Gray's, 2 of his bedrooms and our living room at 31674. They're entitled to build. I'm a builder, and I know that they're going to get their project through some way. We even wanted to talk to them about removing the telephone pole, but they haven't come over and talked to us about the scope of their project. And so, we all collectively want to remove the telephone pole, but anyway, the size of the deck is the issue. It was nice that they did some improvements with the foliage and stuff like that. I think that does help. But we would ask them to consider the 17 feet 6 from finished face of wall moving forward. And you got a great deck. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Anyone?
Tom, I like your shirt.
Good color. Yeah.
Yes.
Left out.
Like the kind of plaid-ish. Yeah, well, yours is boring, Louis. All right. Next speaker.
Hello,
2 minutes.
I'm David Rowan. I live at 31673 Sea Cove Drive. I've lived there since 1987 as a resident of Sea Cove. My concerns aren't necessarily for my privacy. I do respect my neighbors, as we've been neighbors for many, many years, a lot of us. Adding the deck is much more massive than anything on our tiny alley-like street, as they've said. And it seems to add to the problems of the privacy and people looking into others' homes. To mitigate this, they seem like they want to put up more trees. Currently, the trees that are on the property, and I did speak to Joe, I don't see him here tonight, who is the property owner. They haven't lived in the property, and I spoke to him on the property about a year and a half ago about cutting the overgrown trees that currently are right in front of my house. And he said, "Oh, don't worry about it." And here we are, we're going to add more trees. So I don't really have faith that they're going to now somehow maintain them at a level that's, kind of acceptable, as we normally work together with the neighbors to, mitigate the problems with the view. So anyhow, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, I return it to the applicant for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Regarding the trees, we are losing the huge podocarpus tree by the telephone pole, which is going to help people's views. And we're also losing the massive ficus tree. All the trees that we're proposing to add are being maintained at 9 feet above the deck, which is approximately at the height of the eave of the house that we're adding. So we're actually improving views in the neighborhood and not making them worse. So I really feel like our deck at 528 square feet is not a huge deck. And I want to clarify something about the existing concrete deck that's off the house. The entire area of that deck does not meet the strict definition of an elevated deck, but it is a terrace. Half of it's on grade, which is raised a level above the pool deck below, and half of it extends beyond the retaining wall and over the cabana. So we're only allowed to count part of that, but the entire area of that is 470 square feet. So what we're proposing is only slightly larger than that, really. It's only 58 feet larger than that terrace that we are using and enjoying now. And I mentioned it before, neighbors can look back and forth and see each other even now. So as I said before, I feel like we have a right to develop our property. There's equity of privacy, there's equity of views. We've taken pretty significant steps to mitigate the concerns. Steve, do you have anything to add? Okay. We do have some ideas about maybe some things that we could do to help.
All right, you through? Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, you have a little time left. Okay, with that said, questions?
I have a couple questions. Thank you. You said at one point, midpoint of pool podocarpus. It'll start at the midpoint of pool. What were you referencing?
Yeah, a good question. We're proposing a hedge of podocarpus along the entire length of the pool. But we're splitting it at the midpoint of the pool to a higher level and a lower level. The lower level goes out towards the ocean and is at it's at the level of the deck. And then it's 5 feet from the midpoint going back the other direction. And the reason is because if we extended it any more towards the ocean, then we'd start to lose some of our views.
So you're talking about the south side of the building?
The south side,
Okay,
correct.
so that isn't going all the way up to the railing that used to be there?
Well, that half is going higher. It's going up to 5
Only-
feet.
Only the one half, but
Yeah,
the
only
other
the
half
one
is
half.
staying at deck height. Okay, and then it said that you reduced the size of the deck by moving the railing that was on the south side of the pool to the other side of the pool, which made it reduced deck? Is that how you got to that?
No, we didn't move the railing on the north and south sides. We moved the railing on the ocean side back.
Just that one?
Yeah.
Nothing, okay, so it was.
It
'cause
was kind of an octagon. We straightened it out.
Even with the.
And why isn't there a railing on the south side?
Because there's a pool.
And you don't need anything there? Someone can,
We don't because the pool is elevated more than 5 feet out of grade, and the building department would consider that to be a barrier to keep people from getting into the pool. So
what about falling out of the pool onto the ground below, which is
Yeah,
more what I'm
it's
thinking?
possible that the building department may have us do something
Yeah,
there.
it seems
but-
very precarious, but okay, I'll leave that to
No.
building. Okay, I think that was all I needed clarification.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Who would like to begin?
I'll lead on this one. I thought this was an adequate proposal the first time around. So with the deck being reduced even further, I don't see, in my mind, I haven't seen or heard any deterrent to approve this project. I remember the first go around standing in Mr. Burns's home. He took me to his master bedroom. There were other people in the house, so I felt safe. He took me to his master bedroom. We stood on the deck and you could see the edge of the deck, but it didn't create a privacy issue. And then he placed me at his bed. I willingly went to his bed, stood at his bed facing outward towards the ocean. Didn't see any deck protrusion. Didn't see the white flags or pink flags, I think they are. And then I went, because at the time he was claiming there was a privacy issue from his bathroom. So then I went into his bathroom, again, didn't see any privacy issues. So I concluded that there's no privacy issues except for the deck, which a person would have had to have stood in the corner like it's Titanic, had their Titanic moment, and then turned around to look back. And then as far as 31673 and 31674, you guys are uphill, you're behind. There's, if anything, you guys have a view of third deck. It's a privacy issue for the applicant. The landscape, it's adequately planned to protect privacy and views. You can protect the views by, the way we're going to protect the views is to cap how high they can go. So if they go any higher than what's proposed, you just call code enforcement and that's how you can get them to cut it. Yeah, so privacy, landscape, view equity, there's no view impact. Swimming pool, spa. Is it a trough? Does the water flow into a trough? And it's a 2 or 3 foot trough. Right.
It's on the ocean side, by the way. It's not on the street side.
Right, so it's not going to make any noise.
It's just a sheet flow.
Right, and the pool equipment's vaulted. I don't see any reason to not approve this project.
MJ?
You knew I wanted to go next.
I did.
She's the counter.
Yeah, this is girl fight. So it's still not, I mean, I appreciate your efforts, but it's still, in my opinion, not even my opinion, based on criteria, not fulfilling what's required. The variance for the home makes total sense. This is a very unique lot. Everything in this type of an environment is lot specific because it's such a funky little road, funky little neighborhood. Comparables are very difficult here because everything's very unique. So the variance for this small house on this narrow lot to extend to get them more footprint makes total sense. To have a big outdoor active area with a pool and a ADU down below, it's like they're getting everything in this little itty bitty lot. And I don't think that that should be appropriate for this particular neighborhood, this particular lot. Their home and their living space, absolutely give them as much as we possibly can. I'm always happy to extend that because it still is not mass and scale issue at that point. There's generally no privacy issue building that house with windows because of how it's placed further back. And that's something we can mitigate with the type of windows we use. But when you have an open deck that is almost the way it extends out, as I mentioned last time, it's like a fishbowl. And once you get all the activity in the GAC out there that will fill that up, it becomes literally, it's like looking into somebody's house. And I feel like there's no way to mitigate that by pulling out a shade or adding something to protect it. You're kind of doing it with the cherry, whatever, the cherry, Carolina cherry, and somewhat with the pitycarpus, but pittosporum, but podocarpus, but you're not taking it above an area that blocks the view for your neighbors. So it's like you're staggering it. So everybody in the pool, when they start to fall out on the side to which I mentioned, are literally looking into the neighbor's life. It's very unsettled. I was very unsettled when I looked at it. I thought, this just doesn't seem good. I know there's a solution, and one is making it smaller, possibly not doing such a large pool, but having a wade party pool with a little hot tub, and you can have some activity and get some coolness from that. But the excessiveness of this deck and the excessiveness of the pool is not neighborhood compatible. It's an immense privacy issue. I don't see a view equity in the sense that it's blocking ocean view or canyon view, but it definitely is from a huge privacy perspective. I think that covers my notes. And I'll just wait and hear what the rest of my board says, but
All right.
I can't support it.
Emir, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. Seeing this project through these iterations, I come to recognize that, they're definitely, the design team has gone above and beyond in this case. They have adjusted the Carolina cherries. They redesigned the deck multiple times. They frosted the glass on the north side. They widened the driveway. I think, we have this process so we can go through. From what I'm hearing in the community, I think generally they're trying to not make this go through, and I'd rather just see this get approved because I think that they're accommodating the comments. They're going through and they're being diligent, and we're giving them clear direction and they're following it. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the design team's diligence and staff for going through and making sure that these things are being done that we're asking of the applicant. I can definitely approve this tonight, and I appreciate you guys' effort.
Louis?
Yeah, and I think we had, appreciate the comments from my colleagues. I think at the last hearing, there was a lot of deliberation about where these lines of balance for view, for privacies, and those kind of components. And I do believe the applicant followed the spirit of the discussion. As far as the decks, there is a deck currently on that level right now that does have a very similar, granted this one's a little larger, but it has a similar, but it has a similar level of like privacy dynamic that exists in the current form between the neighbors. I think for the one uphill neighbor, it's significantly looking down. Yes, they can see a small corner of that. I think we're trying to mitigate that with the landscaping has kind of been adjusted. So I think the privacy component will be balanced. Development is not that I can't see just elements of the development. It just really has to create a significant impact of that privacy. And for that uphill neighbor, I don't see that dynamic, especially since we can see other decks and other decks can see that bedroom or those decks, there's a level of privacy between decks that is just shared within the neighborhood and to be established with, the proximity of a lot of these homes. And I find that to be consistent. I appreciate the changes for the frosting of the windows and those components. I think the most significant part of this project is really creating a much more appropriate access for this home that will have a benefit for the street. It'll, provide the right parking within the scope of the project. It'll also provide more additional off-street parking than exists now. So those are benefits to the overall community. I do get that that alley is pretty narrow, but I think those improvements are significant to warrant, the variances and the components associated with this lot. As far as this neighbor across the way from this home, I think those privacy dynamics exist in the current form, and I don't see it to be significantly more impacted. But because the pool does create a buffer of the usable space, pools aren't used 24/7. It limits some of that functionality. Yes, a pool can be used, but in terms of a noise ordinance, the equipment's proposed in the right location, and so for that, these changes to this home, I find design review compatible, and I can support the project.
All right. I feel about this one a little sad. I look at neighborhood compatibility, and I look at the fact that this is an elevated deck. If you look at that street, and that's the relevant neighborhood. It's not a street next, down the way. If you go up the way to Sea Bluff, they're all huge houses. The neighborhood is Sea Cove. And it is distinct in close houses, small decks, conducive to, you call it privacy, but it's a neighborhood compatibility village atmosphere. And I thought that MJ's comments were well. You put this big, huge, elevated deck right in the middle of the neighborhood. Your neighborhood will never be the same. I'm just telling you, Sea Cove is changed. You have, not only is it a huge deck, it's a huge pool on top of a huge deck. And while I agree with Lewis that pools are not used 24/7, they're often used on weekends, in evenings, and welcome to the neighborhood, a big party on that deck. It changes the neighborhood. And maybe that's the way it goes. I mean, you see a lot of neighborhoods sometimes that it changes because, like Hillcrest becomes Corona Del Mar, or, Diamond Crestview has big homes. Other areas have this and other areas have that. And in a cottage area, putting in an elevated deck in Woods Cove, can you imagine? So what three members, and I respect everyone's opinion, I want them to hear mine. I urged more than a ham sandwich in pulling back that deck. And what we got is minimal incremental. And thank you for pulling it back 4 feet, which doesn't come close to really what's necessary to make that even remotely neighborhood compatible. So, I don't know if my comments are going to change. The 3 board members are going to support this project, but I feel sad about this one. I don't feel sad about very many of them, but I feel very sad about this one because your neighborhood's going to change. You've got a YMCA-sized deck and swimming pool right on top of everybody on that street. And there's no accident. I would not in any way be cynical about the neighbors' views here. I think they're sincerely felt, strongly felt, and deeply concerned. And, I think you dealt with a lot of the privacy concerns on the north side, to deal with Mr. Burns. But you didn't deal with any of the privacy concerns or the real concerns about the changing of the neighborhood. Going 5 feet above for half of the pool just doesn't fly in my mind. So I regret the vote that's about to be taken. I don't know if any of them have changed, but I feel for your neighborhood now.
Yeah.
And it's just too bad that this,
More comments.
real quick, that this applicant could not accommodate the neighbors by putting in a reasonable sized deck. They had to go for the moon, and by incremental short comebacks, they were able to get 90% of the moon. So anyway, I'm a vote against this. I voted against it the first time. I voted against it. I would have voted against it the second time, and I'm adamantly against this project the third time.
Chair, I think both Ms. Gannon and myself both have additional comments. You may go first.
Yeah, we're not done yet, so
Right.
everybody has.
Because I'd like to
if the
find
public
solutions
comments-
here. I'd rather try to find a solution if we can, rather than. So let's.
I don't know. I'm hearing 3 affirmative votes, but anyway.
So if you
let's
look at the
people-
pattern of development on Sea Cove, you have little cottage, and then this house. So you have 31673, 31674, and then you have this house, which is the front house. So those 2 cottages in the back have small decks in relation to the property. And then on the other side of the street, to Mr. Wiles' point, there's no,
Jack, you don't see
the
it.
current deck creates a privacy issue, the same that is going to be, the same that's proposed tonight. There's no greater privacy that's created by bringing that deck forward. The 31678 across the street is the front house to a row of tiny cottages, which are bigger in relation to this applicant. And so that has wraparound decks. The front house on that row has wraparound decks. You guys are proposing a modest deck in front of your main living space. I just don't understand. I don't understand where the privacy, I mean, put down your curtains. You guys are across the street. Put down your curtains if you have a concern. You live in a high density neighborhood.
Wait, we're not doing, this is not audience interaction. She's stating her views. They're sincerely held. Let's listen to them and then we'll listen to other views and see where we come out.
So my point is to meet pattern of development and to talk about the deck and the privacy. It meets the pattern of development, whereas 31678 Sea Cove Drive has a wraparound deck. They're not proposing a wraparound deck. It's a modest deck. The privacy is protected. There's a street, Sea Cove, as tiny as it is, whether it's 10 feet, 15 feet, it's definitely not 20 feet. Regardless, it's enough distance that there's no privacy that I can tell, unless you're standing on the deck and you guys are looking at each other.
Can I add
Well,
just something?
go ahead.
Or MJ, did you want to go first?
Go. I'm gonna go, but you
Right,
can go.
yeah. What I wanted to add was a big portion of this massing that you're concerned about, Chair. Big portion of that is the ADU, and whether they put that deck on top or not, that volume is going to be it's going to be there, whether it's a pool or whatever. I mean, they're utilizing that ADU to get that volume underneath. I'm hoping that would alleviate some of your concerns. The deck, as I was mentioning before, they definitely brought it back substantially. If there's something that we could do to mitigate some privacy, maybe we could offer up a trellis, right? Maybe that's something we would want to consider for additional,
Try that loud.
privacy. But I think it's worth a consideration.
Well, let me just respond briefly to your point, and then we'll turn it over to MJ. I don't have a problem with the ADU. It's below level. I have a problem with a giant elevated deck. And, I don't have a problem with the backyard that's down below. But if you turn all of the space above the ADU into a deck, and I realize they pulled it back, I think total from the first one, this time 4.5 feet or something. It's still a big deck and it's a party deck. When you talk about privacy.
Is it a party deck because it's 2 gay men?
Oh,
Hold on.
come
Let me finish.
Jessica.
Jessica. Let me finish. I let you finish and I'm going to let everybody finish. He asked
Valid
me a
question.
No, it's.
Well, we're going to go in order here, but very quickly, the issue isn't whether you block off any neighbors from seeing into the deck, which you don't in this project anyway, but it creates noise, activity that everybody in the neighborhood gets to enjoy. So it's a privacy in a broader sense, including being able to see into, important private spaces. But that said, Louis, do you want to go before MJ?
I'd like to just know where MJ's line of reasonability is as she was kind of describing.
Yes, I'd like to hear that
I
too.
I just have 2 questions for city staff, just to kind of clarify a couple of things. This is a front yard pool, according to your statement, correct?
Correct. The swimming pool is encroaching into the front yard setback.
Okay,
because
okay, but it's not a front yard pool? Or it's just encroaching into it on the one
the pool
side?
is located in the front yard setback,
Okay.
and that's a request, one of the variance requests.
So
Because the code requires pools outside of the front yard.
Front yard setback, so it's need a variance for that.
Mhm.
Is there any, is the house variance affecting the size of the deck?
No, the deck, being by virtue of the fact that it's above living space, that living area and the roof, and therefore the elevated deck are within the, encroaching within the front yard setback as well. So that's an additional
So
variance
both the
request.
deck and the pool are encroaching into the front yard setback and the side yard, or just?
No, no, the project meets the side yard setbacks, but due to the shallowness of the lot,
Right.
when we apply the 20-foot required front yard setback and the reduced, because of a reduced lot depth, they can have a 10-foot rear yard setback. That leaves them with a 10-foot deep buildable area on the roof. So we have living area, and by virtue of the fact the deck is on the roof, technically at that lower level, we have encroachment into the rear yard setback, encroachment into the front yard setback.
Okay, I guess kind of what I'm getting at is I see the need for it for the house because it's so limited in the width there. You don't want to, you can't have a 10-foot hallway at the house. But if that's adding to the excessiveness of the deck because they're encroaching in front and rear, that's a concern. So that's where I'm thinking is just the overall scale wouldn't normally be allowed, but because of the restrictions of this lot, they're getting it because we're giving it to the house, which makes total sense to give it to the house. So that's my thing, is this wouldn't be a deck that would be allowed on this house if we built to the proper setbacks. So we're no, okay, I'm wrong. So that's wrong. All right, but let me then stick with what I believe, I believe that the criteria states is that you're encroaching a pool into the front yard setback, which is not normally acceptable. The privacy issue for Mr. Burns to me is minimal. It can be mitigated with a corner pot. Then that could be tall and knocked out. Small thing. It's still neighborhood compatibility. And the fact that this sits perched up in the middle of this little circle and it becomes a mass of activity and a mass of stuff that is not enclosed like a home would be, and that could then be managed with proper privacy windows and a normal sized deck that comes off of a home. In my opinion, if you could have brought that, and the old deck, when you stood on the old deck, when I stood at the neighbors across the way, I couldn't see that deck. I took pictures. I'm like, oh, there it is. There's that little curve. When I had to walk down to the very point. So there were points along their homes that I could see the deck, but everywhere I walked along those homes, I saw the pool, I saw the deck. So it was just like this thing. And it's so not in keeping with the neighborhood. It's hard to believe that hard to believe that nobody sees that, but I'm going to accept it. So in my opinion, it's not designed, it's not neighborhood compatible by any means, and it's an egregious abuse of variance.
Let me see about something that I had said in the last. What is the distance from because you pull back the deck some, David. What's the distance from the house to the current edge of the deck?
26 feet, 2 inches.
26 feet. What I said last time is that it needs to come back at least 10 feet. And I was kind of estimating what would bring that on what I would view as the outer size of a neighborhood compatible deck. I believe even that's too big, but I would vote for this project if the deck was pulled back. You pulled it back 4 feet, not quite 10 feet. If it pulls back to the 10 feet from the prior edge of the deck. I don't know if I get any traction from MJ or anyone else, but I at least think compared to what this board's about to approve, that's at least, I think, a better solution for the neighborhood.
I think there was a recommendation by one of the neighbors of it being 17.6. And so that, I don't know where that puts you.
It's very close to that.
And
It'd be
I'm
about
just
20.
wondering if you're actually giving more than is needed for the neighbor.
How far, you said 26? Yeah, so, I mean, I think what I was talking about was bringing it back to 21. let me, for the three who would favor of the project, can I get any of you to support a 21-foot distance?
Chair, I think I'd be happy to meet you halfway if that works for you. Come in somewhere in between there, and any bit counts, any bit helps reduce that mass. I'd be open to that.
I won't do that, but I appreciate it. The reason I won't is it's already at the outer limits of what I think is appropriate. So I would vote no to that.
So I'm for clarification, from what's proposed tonight, you're talking another 4 feet.
No. I had said 6 feet or 10 feet from last time. They pulled it back. How much, David?
They
4
pulled
feet?
it back 4 feet 4, so he's proposing additional 5 feet 6.
Yeah.
Or 5 feet 8.
So I'll stand by what I said last time. Again, that's the outer limit of what I could vote for.
Which board member made the comment to pull it back to the pool?
I mean, I did last time. And so that's where.
I think they met that, yeah.
And so with that, I mean, I appreciate the discussion. I think we've had a really good, this is a tough one. But I think, Chair, I'll call for a motion, given the deliberation. For item number 5.9 at 31731 Sea Cove, a call to approve and adopt resolution number 24-1151, approving design review 241151, coastal development permit 241152, and variance 241153, and finding said action exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA's guidelines section 15301. With the conditions, or are the red lines already incorporated with the plan? There was a few documents that showed up. How would staff like us to memorialize that?
The conditions that I spoke about in the presentation are included in the resolution that attachment 1.
Okay. And that the conditions reflect attachment 1.
I second that motion.
Board Member
Call the roll,
Belta?
please.
Se-
That's right.
Yes.
Board Member Coveney?
No.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon?
Yes.
Chair Gibbs?
No. All righty. Let's go to the next item.
Wait, did you call Emer? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he did. For the record, the motion passed 3-2.
Thank you.
All righty. The next item is 5.10 at 31004 Aliso Circle, design review 25-1249. Please be quiet out there, please. Can the applicant come to the front table? And, you want to take a quick break?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Very coffee in the building, though. Well, then. Hey.
I'm 27.
Permanently glued to the chair.
Yeah, I'll see. I may need it when I get. All righty, I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Everybody here? Yes, sir. All right. Our next project is 5.10. It's 31004 Aliso Circle, Design Review 25-1249. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I visited a site, met with a handful of neighbors, namely the two properties to the east and one property up toward the top of Aliso. Forgive me, I don't recall the names. I also met with Steve Caratani on site.
Yeah, so Steve, the two Joneses, McManus and Gadsky, Chris Hartman, Christy Miller. I also had Kellen give me some input on this one.
I spoke to the two Joannes and Steve and went by the site.
And I did a site visit, spoke with Steve Cortani, and read the numerous emails that came in.
All right, I did a site visit, spoke to Steve Cortani there. I also met with neighbors Joanne Gadsky, Joanne McMahon, Christy Miller, and somebody, daughter is an engineer on a telephone whose name I can't remember. So with that said, Daniel, please give the staff.
Chair. Item 5.1 is a project at 31004 Aliso Circle. The project site is located here at the entrance of Aliso Circle. The proposed project involves front facade changes, elevated decks, as well as a roof overhang. And here I highlighted in pink the scope of work and what the design review board is reviewing tonight. Ultimately, staff is recommending approval, but consider if additional conditions of approval are warranted to address any identified view equity concerns. And I'm going to be here for questions.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. My name is Kaveh. I'm the project designer for the facade improvements at 31004 Aliso Circle. And to my right is Daniel Duryea, our principal architect at Bundle Architecture. We appreciate the opportunity to present the proposed design to the design review board. On slide 1 here, it shows the existing facade and a rendering of the proposed improvements on the right. The design provides a much needed and modest update to a dated facade in a special Laguna Beach neighborhood. Next slide, please. Both our renderings and drawings are linked to the same Revit building information modeling software. In these images, you can see that our rendering software, Lumion, is linked directly to our Revit model, which means that the renderings are precisely accurate to the drawings.
Oh, is it?
It's not up yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry, it's still blank.
Thank you.
Oh, that one
I
loaded.
think it's
but these pages,
the next
pages 2 and 3 did not load.
Okay.
We're on 4.
All right. Well, just to clarify, our renderings are linked directly to our Revit BIM model. So the renderings are 100% accurate to the drawings, which are based off of the professional survey. This is slide 4. On the site plan, we can see that the setbacks of the proposed balcony and deck. The allowed setback is 10 feet from the property line. Our improvement is set back 22.3 from the property line, which is more than twice the required amount. We chose not to extend all the way to the allowable limits in order to respect the adjacent views and character of the neighborhood. On the next slide, on our floor plan, you can see that the only improvements being proposed are to the front facade. There will be no added habitable square footage to the building. The improvements consist solely of a new balcony, deck, eave, and windows and doors, which are connected to the master bedroom and living room of the main house, not the ADU that was approved last year. On the next slide.
They're blank. 8.
This is 8. Well, okay. That one slide is pretty critical. Slide 6.
Fela, do you want to see if it works on your end, on your computer?
I'm not seeing that one. Anyway, go ahead.
Is it? Okay. I'll go ahead and explain it. So on the slide that we're supposed to be looking at, you'll see that our proposed setback in relation to the existing setbacks of the neighboring properties, and here we go, yes. So we're using the dimensionally accurate Laguna Beach GIS map. So in relation to the 4 neighbors to the east of our project, you can see that we are set back further from the street than 3 of those 4 neighbors. 31012 Aliso has a deck that is over 5 foot closer to the street than our proposed improvements. 31008 and 31010 have decks that are approximately 1 foot closer to the street than ours. This demonstrates that we designed the improvements with careful consideration to the character of the neighborhood. On slide 7, the next slide, this shows renderings of the proposed improvements from up the street. Our rendering software Lumion is directly linked to the Google Earth GIS data, which provides an accurate projection of the proposed conditions. You will see that the proposed improvements have little to no impact on the rest of the neighborhood. On slide 8, the top 2 images are photographs from the adjacent property at 31006 with an overlay of the improvements based on the staking. We would like to note that the proposed wing wall beneath the balcony at the first floor does not extend past the existing building mass and therefore will not create any new impediment to the existing views. And finally, on slide 9, our proposed materials feature natural and neutral palette that complements the coastal character of Laguna Beach. Light stucco, warm wood tone siding, and soft porcelain tile create a clean, understated finish. The black trim glass railings reduce the visual mass and maintain openness, allowing the design to blend comfortably with the surrounding landscape. This concludes our presentation. On behalf of the owner and Bundle Architecture, we'd like to thank the board for their time and consideration.
Thank you very much. All right, members of the public, you have 2 minutes each. It's your time to come up now if you want.
Good evening. I'm Joanne McMahon, and I've resided on Aliso Circle at 31024 since the late 80s. Thank you for taking the time to visit the circle this week. We're very fortunate in Laguna to have the board in place. On Wednesday, as we were walking across the circle, one of you said, "What a cool neighborhood." It is. Most of us are longtime homeowners whose homes have been in the family for decades. We cherish our unique and very special circle. I became aware of the project at 3104 when we received notice that advised an application for an ADU. Residents sent letters to council and went to the counter, where they were told California ADU law does not require DR review process. At no time were we told this was ADU application was also included a major remodel. We trusted the city to manage the process and handle the application according to municipal code. It should be noted this ADU major remodel project was not approved in a public meeting, but over the counter. As construction progressed, it seems there was quite a bit more going on than an ADU. We then received notice for the facade. This prompted me to contact the planner as well as attend the DR admin meeting on June 4th. At the meeting, I asked for this project to be remanded to DRB. My specific concerns were process safety, view equity, as well as encouragement of a landscape plan. My request to move this to a formal DR hearing was approved. I asked the project in its entirety reviewed thoroughly and holistically, including the previous approved plans, rather than piecemeal. My husband has been HOA president since '87, and I'm treasurer. Folks reach out to us about the circle matters, and they did with regards to this notice. It created confusion and, quite frankly, doubt about the process. In researching the project to prepare for tonight, we have discussed that this was not just an ADU, but a major remodel, which required a formal DRB hearing. Given
Wrap up.
Okay, I was just wondering if we could get 3 minutes because we haven't had a public hearing. All right.
No, I've got to limit it to 2.
Okay.
We still have 4 more matters to do. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We read all the letters, to say now, or I did at least.
We've read everything. Believe me, we've read everything. We got a lot of letters this week, and I think those issues by the neighbors have been fairly well aired. Any other speakers, please come up right now. What? Oh, sorry.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Joanne Gatsky. Hi. And I reside at 31032 Aliso Circle for 40+ years. I'd like to start by thanking the Design Review Board members who came out to see this project, and I look forward to hearing your input. The Aliso Circle Homeowners Association was established 3 decades ago. Our president, Robert McMahon, has been president since we started, and hopefully he'll remain on for many years to come. I've always made it a priority we always made a priority to collaborate together on establishing, implementing, and adhering to Aliso Circle Homeowners Association rules and regulations. Fortunately, throughout the years, we've been very successful in achieving that goal. I'd like to address a couple of concerns that we have found on Aliso Circle. I'll begin with light and glare. Currently, Aliso Circle residents, particularly residents residing on the Circle entrance, which is just off of Coast Highway, when they continue up the left side of the circle, we experience very little ambient light. Our biggest concern is that we experience bright, glaring light directly into our homes from the corner house at 31004 Aliso Circle, homeowner Sanjay Sadam. Is that correct? Our household has always enjoyed sitting on the front of our deck, which faces the ocean, and reveled looking at the stars and constellations after the sunset. As mentioned, due to the glaring lights from the grand glass windows in the front of 31004 Aliso Circle, this is no longer possible as the blaring lights interrupt this one pleasurable experience. Real quickly, mass and scale setback. Currently, we have a consistent setback on Aliso Circle.
I'm sorry,
for
your
decades.
time's up. There's a lot of speakers, and again, we've read the emails. Thank you very much. Next person, please.
My name is Dave Groth, and I'm here representing my sister as well, Pam Monger. We own the house at 31008 Aliso, 2 houses away. She and I own that together, and then she owns the house directly next door at 31006. She owns a small cottage there. We're behind the 8 ball regarding notification and involvement. She said that we were notified about an ADU. I came down from Oregon and peeked over the fence and burst out laughing, said that can't be an ADU. That's impossible. It's not compatible with the neighborhood. She owns the small cottage next door with about 1,100 square feet, 2-bedroom, 2-bath. There are a variety of older homes. The property is not compatible. The ADU combined with the house, I think has, 5 or 6 bathrooms, 4 bedrooms. It kind of reminds me of like a small Comfort Inn more than a cottage type ADU. Personally, it impacts our view from 31008 facing from the living room. I have 30 seconds. We have more concerned about the parking. With that number of rooms, parking is tight. That's on a steep slope. I'm not sure where they're going to park. If there's any more than 2 spaces, they're going to be in trouble. And the intersection is going to feel the strain of the configuration of the property with the limited parking. Thanks for coming out and looking at our house. Yes, our house is in a time warp.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a lovely street. Next speaker, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mary Gailey. My family's owned the home at 31010 Aliso Circle since 1949 when my grandmother and grandfather built the house. We were made aware of this project as an ADU and thought, well, okay, it's an ADU. Everybody's doing it, nothing we can do. And then before we know it, there's construction everywhere. And there were the construction guys are parking on Aliso Circle, but at the entrance to the circle coming right off Coast Highway and parking right in front of the stop sign virtually making it a one-lane road to get in and out of Aliso Circle, and it's very unsafe. When they came and dropped off the dumpster, the truck did a big 12-point turn trying to get the dumpster in this little driveway, and it's just been a big mess. And then I'm surprised to see this characterized as just like a minor remodel that doesn't impact everything, because when you can, one day when we went by and the doors were open, you could see clear through from the front to the back. The interior was empty. It's like they've gutted the whole interior of the house, and I don't know what's going on in there, but it's more than what they're saying. It's not just an ADU. It's not just minor remodeling. There's something big going on there, and it wasn't approached in the correct manner as far as I'm concerned. And it's going to be a real big issue when you have 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, and I don't know how many people are going to be living there, but there's only room for parking for 2 cars at that place. There's no street parking at that place. I'd like to see the rest of my time to this lady here.
Now, everyone has 2 minutes, but thank you for your comments. Next.
Before you put my PowerPoint up, can you pass these over? Numbers? Unfortunately, I only printed 4, not 5. Okay. Do you have my PowerPoint up?
If you like, you can start after she's distributed what you've got.
Well, I have 2 issues. I was going to go to the PowerPoint first and then go to that one. But if it's not up, then we can go to this one.
It's
go to
up
that
to you
one.
when you want to
Okay,
start.
there's next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, great. So what we're asking for here is there's a need for a construction management and staging plan. The egress and the ingress of this particular property, specifically coming off of Coast Highway, is dangerous as it is. When you're coming north, you make a right, which is virtually a U-turn to get into the property, coming off a high rate of speed with the traffic in back of you. And then same thing when you're going down the slope and turning right onto Coast Highway in that high speed of traffic. Currently, along you can see he's on page 2. Okay, there you can see in that image that there are trucks parked in front of this property directly in the egress portion. This happened 2 weeks ago where there was an emergency fire truck that came into the circle, and they were trying to get out while that truck was there, while that construction was parked there. Then there was a neighbor who's trying to turn off of Coast Highway and make that right-hand turn. They couldn't get in. So they were blocking all of Coast Highway while waiting for the fire truck to come in. Currently, next slide. Currently, these images are from the plan that has already been approved and in construction. They are inconsistent with each other. One shows that they can park 2 cars in front of the project. The other one addresses the fact that the entrance and exits should be maintained obstruction-free and with no impediments. Next one. So what we're asking you to do is implement a construction staging and management plan that starts immediately to include construction workers must park on Coast Highway, no parking in front of the property. Limited parking in front of the homes is reserved for homeowners and their guests. City inspectors are always welcome to park in front of guest parking. Trash removal, deliveries, and potty, they should all be coordinated with a flag to make sure that it's done safely. And that it should be noted that there is another house that's about to go under construction directly across the street. Now to this one, the one that you've gotten the slide for. The 2 circled images are images that I went to the city counter and I pulled from the current plans that are approved and under construction. You will note that those plans do not match what's in your plans of exist. It says existing, those windows don't match.
Thank you very much.
I did not send that to you, so you didn't get an email on that.
All righty. Any other speakers?
Okay, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I'm Kate McMahon, resident at 31024 Aliso Circle. So the rules are clear. The lighting must not impair motorists or neighbors. Tonight's design includes, I'm not sure about my takeoff here. So it says 40 feet on here. I need to verify the takeoff, but tonight's design includes a 40-foot wide floor-to-ceiling glass wall that faces a dark curved stretch of Pacific Coast Highway after sunset. The lighting inside will turn that wall into a glowing, potentially reflective billboard aimed straight at oncoming traffic. It's a visual equivalent of high beams in reverse. I would hope that could be mitigated with some kind of low reflectance or fritted glass. or some kind of screen or dusk to dawn interior shades. The project has been described as a minor balcony upgrade, yet the new balcony and glass together add a significant bulk on the elevation. And I just worry about the oncoming traffic. And I think I kind of hit my points. Thank you.
I like it. You were concise and we understood everything you said. So very good. Excellent. Anyone else? Seeing none, you have 3-minute rebuttal.
Hi, excuse me. Thank you everyone for your comments. Just to address the ADU concerns, that was a previous permit that was already approved that our office was not involved in, so we're unable to speak to any of those concerns, but we do know that there was a construction staging plan that was approved by the building department. And of course, for this new facade improvement, there will again be a construction phasing plan that will have to be approved by the building department. Our contractor is also here tonight, and he's more than willing to offer shuttling for the workers and work with the neighbors. Regarding the, let's see, just hit all the points. The deck overhang, you know, as Kaveh illustrated, that it is less than 3 or 4 of the neighbors. It doesn't protrude out as far. We really wanted to respect the character of the neighborhood, not impede any of their views. We agree it's a very special street and neighborhood. And again, with the concerns for the glare and the glass, we're more than willing to put an anti-glare, a frit. There will obviously be curtains and shades for privacy at night, as it is one of the balconies is adjacent to the primary bedroom. So we don't believe those will be concerns once the glass is, we have the concerns for the glass.
I'd also like to add that the PCH is about 30 feet below that second floor balcony. And we would like to propose applying high performance glass film 3 in Prestige 40 window film, which has a VLT of 38% and a VLR exterior of 8%.
Slow down, because this would have been my question. Describe that material and say what it does.
Yeah,
Slowly.
it's a high performance film.
And I'll give you a little extra time.
Okay. So the VLR exterior 8% highly reduces the glare and reflection from the street. It would be virtually non-existent. And then the VLT 38% will significantly reduce any light coming out from the interior at night. So that application will basically make it a dark glass that won't have any reflection or virtually any reflection or light transmitted. And
Is that for all the?
Yes,
glazing in the-
all street-facing glazing.
Thanks.
And sorry, just one more thing to add about regarding the parking concerns. There are 4 parking spots available, 2 in the garage and then 2 on the driveway. And it's just 4 people in the house, our client and his wife and their 2 young kids. So there won't be a lot of cars.
Are you through?
Yes.
Okay, real quick follow-up on that. That film, is that in your plans that are subject to review?
No, but we can redline them tonight or tomorrow morning.
Okay, no, we'll if we're going to approve it, we'll add that as a condition. I may need to get to Daniel exactly what those specifications are. The question I have for staff, and you know, whether it's Bill or Daniel, is there from a city perspective, considering the material that's going to be applied to this glass, a safety concern from PCH?
Certainly, when this film is applied and the design review board has conditioned it in the past, it does make a difference, and it will reduce the effects of light pouring out through the windows, because ultimately the design review board doesn't have oversight on the lights inside the structure, but the exterior lights and the glass, of course.
So from the city's point of view, there's no risk along PCH?
Right.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. You guys do?
I have a quick question for Daniel. Lot coverage is, and I'm not, again, this is all new to me, but it's saying it's no change from existing to what they have now.
Right.
But how's that possible if their decks and everything are extended out?
So decks don't count towards lot coverage. It would be habitable enclosed space.
Oh, really? Because I just Googled it and it said, my ChatGPT, I like him. He
Refer to
answered
the
it.
code directly.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell him he's wrong. And was the ADU included in that?
At the time, when the ADU was approved, I don't believe it was, but ADUs, at some point were determined to count towards building site coverage. And
But in this particular site coverage now, is it included in the percentage of site coverage?
in this calculation, on the plans before you, it's an upper level ADU over an existing habitable square footage, but it did extend farther back. I believe it is counted potentially on these plans. I'm not sure for sure, but
That's all right. Well,
at the time when it was
if
approved,
he looks honest, but I don't trust him, but he. looks
Yeah,
honest.
maybe you can answer because on
gonna
the
trust him.
staff report, it shows that it's under the required maximum.
Yes, we showed our lot coverage based on the previous application, which included the lot coverage for the ADU.
And I guess I have a question about the garage. Like when you showcase the cut on the side, the garage is omitted. So it's hard to see the finished floor of the garage floor, given the relative height in the front or how far back it goes onto the facade of the house, which is kind of potentially in that threshold of being close to the height variance.
Right, the garage does not extend below the existing house. No, it does not. It's 20 feet from the garage door.
Okay. All righty. With that, I'll close the public hearing and I'll begin. You have a question?
Oh,
Do you have another question?
No, it's the same one. But it's
No, feel free. I can open the public hearing.
unlike A100, sorry. On A100, it just, that doesn't look like 20 feet, but I don't have a scale or a measurement to refer to.
You just did 22 feet.
What? Well, he said, but
If
I mean, it's there's a reference that shows that like the garage to the balcony, the front of the garage to the balcony is close to like 12
I
feet.
see what you're saying.
And so like to buy an 18-foot, car space with the room to get out of the car, I mean, for me, that's going further back towards the facade. And
the garage floor, if you look at the elevation sheet on the A200, A201, the height setback would not be impacted by the garage floor.
but the code has a very, like, it's a total height throughout the structure that might be stacked. So if the garage floor does creep underneath these floors or with underneath the part of the house you're pushing forward, that stack is capped at a certain height regardless of your variance or regardless of your footprint. And I may be wrong, Daniel, you can correct me on that, but
I would just point out that the balcony doesn't get anywhere near that height limitation, and the eave that we're proposing is about the same size as the eave that currently exists there.
You're talking about the clearance height for the balconies? Louis?
yeah, because it could be potentially closer to like 36 feet. And I mean, is the max height 30 on this lot?
It's 25, and I would again refer you to A201, which shows all of those height setbacks.
$16.
Yeah, but and
I'm seeing 16.
normally in the architectural drawings, the cut would still show that space.
We will be showing building sections for the building permit. Only elevations are required for the zoning.
What was that? I missed
But
that.
I'm not sure I understand the issue, Louis. Why don't you explain it?
Because the front of the house is coming forward. So
Right.
if the front of the house comes forward and it stacks over 30 some odd feet, I mean, does that,
I'm not seeing a stack over 30 feet. Where is that from?
well, that's, I mean,
201. I'm seeing it a lot less. It's not 30 feet up to
105.
to the highest deck.
You'll see that the level of that balcony is at 92.
Right.
And if you subtract that from 69, which is the level of the driveway, that's only 23 feet.
I mean, top of roof's 105, garage floor 69,
Mhm.
that's 36 feet.
But we're,
Give or take, you know, I didn't do the inches, but they're 4.5 and 4 3/4, so.
well, the
There's no garage.
balcony itself is only 23 feet above that, so. The eave is considerably set back from that balcony, and it's about at the existing building line.
Where do you get 30? I see 69 at the floor of the garage, right?
Top of roof's
And then
105.
the bottom, you look at the bottom of the rail or the top of the
Well,
roof? The roof isn't subject to this.
Right, because we got 22 feet, that's kind of indicating that height. I mean, for me, it just visually doesn't stack up as consistent as other drawings
All right.
that I've seen.
Anything else? Okay, I close the public hearing. Let me begin. First of all, and I totally appreciate all the neighbors' comments and concerns. The problem is that's the ADU is not subject to what we're considering tonight. We're only considering an application for a street-facing facade, including composite wood siding, new doors and windows, upper level and lower level elevated decks, and stairway with glass railings and a roof eave. That's it. We can't consider the staging for the ADU construction. We can't consider the ADU. We really can't consider parking. So while if we were considering all that, your comments would be very relevant. We might have a different view from what's been approved already. Even if we could make a determination on that, given ADU law, it's not before us. So we're looking at only what's the subject of the application. On that, neighborhood compatibility is easy in this one. The decks are neighborhood compatible. I look around, many decks in the neighborhood excuse me, are much even bigger than what's being proposed here. They're entitled to decks in front of their house. Privacy. And let me come to privacy because it's my only concern about this project. I have one issue on privacy. View equity for 31008, immaterial impact, no view equity issues. It's not view preservation every last inch of view. It is view equity, and I see no impact on that. On 31006, which is the smaller cottage, there is impact, but it's relatively minor. The major point of the view is facing south, and it's a beautiful coastal view from the living room. Lighting and glazing, I think my concerns have been resolved as to PCH. The orientation of the windows is really away from all the houses that are, in Aliso Circle. So I don't see a lighting. It is a lot of glazing. We're seeing a lot of glazing in that location. I don't think it impacts. I'd be interested to hear what my other colleagues say, but I think the amount of glazing, while a lot, I think is appropriate for that house. I also think that even if you reduce the glazing, you're still going to have windows there. They're entitled to put in windows. So the solution isn't to get rid of all the glass so no one can see light coming out. The solution is to put in the filters, which is, I think, a good job. Parking, I don't see any basis for making any determination on parking based on this application. Okay, my only concern is as to 31006. Their living room looks straight out to the deck, the lower level deck. I believe it's the lower level. It's the deck that can look right in when you're on the edge. And I can look at the picture. I believe it's the lower level deck. That, in my view, to get my vote, that needs to come in so people standing there cannot look directly into their living room. I don't think it has to go in much. I mean, I think it's a matter of feet. But if you go in the living room, you can see what I'm talking about. And I think that's an easy fix. So those are my comments. Who would like to go next?
Chair, I agree with your comments. I definitely want to echo the pattern of development pertaining to that privacy issue. Along Aliso Circle, if you work your way up from 31014, 31004, 31008, 31012. The houses gradually progress and make their way closer to Aliso Circle. There are two that sort of are tucked back, but you can see that there were some view corridor preservation that was done throughout this process. At some point, they thought about their neighbors. What we're hearing tonight with all of the community outreach is, they want to be heard. They wanted to have this process so that this could be considered. I'd be open to a reduction. I'd love to discuss it further.
Right.
MJ?
Okay, I'll go. I agree with my board members here on some of these points. I think that because it's the first entry into this neighborhood, I don't see it as neighborhood compatible as perhaps you have, but I think that this neighborhood's going to start flipping. So these homes are going to start to shift. So I would like, I'll make it short. I'm sorry, I'm losing my articulation ability. Speaking of articulation, that's where I was going, is that I don't know if it's the master bedroom here, where now there's a Juliet. It feels like there's an opportunity to make that a little more of a Juliet, and then the other deck maybe come in one panel on your 3-panel extension. So they still have room for chairs and tables on that, but it's not a massive block from the little cottage, which when you sit in the cottage, it's built in such a way that their ceremonial space is that front window area. And when they look out there, it blocks that for them. So if there could be some sort of a compromise on some of that articulation there, which doesn't jeopardize your design, I think I can support it. And then I agree with all the other points about what's within our purview. So
Just so it's clear, you're talking about the upper level deck?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Jess?
Was it the lower level deck that you said could see?
I'm
directly
gonna,
in?
while you guys are talking, I took a picture of it. I believe it's the lower level deck, but I'll get back on that.
Sorry, one more thing. There was a winged wall. Tell me about that. Maybe I don't know if you're allowed to talk. Oh, you're not allowed to talk to me anymore. That's right. I'm sorry.
It's closed.
Protocol. But I don't understand the purpose of that. So perhaps in the round, we'll be able to find out why that's there.
Yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, this is a modest improvement. It's a facelift that's entitled to the property owner. I'll respect what the board members had to say for 31006 pertaining to their view and the impact for privacy. If there's something that can be done, that should be a consideration. I only stood outside of the house, so from my point of view, standing on the street, it didn't look like it had much of an impact, but if they're saying it does, I'll respect that. The glazing can be done. We've seen this over and over in the last 6 years I've been on the board. Engineered glass, so I think that corrects. The lighting, it's compliant with the good neighborhood lighting ordinance, so that's sufficient. It's minimum lighting. And as board members said, the house is oriented towards the ocean. So if anything, the LED lights from the cars are going to be more impactful to your eyes than what your home will offer. Yeah, other than that, I'd like to hear what Tom has to say, or maybe we can figure out a compromise for the deck.
I've looked at the picture, the primary spot to, yeah, in fact, why don't you go ahead and then I'll come back.
Danny, will you pull up the picture if it'll load? I think I stood in that window. The wing wall needs a decent reduction. I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to create privacy, but I think the challenge that I had was kind of standing in the window is it is kind of encroaching in some of this elements of them looking out towards kind of Sunsets and Catalina as it moves south. And you know, that peekaboo view kind of across, you know, there's some ocean that would be blocked. You can see the streamlines in this photo. Yeah, and the wing wall kind of extends about 5.5 feet, I think is what it was, right? 5 feet.
It aligns with the existing building mass. It doesn't extend beyond the existing living room wall. If you look at the floor.
Doesn't? I mean.
If you look at A101.
I mean, for whatever reason, because I mean, I'm looking at A201 and it says existing structure is here, and then there's a 7.5 foot, wing wall.
There is no
New
wing.
wing wall, white stucco finish, match existing. That extends from the
Yeah,
original facade.
Louis, you're right. I agree with you.
There is no wing wall on the second floor.
No, I'm talking the first floor.
Yeah.
And the pink one down low is the top of the.
I'm talking about the living room on the opposite side. It doesn't extend past that. If you look at A101, that wing wall aligns with the mass that pops out on the left side of the house.
This is.
Yeah. So that mass, where you see that window.
No,
Yeah.
right. I get you're moving forward, but
There'd still be an angle
here's my
impact.
challenge.
Yeah.
Like as people in the guidelines, the view kind of calls for like views down the streets and down side yards and that kind of stuff. This pictures from that neighbor's front corner window. And so like this is the ceremony room, this is their view kind of out. And yes, I get your intent for putting the wing wall was to try to create privacy, but there's a balance between privacy and maintaining that view across. I think Board Member Gibbs was kind of talking for this side of the corner to have those decks pulled in to also try to open that up a little bit. You're right. The second floor, I don't see that as an issue. The balcony, I think, is appropriate up above, but I think the lower, this side of the project needs to kind of open up and step out to give that. And there probably needs to be a reduction of that decking by 3 or so feet, and the wing wall needs to come back to only be a foot.
Again, I'm not sure I follow you, Louis. This is something I hadn't noticed before when I was in, there's a wing wall that comes out, right? At the bottom deck, or bottom deck, and it comes all the way out to the rail?
Yeah, for structural purposes, but we can cut it back.
Well, I'm not saying cut it back.
Yeah.
I disagree with Louis, my colleague, in that I don't see a view equity issue from 31006 because the side window, if you look at it, and I'm showing Louis, but I can show others, the side window where all this activity going doesn't have much of an ocean view. It has some, but their primary ocean view is off of the other window in the living room, which has a gorgeous ocean view. So my issue was privacy. And as I look at it, that wing wall, I love the names, the wing wall blocks off the ability of somebody on the first deck from looking into 31006. I'm satisfied.
Chair, is someone here from 31006 to see if they want it or not?
They were not there, but the sister was who showed me the premises.
Are they present in the audience right now?
There was
Well,
nobody
wait,
here for
before we open
3-1.
it up and ask them, what's your question?
Well, maybe this is it could be a potentially lesser point if they're okay with it and they want it. Maybe it wouldn't be up for debate.
Oh, you mean
Yeah.
whether to leave in the wing wall or remove it? Does the owner, I agree with that. Let's open the public hearing solely on that issue. I don't,
He's left, the gentleman that lives in that house and his sister.
this left. All right, well, let me go, close the public hearing and take it back. My view on how to handle that, when I went in there with the sister who said they were concerned about privacy from that angle and view. And I don't find a view issue there, but on privacy, I think given what they know, we've got to leave the wing wall in there. Could it be taken down if they ask? I don't know if we could condition a project on that. So I'm kind of totally disinclined to do something like that. So I think as it's proposed now, it solves my privacy issue.
I have one question about the wing wall, so I don't know if we need to open it up, but maybe you guys can answer this. I see that wing wall as blocking the view from the dining area of the blue cottage or the gray blue cottage, not the, I don't know the number of the street number, I'm sorry, but I have this picture. I don't know if you want to see it. So this is the dining, that's like their ceremonial because it sticks out.
See, but they
So-
have a great view that way.
Wing wall right here. I mean, it literally is going to block that.
I think on
it's a
the
board
wing wall
member.
question,
Yeah.
the question for the board is, It does the other windows, which have the southern views, which is the better views, and I can show you the pictures. Achieve view equity with that side being blocked or not. And that's my view not, but everyone's free to disagree.
So looking at that photo, that's a side view, whereas what you're saying, their primary view is out the front?
Yeah, this is their direct view. And
Yeah.
here's the dining room table and the living room. That's their main view.
Yeah.
And then I can give these.
For once, I'm going to agree with the chair.
God forbid.
It's I think it's the first time. Yeah, I think that as far pertaining to view, I think the view impact is minimal and it's going out to the side and we don't do side views, not particularly, not in most cases. For me, for privacy, if, what is it called? A wing nut? No,
wall.
a walnut, or no. Is it a wing nut? Wing wall. There it is. If that wing wall creates some degree of privacy, yeah, I'm at a standstill. Do we remove it or? I would be the middle vote then, to remove it or keep it. It's a tough one.
I don't know. I just.
To me, it blocks, it becomes a wall.
Do something.
Yeah, Chair,
Yeah,
can we open it up to the applicant and see what they have if they have something proposed for a reduction, and then we could hear that?
The main concern as related to me was privacy, not view, because somebody standing on that balcony could look right into living room and dining room. I sent photos to Bill showing the main view, which is through the other window, and the side view, and you can see that view equity is achieved, at least my view, and then you can make your own call, but I passed. Have you gotten those pictures yet, Bill? Okay, good.
What if that whole entrance door, stairs and everything just moves into the house by like 2 feet? Is that what you're thinking?
Actually, what
And then the wing wall moves in by 2 feet? Like, I'm struggling with the drawings just in my own head at the moment. So
What I was suggesting was to move that balcony in so it's not blocking that.
just the lower right.
This lower one, bring it in. So it may open up the view, but I don't think it's really going to much, but it's going to protect the privacy. But I didn't realize there was a wing wall there.
So Daniel, pull up A101 just for the sake of the conversation. I believe Chair Gibbs is talking about this porch with the stairs on this side that butts up to the bedroom and the bifold doors, not the living room one. Is that accurate? So
Yeah,
you're advocating for a reduction in that.
Yeah, I want to block somebody on the main deck from looking into the living room, dining room. Otherwise, they're just going to have to keep that curtain closed.
The upper deck?
No, the lower one.
Lower deck. The upper deck is not
think-
really an issue. I don't
Well,
think.
isn't that lower one a wall?
So in total length, it's like,
Isn't this a wall?
Yeah, that's the wall. That would be privacy. The living room's like right there.
Can you reopen the public hearing? I think I could help.
All right, I'll reopen the public hearing to hear Steve. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We are willing to accept as a motion to either reduce the wing wall or keep it the way it is. We're willing to cut it back halfway. That may affect your privacy, and the people who should be making the decision aren't here. So we're willing to accept as a condition of approval that we will adjust that wing wall with the neighbors. And we will come back administratively to make an adjustment if we have to.
If that can be done, Patrick, that's kind of how I would prefer it, to let them decide whether they want to have that view versus privacy.
I mean, It's why they come to the board for us to decide.
I know, but they're not here. You know, again, I can only go off of my conversation with them. Do you have the pictures yet? Yeah, let me show you the pictures and why, just so you understand. Okay, this is from the living room and dining room area. You can see to the left is where the ocean is, to the right is where the construction is. Next photo.
So why don't you just make your motion with the conditions that you feel comfortable with and see if you get the other board members to, or get the board members to agree or not agree.
Would you agree with that? Okay, then I'll make a motion. That's good. Let's see if we can get through this. All righty, I move that the board adopt resolution 25-1249, approving design review 25-1249, and finding said action exempt from CEQA pursuant to 15301, with the condition that the
The lower level wing wall, is that?
yeah, the lower level, I was gonna say,
I'll have it, but, or I have some proposed one, Chair. I apologize for interrupting.
what
Sorry.
are you saying?
I said, I do have some draft language. I apologize for interrupting for that condition.
You want me, well, let's hear what your draft
Got it.
language.
So the dimensions of the lower level wing wall shall be determined in connection with the adjacent property owner to the satisfaction of the community development director. Because once again, we don't want the neighbor to just not respond and say anything. And so I assume the current applicants
Okay,
will.
read that again, if you will.
The dimensions of the lower level wing wall shall be determined in connection, or excuse me, maybe probably a better word is in conjunction with the adjacent property owner to the satisfaction of the community development.
Yeah, I don't like, let me do this as an alternative and then we can have a little discussion. The condition I would make is that the wing wall will either be at the full length or half the length from the wall of the house at the decision of the owner of 31006 within a reasonable time. If that owner does not give a decision within a reasonable time, the wing wall will be as between those options at the discretion of the applicant.
Chair, do you mind giving a number for that reasonable time? Would 14 days be it?
Yeah, 14 days after notice and make it a written notice. So with that condition, my motion stands. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Board Member Belta,
No.
Board Member Covney,
No.
Board Member Weil,
I'm a no. I'm sorry. I'm struggling to follow this one. The history of this one's struggling with me. The potential piecemealing struggling with me. The missing of the cut of the garage is throwing me off. I don't know. There's something with the drawings that it's just not. I can read the drawings for all these projects, and I've never really come across one that I've struggled with. But I am struggling with this one. I may just be abstaining from this one.
Okay, with that, we do not have the votes. So let me ask both Emir and MJ what your issues are and why you're voting no.
Good. I'm not solid on the height, and I'm also not solid on neighborhood compatibility.
The height of what?
From the garage floor to the top of the eave over the upper deck.
So what would you want changed?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, don't we take it from the bottom of the garage to the top of the roof?
Well, I think what we have is the dimensions were provided by the applicant and it's past zoning, so the dimensions are
accurate,
acceptable. And I looked at it and they strike me as being acceptable, but I'm just one person. So if you're saying that I'm not sure what you're saying. If we're going to deny it, we have three choices.
Chair.
Accept, deny, or continue. So if you just don't like the project, deny. If you have changes you want to see made, then we continue.
Right.
Or me with that condition, grant, and it sounds like Jess would grant.
Emer's right.
Yeah, I've got a kind of a happy medium. I think it is at least. I don't think these decks should protrude past 31008. In the current situation, in the current
That was my next one.
proposal, I think the decks do go beyond the face of that building. Obviously, they've got decks there. They're trying to preserve their views. I think that's a consideration here tonight. I'd like to see a reduction of those decks up top. I think your motion pertaining to the wing wall is great. I agree with that for sure.
How much of a reduction on top?
At least a foot, maybe a foot and a half.
Back away from 3106 and 3108?
Oh, no, just in line with 31008.
Oh, you're saying push 1 foot toward the building?
Yeah.
All the way along, but it would still run the length of the building?
Yeah.
So 1 foot less?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
And just so you know, Chair, I had asked for one panel of the upper deck to have been removed as well as Juliet deck, the master or primary bedroom. But if we can find a happy medium of another foot.
Let me if I ask first, how much depth does the upper level deck have? Do you know offhand?
9 feet.
9 feet? So 1 foot is not the end of the world. So I'm good with that.
We'll accept a 1 foot reduction.
Sorry, it's 9'8", 9'8".
Yeah.
But we could-
So I want to try it because I don't understand what changes MJ would want.
Would you do a 1.8 reduction?
Sure. Talk to Lewis. I think Lewis have a point.
So let me just work out with Emir. So if it had a 1 foot reduction from 9 feet to 8 feet with the condition, you would vote for the project?
Yeah, I think we've reduced that deck down to 8 feet even. So 1 foot, 8.5 reduction across the whole face and just carry that line vertically down.
All the way to
All the way down.
to
Yeah.
8 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Even on the lower half, like bring down the lower half too.
So reduce everything to 8 feet from the
Upper level deck. Yeah.
upper level and lower level?
And lower level. Yeah.
All right, I'm fine with that. I don't think it makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
You draw those lines.
And
I'm not sure how, are you sure how it stacks up with the lower?
Chair,
right now, I want to just.
yeah, the deck's only 6 feet deep on the lower level.
Oh, it's not, it's only 6 feet?
Well, it's 5'11", and then the
Yeah,
other side
so
of it is.
Can't reduce it.
The other
I think
side of
we're
it's
being pretty
9.
consistent with
and a
the
half.
pattern of that line. They're carrying that line across LISO pretty consistently. I'd hate to.
Yeah, but they're already, it's the upper deck is being reduced to 8 feet, but the lower deck is already 6 feet. So are you good with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay, so we have 3 votes right now, but I would love to hear what Lewis and MJ have to say for us to consider whether to make additional modifications.
I'm out on this one.
Okay, and MJ, any other modifications?
I could support the project.
Okay, so now let me see. You've got my condition. I'm not going to say it again. So I make the motion to adopt resolution 25-1249 approving design review 25-1249 and finding said action exempt from CEQA per 15301 with the condition that I previously described regarding the wing wall, and with the condition that the upper level deck depth, which is from the edge of the deck to the house running the full length of the deck, be reduced to 8 feet. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Abstain.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes, thank you. That was fun. No, we have 1, 2, 3 more. All right. I'm gonna call the next one. This is 511, or item 5.11, at 934 Miramar Street, design review 25-0256. Can the applicants come to the front table? And did we lose Jess? Anyway, we'll do ex parte and wait for Jess. Go ahead, Emer.
I visited a site and I had previously met with the neighbors on either side.
Lewis?
Go. I'll get to it.
Okay, I visited the site with the architect, Mark Warren. I also met with Bill Gable and Ryan McRae.
And I did the same.
Site Bill Ryan, or Bill, the neighbor, and Ryan, the other neighbor, and then spoke with Larry Noakes.
Larry Noakes is on this one?
That might,
I don't think
this
so.
might have been a wrong note.
Yeah, that's the wrong note. Well, no, maybe he was. I didn't talk. All right, whatever it is, we need to wait for Jess. Oh, you need to do your export.
Oh, yeah.
Take her out for a constitutional.
Nice.
She's so well behaved. Okay, go ahead.
This is for Miramar.
Yeah.
I had a site visit and previously met with the neighbors on each side.
All righty, can we have the staff report? Mr. Kilroy.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for welcoming me. Tonight, I'll be discussing item 5.11, which is a request for design review at 934 Miramar Street. This is the second substantive hearing and the third hearing overall. In response to board's comments, the applicant has revised the project to address issues related to privacy, access to light and air, and the scale of the upper level addition. Staff has received several site visit requests and correspondences from several neighbors. The project site has a land use designation of village low density and located in the R1 zone with the Arch Beach specific plan. The existing neighborhood consists of mostly two-story homes. In 1968, the property was developed with a 1,271 square foot, two-story single family dwelling with an attached two-car garage. The property has not previously been through design review. The applicant is proposing a 42 square foot lower level addition, 463 square foot upper level addition over the existing garage, an 82 square foot elevated deck addition, and window and door changes that are in kind and exterior modifications. No new landscaping is proposed at this time. Here's a floor plan illustrating the existing and proposed lower level addition, which will enclose a small 42 square foot entryway located adjacent to the garage and directly underneath the proposed closet to the upper level addition. This portion of the project has remained unchanged since the previous submittal. Here's a floor plan illustrating the existing and proposed upper level additions. The 463 square foot addition will consist of a bedroom, bathroom, office, and closet and occupy the full space above the garage. Additionally, the 82 square foot deck will be located across the front of the upper level addition and cantilevers 6 feet towards Miramar Street over the driveway. Since the previous submittal, the following revisions have been made. Upper level deck projection remains at 6 feet, but deck is pushed back 3 feet and 2 inches. Front deck pulled in on the sides by 2 feet, 8 inches. Side eaves reduced 6 inches in depth. Front eave reduced to 6 inches and 30 inches at doors and windows. Upper level windows reduced in width. Front roof height lowered by 12 inches overall. Upper level bathroom window removed. North facing windows revised to include obscure glass for privacy. Upper level addition closet pulled back 24 inches from the south side with 6-inch eaves. Roofing material revised to standing seam metal in dark gray color. And clerestory windows proposed at roof split. Here are the front and side elevations. Hardy siding will replace the existing wood. Here are the rear and side elevations. In the rear, cables will replace the existing wood paneling for deck railing. Below are side-by-side cross-section comparisons of the previously proposed and revised submittals. In closing, staff finds that the project is consistent with the design review criteria and recommends the board conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution number 250256, approving DR 250256, finding said action exempt from CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent summary. Appreciate it. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, applicant, you have 5 minutes.
In addition to Matthew's wonderful introduction, the upstairs is now 7'2" behind the front yard setback. And the deck addition in the front is now only 2.5 feet in front of Bill's living room wall. So we no longer have an issue about looking back into his house. We're considerably back now. Something else I would like to add that I thought about after the presentation was on the sides, the little areas where the upstairs was being pulled back. I'd like to do a little bit of roof that matches the same slope as this. So there's no intent of someone bringing the deck back around the corner, going over to the edge, because we'll have roof there. And the remaining will still remain solid. And back over where we cut back on the closet, the same sloping roof in that little area there for that 2-foot area, 6-inch overhang only on both the side. If you're willing to accept that. I'd like to make that a condition of approval. On the plan view, the orange is the amount of deck that's been removed from the front. The yellow portion is the amount that the building has come back on the second floor. And across here is the 2-foot cutback on the closet facing Bill's kitchen window. We also have talked about possibility of topping or pruning that magnolia tree that's in the koi pond. If we need to talk to an arborist to do it right, we're willing to do that.
It's rubber tree.
Rubber tree.
We have, just in case you want them, we can give them copies of this, how it was changed and modified. We have.
I think we have it already.
You emailed that, right? Do you have that?
Yeah, I've seen
Usually
that. Yeah.
MJ would like.
You can
one.
hand it to her. We'll put it in the
Okay, give it to the person. Yeah, make it fast.
And I'm open for any questions.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was having a problem with my computer. Give me a second. All right, it's now open for the public to speak. You each have 2 minutes. You can come up now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ryan McRae. I'm the homeowner at 954 Miramar, directly north of the proposed project. First, I just want to start off that after the last design review meeting, it was kind of, there's a lot of talk about communication between the two parties and giving us some kind of ability to have feedback so we can negotiate and try to come to acceptable solution. That never happened. So just like in the first one, there's been no communication from the neighbors. Maybe about 8 days before the plans were to be submitted, they came to us with their proposed changes, which was not enough time for us to kind of absorb and to, come back with any kind of feedback. So just wanted to make that clear that, once again, we're kind of being excluded. There's no opportunity for us to kind of say things. We also reached out one point to the architect for asking for rendering it with the final drawing, and we never even had the courtesy of a response. So it's kind of disappointing. Regarding the front-facing balcony, right now, the way it's been pulled back has direct view into 2 of our 3 bedroom windows, both upstairs and downstairs. It's a direct impingement on our privacy. It's only about 10 feet away as well. So beyond just the view and being able from sight, there's auditory considerations there as well. Now we acknowledge that there's a lot of houses that have balconies out in front. But in most cases, those homes are similar architecture and they provide the kind of primary ocean view for those homes. Just to remind everybody, this home is set back and already has over 300 square foot balconies upstairs and downstairs that provide sweeping ocean and canyon views. So we're not trying to deny them this. This is just a third balcony that they're going to put on their deck, which is kind of out of line with any other homes that are in the neighborhood, quite honestly. So again, we're not against them having that. This is more of a privacy issue for us. And then finally, I think, again, we're already giving up a lot of open air and space with the overall, build out that's going on there. And we just don't think it's fair for us. We're already giving up a lot And we don't think it's fair for us to continue to be asked to give up more. It's more of a need for them or a want for them and not
Your-
really
your
a
time is
necessarily need. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Shane. I'm a neighbor who lives at the corner of Miramar and Cortez, a few houses away from the project in question. I'm a retired educator and school district administrator. I'm here today to support my neighbors, Bill Gable and Ryan McCray. I want to talk about process and process only. The first notice that we had about this project was when the story poles went up at 934 Miramar. None of us were given any heads up of any kind before the project was even being considered. Since none of us had previous experience with the Design Review Board, we did our research and we found out that prior to the neighbors submitting the plan or placing story poles, they were supposed to talk to the neighbors. This did not happen the first time, and as Ryan said, it didn't happen the second time as well. It is curious then why you have this requirement and all. It would seem to me that if you have guidelines, then you should have an intention of enforcing the guidelines. The applicants get what they want no matter what. Since you have an unwritten rule that you will not answer questions and the public is not allowed to question the applicants, I will end with a rhetorical question. Why have the guidelines or process at all?
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
I'm Bill Gable. I live at 932 Miramar, directly to the south of the project. I'd like to thank those who visited my home. Some of you didn't, but while the proposed design that the architect offered calls for a minor improvement to the air and light issue, I believe that some further modest adjustments could be made that would be more compatible with the neighborhood and potentially earn my support.
Mr. Gable, can you speak up a little bit? I'm having a little trouble hearing you. I'll give you a few more, I'll give you a little more time, but do speak up. I can't hear you.
Sure. I'm a soft-spoken person.
Maybe just speak closer to the microphone.
Okay. Specifically, I request, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Specifically, I request that the roof line be lowered by 1 foot and the front of the addition be pulled back by 1 foot. These small reductions would help mitigate the mass and scale of the addition. I'm also concerned that the proposed deck would significantly impact my privacy and quiet enjoyment of my own deck, which directly faces the project. This is a very real quality of life issue. These neighbors are very loud. I respectfully request that it be pulled back to not align with my deck. And finally, I want to note my disappointment that despite the prior board directives, the architect did not contact me or us until after the redesign was completed and the project was already staked. I had hoped for a more collaborative process. I don't understand the design review process. I really don't. I'm 76 years old. I'm a professional. I'm too old and not well enough to deal with all the.
Mr. Gable, if you could wrap up, please.
Yes, I will. I want to say that the process does not seem fair. And what I'm looking forward to in my life is now less sun, less light, and more noise.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gable. Any other speakers? Hearing none, you have 3 minutes rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. If we could go back to Bill's photographs.
Did you have?
No. He dropped his pen.
Oh, it's not my phone. It's a podium.
All right, start the 3 minutes over
Okay,
again. Go
okay,
ahead.
Thank you. That clearly shows that our deck is in the face of it is in line with the edge of his window. So we're not beyond the window, we're in line with it. And with the upstairs, our proposed 2.5 feet back, that wall line is in line with the middle of the McRae's center of their window upstairs. So we've given them 50% of their view back. From Bill's kitchen window, there's a 32.9 degree angle looking out towards the street. His photograph is looking straight. His kitchen window is about 40, 45 feet back from the street. That's not realistic, as in the previous item, you discussed that you're not interested in side views, that's the primary view, front.
All right, do
Thank
you have
you.
anything in response to the complaints that you did not communicate with the neighbors?
Okay. I diligently followed your concise list of items to be addressed, and we restaked it to show how dramatic of a difference it was before we invited them to come look at it. Because even though that's expensive, we wanted to show them how much of a difference we made rather than just arm waving.
Okay, and then you did reach out to them after you
Yes.
restaked it?
Yeah.
All right, I don't, any other questions?
I've got a question for the applicant team. There were two seemingly requests from both of your adjacent neighbors. I think Bill Gable asked for a 1 foot setback and a 1 foot reduction in height, which is fairly modest considering how much progress we've made to date. And I think the neighbors to the west had some concerns with, some bedroom privacy. Is there a proposed solution that you could come up with to present to us?
We already lowered the roof a foot and we pulled the upstairs back 2.5 feet so that our master bedroom wall line is in the middle of the bedroom window adjacent to the north of McRae's. And on part of what we did, besides the 6-inch, cutting the eaves back to 6-inch on the sides, we cut in the decks 3'2" on both sides. So the deck only occupies where the French doors are and the side light. So that increased the angled view. And you see here, you probably got the red line. That angled view from that window going across, you get the palm trees and Bill's deck. Us pulling it back won't buy him anything. It's pointless.
Any other questions? Okay,
I want to add something.
no,
to that.
you
I
can't.
can't.
So I closed the public hearing, and MJ, you want to begin? I'll go to Louis. You look like you want to start.
Start anything at this hour.
I'll take the reins.
I can start if you want.
Happy to, but Jess, if you, but.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm going to make a command decision. MJ, you're
I'm
up.
happy to start. Thank you for your changes. And because of this late hour, I will avoid a lot of like speaking, is what I'm trying to say. I think that you've accommodated what my requests were. You brought the scale down by dropping the roof a little bit, by bringing in the front deck. I think there won't be a lot of activity out there. I think it's a nice to have. It's not that deep, it's not that big, and you will most likely spend more time in your view area back. It's just nice to be able to open it up and not just fall out and to take a couple feet. I don't think the benefit is there for your neighbor as much as it is for you to have that little extra space. I think the minimal change of a foot next for the sink area of Mr. Gable is not going to be incrementally that much different for him, but gives you a little bit more leeway in your already tight closet. So I believe you've met the criteria that I requested that you make these changes, and I can approve the project tonight.
Jess.
Yes, I can approve the project tonight as well. I think that you took the board's direction, and I concur with everything that board member Coveney had to say. Pertaining to light and air for Mr. Gable's house, this is Arch Beach Heights. The houses, there's light and air. the houses are so close together. This is almost similar to that empty lot syndrome. And so the fact that you guys did what we asked, give him more light and air, even though the sun goes on the other side of his house, I thank you for that. As far as privacy goes for the other neighbor, that window is cutting across a lot, which was sort of empty, and now there's going to be a house there. What you did to mitigate the deck by doing the indication, it's helpful. I believe that's the best that's gonna for that outcome. Archbeach, yeah, that's pretty much the only comments I have. I can approve this project.
Louis?
Yeah, I can concur with my colleagues. I think Jessica's kind of hitting right on, right on point with Archbeach Heights has a little more specific, like guidance when it comes to the specific plan. Obviously, the development up there is much more boxier, given this part of Miramar has a little bit more characteristics and more unique elements to some of the home designs, a couple of, dual lots and other features within this immediate area, but it still doesn't supersede the specific plan, as Jessica was stating. I think the reductions have been considerate and have worked for a balance for the window as described for the kitchen. The light and air will still be there. It still provides a diagonal kind of up view. I find that to be adequate as far as the views from the uphill neighbor. The window was much improved by those elements of kind of being mindful of that corner, giving them the down the street view that they have from that bedroom window. It's not preserving it in its totality, but it is preserving it to maintain that feature and that view set within the room. So I think those eave reductions, as far as the balcony goes, it's in line with the other ones on the street. If anything, it's more pulled back. That's a feature across all of Archbeach Heights. The garage with balcony above it in some fashion, it exists, and to deprive you of the right of enjoyment of other properties. And frankly, it would also provide these other neighbors that availability in the future because that's well scripted within the specific plan. I can make the findings that staff report supported, and I find it design review compatible.
Emir?
Chair, I also find it design review compatible. I think the design applicant did a great job of, reducing the height of the roof, pulling back the eaves, pulling back the deck. And, I can approve this tonight.
One tiny thing, those red line changes for those small little eaves on the lower level, I think that's appropriate if that adds characteristic, but it's compatible with the design.
Yeah, and I concur with that. I don't think there's be a problem. I would have approved this project last time, and what you did to further accommodate the neighbors, I think is more than minimal. I think it's significant. And I think you went, above and beyond to accommodate neighbors. Now, would it have been better to everyone sit around at the beginning before the initial? I don't know what happened. We have guidelines now or best practices where neighbors can really kind of get together with the applicant. I don't know who's right and who's wrong on this one. That's not our job to adjudicate that. But I think that these changes have really struck even a better balance than the initial project did. The mass and scale is totally in line. This is Archbeach Heights, as Jess said. And that's how they look. Balconies overlook balconies. There's a lot of balconies that aren't staggered. There's some that are staggered. This has been made more staggered, but in any event, it's a balcony that's totally in line. View equity, it's totally achieved. In fact, the views are not significantly impacted in any ceremonial room. It's not, and even in the non-ceremonial rooms, particularly the upstairs in the McCrae's house, is just not significantly impacted to create view equity, and it's not entitled to a great deal of consideration given it's an upstairs bedroom. And then privacy. It's Archbeach Heights. There's not a lot of privacy when you talk about decks. I think privacy is adequate for the McCrae's house in that the master bedroom is above the deck, which creates an element of privacy right there. That's just how it's done in Arch Beach Heights. With respect to the kitchen window, it's 45 feet in. That is candidly an open lot syndrome where nothing's been developed. It's virtually impossible to develop something in front that doesn't directly impact that window. Nonetheless, you pulled the building back and you provided even a better side view window from Mr. Gable's house. So with all that said, I can approve the project. Do we have a motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 5.11, location 934 Miramar Street for approval. Adopt resolution 25-0256, attachment 1, approving the design review 25-0256 for the lower level additions and upper level addition and elevated deck, exterior material changes and window and door changes, and finding said actions exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15301.
Second.
Called.
Do we need to do a condition?
Yeah, we got to
Add the condition.
add the
I'd
condition.
like to add the condition of the attachment that was presented by Mark Warren here tonight
with the
With the lower level eaves.
for the lower level eaves.
Okay, you have a second to that?
Second to that.
And call the roll, please.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Covney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Thank you, board.
Well,
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, the next one is we're down to 2. We always save the best to last, so just so you know. 5.12 is 445 Hillage Drive, design review 25-1267, and coastal development permit 25-1268. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I did a site visit with the applicant team, met with Aisha Ginsky, Cindy Evans, and Ben Simon.
I did the same I was accompanied with Jess.
Same, and I brought Kellen again.
Oh, boy. I was with you. Went to the neighbor's house. I walked to the house, but I did not meet with the architect. I spoke with the architect on the phone, and I went to another neighbor on Virginia that had a concern.
It's Cindy,
Ben Simon.
probably. All right. I spoke with the architect team and Ben Simon, Asha Gensky, and Cindy Evans. All right. Nancy, hello.
Again.
We meet. Well, I wasn't in the other one. Anyway, please give the staff report.
Sure. This project is for a new home. There was a new home that the board approved back in 2023 in December. And the applicants have submitted a new application. It's not revisions to that application. It is a brand new application. The prior approval had some landscape conditions that really were hard to get approval for. The fire department wanted a sprinkler on every tree because of the hedging. The applicant can tell you a little bit more about that. The staff report summarizes what you did approve before that I thought might be helpful. And I had the applicant put the dotted line on the elevations to show what you had approved before. For those of you that were here, I thought that might be good for reference. If you go to the next slide, so you've got it. So this is the site on the first image. It's at the bend in Hill Edge Road. It is, the second photo is the site photo as seen from the street. You can see that there are currently 5 car garages, a home over the 2-car garage, and there's another structure in the back. And all of those structures will be demolished for the new home. Go to the next slide, please. So design review is required for the new single family for the additional lot coverage because the ADU is now part of the project, and the ADU lot area is, the city made a new determination a while back that square footage of the ADU is part of the lot coverage. They are asking for additional lot coverage in this proposal. Third covered parking space, grading, more than 20 cubic yards outside the building footprint, a pool, spa, and landscaping. And there is a CDP required for the detached ADU. Next slide, please. These are the renderings that the applicant provided, and I believe they came to you also in an email, maybe just today. But these were in lieu of the colored elevations because it showed all four sides, and I thought they were helpful. Next slide shows the other two sides. I only heard from one neighbor that had concerns, and that was summarized in the staff report. And I received several letters of support. Other than that, the board may have heard from other people, but staff has only heard from supportive neighbors and the letter that was in the addressed in the staff report. And then the final slide is staff's recommendation to approve the design review, the coastal development permit to demolish the existing structures and construct the new single-family home. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I know it's late tonight. I'm sure everybody wants to go home. My name is Rob Williams. I'm the architect with Brian Muehlbauer. We represent the clients as their architects. And Nancy's correct. Back in 2023, there was a house that was approved, and the big focus on it was the reason why we're here tonight. It comes down to money. The house came in too high as far as expense goes. Interest rates changed. So when the clients came to us and said, you know, we really can't build this house. We love this house, we just can't build it. We need to reduce the scale of the house. We need to reduce the square footage of the house. One of the things that we knew at the last meeting in December was there was a concern of privacy. We had a second floor in the back of the property. We had one window, at the end of the day, one window was left, but it still was a two-story house. So like what Nancy was saying, there was a row of trees that were put in that place to protect the privacy, even though the two-story only had one window. So when we were looking at the design, we said, okay, well, privacy became an issue. Let's get rid of the second floor completely. So with the second floor being eliminated completely as a single-story home, we took which was the master at the time, we put that on the first floor next to the pool. What that did, it reduced the house. It was around 4,100 square feet was livable, the house. It's now around 3,400 square feet. We also reduced the square footage of the garage. Went for almost about a 4-car garage to what we have now is a 3-car. So the clients really want to, and then we've met with several times with the neighbors. We've met with Cindy a few times. We've met with Ben. We've met with Asha. We really want them to understand that, you know, this house is substantially changed. It's smaller. The architecture changed too. It's a little softer. It had kind of a larger wall, which was a gate at one time. We got rid of that and kind of pushed the entrance back. So we really want to try to soften the house, but the scale is what's most important here. It's a single-story home. The garages that are currently designed right now, like Nancy said, it was a 5-car, or currently is a 5-car. We're going to be a 3-car, which is essentially where the 3-car garage is today. The whole back of the house where the 2-car is, all that's being pushed back. Obviously, the entire project is being demolished. But so we have a 20-foot setback now in the front, which right now we have 0. We have a secondary home in the back, about 5 or 6 feet from the rear. We have 20 to 21 there. We have probably around 5.5 feet on the side yard. We have 10 foot 10. So the house was approved back in 23. Would love to have built it, but we could, you know, the clients just couldn't. But we wanted to make sure that when we came back with this house, that we wanted to address some of the concerns. That's why the second floor was the primary area that we reduced. We got rid of it completely. It's also reduced the house. And also really the biggest concern of the neighbor to the right of us, the historic house, privacy was a concern. And getting rid of the second floor, that privacy was eliminated. So the privacy is no longer an issue. We have a 6-foot fence. We have some trees along there. Nancy's right. You design these homes that are all based on the fire department. You know, all the requirements, you know, you make sure it's sprinklered, you make sure type of materials and metals and all that. And then they want us to put a row of trees, which is a complete contradiction to what the fire department says they want to try to protect. The privacy was the main reason those trees were there. We've eliminated the problem. We got rid of the second floor. So we're here to, you know, answer any questions you guys might have. It's a beautiful house. I think it's going to fit real well in the community. The Seminoffs are looking forward to being part of that community. That's why they worked so hard on the initial house and have worked even harder on their redesign. Thank you.
Thank you. It's now time for members of the public to speak. You each have 2 minutes. Anyone? I figured you'd come up.
Hello, everybody. I'm Cindy Evans. I'm the historic house, 435 Hill Edge Drive. We have the same concerns as we had last time, and the neighbors were really happy to hear that the roof was coming down 3 feet, but then we soon discovered that it was only the entryway. And in reality, the great room roof is taller than the plans of the last one that got approved. And that south-facing great room window, it's 16 feet tall, which is technically 2 stories. You guys have all been inside my house. You guys have been in my house. I have 13-foot ceilings. Imagine 3 feet taller. This is pretty close. And you saw the picture, it's entire windows. It's a cathedral. It's light invasion into my bedrooms, my courtyard, my back deck. I think a skylight would be a better option if you need more light. Also in the backyard, the privacy issue, the giant birds of paradise will all be removed. We can't see the house. We can't see the story poles to know what is really going to exist. And it was approved last time with the Carolina cherries going down to hide the house and keep the privacy. You've replaced it by a 6-foot fence, 8-foot dwarf citrus trees, and that's not sufficient. We'd like the plans to restore the privacy, and please keep the integrity of my historic home. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next.
Ben Simon, I'll try to keep this short. Thank you to the board members who visited my house. The proposed design is by far superior to the 2023 approval, but the mass scale volume of the house is on steroids. You've got 10-foot plate heights, you've got 17-foot high ceiling heights. Kind of defeats the purpose of taking off a level if you're going to have a 1-story house that's 2 stories tall. It's got 16-foot high windows facing the Evans Historic Estate, the folks on Virginia Park Drive, and Aisha's Cottage as well. Please, we're all begging you to ask the applicant to lower it. There's so many opportunities. They could take off a foot in the gym height. They could take off a foot in the plate height. They could take a foot up in the ridge height. They'd still have a fabulous house with massive ceilings, and it would be 3 feet lower. Please bring back the hedge from 2003 to shield the mass and scale on the emission of light, especially at night. The color, maybe it needs to be stealthier and darker and kind of blending in more and not kind of jump out. The Seminoffs' dream home needs not be at the expense of other people's dreams homes. And please, if you can find a way to get those hedges watered correctly for fire, plant the largest specimens at the onset of construction, and we can maintain them at a certain height, possible an eave height, with no windows above. It's all to replace the existing foliage. If they want to save a lot of money, they could just leave all the existing foliage and hide the house, and we'd have a lot less problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Linda Morgan-Lander. I live on Virginia Park Drive, and my yard looks across the Seminoff property, similar to Ben's situation. I'm here in support of Cindy and those most impacted by this project. There are a few concerns that I have with this proposal, not dissimilar from Cindy's and Ben's. One is the height, which seems excessive for a 1-level house. Lowering the roof a bit would not affect the architecture and still provide a large volume in the great room and master bedroom areas. The cathedral window is also of concern in that it is a beacon in the distance that distracts from what is currently a dark view to the ocean and the night sky. The 8-foot windows will add more light spillage to the south and east and could be lowered. And the height of the cathedral window is extremely unnecessarily tall and very impactful to the view. The color is not particularly compatible with blending in with the ocean, sky, and vegetation. A cooler, darker color for the south and east walls should be considered to minimize the appearance of these elevations. As much vegetation as is feasible should be provided to hide the house from the neighbors. Privacy and light spillage should be considered to the maximum extent and include mature hedges, lowered plate heights, and lower windows on the east and west, which would help the Evans and those on Virginia Park Drive. And lastly, I hope you will call attention to the removal of the numerous large trees on the property and the need to avoid nesting seasons since this area has a ton of birds. Thank you for your help.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, I'm Aisha Gensky and I live at 455 Hillage, the other neighbor to the property. Thank you all for coming to my house. And as you know from last time, my big problem is their pool that's about 15 feet away from my primary bedroom. I think a condition of this house being approved last time was a 6-foot wall to be put up and the trees on both my side and Cindy's side. And those have been removed. So I would like those back for my privacy, for noise. And also if the pool could be further set back than just the 5 feet that it is right now from the property line. And that's it.
Very good. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Victoria Smith. I'm Cindy Evans' tenant, but I'm just reading on behalf of Brian Corrigan, our neighbor. He can't be here tonight, so I'm just here to read his letter.
Go ahead.
Dear Design Review Board, after discussion with Stacy and Scott Seminoff on July 19th, I'm engaged in conversations with Asia Gensky and Cindy Evans regarding the proposed project. I am in support of my neighbors. I therefore cannot support the project as proposed for several reasons. Number one, 435 Hillage Drive, the intrusion of tall windows facing and therefore invading the privacy of 435 is unreasonable. The removal of trees other than landscaping from the plans exasperates the lack of privacy. I understand approximately 17 Carolina cherry trees at full height were excluded from the plans, and 435 is at a lower elevation than 445. Number two, 455 Hillage, the removal of a concrete wall and landscaping trees between the proposed pool and 455 is an invasion of noise and light. The removal of the landscaping and walls is directly in conflict with the prior approval of the project a year or so ago. Therefore, I respectfully propose the project be revised to include landscaping construction materials sufficient to minimize light, noise, and preserve the privacy and harmony of Aisha Gensky and Cindy and Mark Evans at 435. Thank you, Brian Corrigan.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing none, you have 3-minute rebuttal.
Thank you so much. Regarding the first comment that Cindy made regarding the 3 feet, during plan check, actually we were finished with plan check and the poles went up. Nancy called us up and says, I think we've got an issue with the height as relates to the basement. So the entry area was above the 25 feet. Again, the poles were already up. So we revised the plans quickly, went back out and did lower the poles at the entry area to the 3 feet. Nothing else was affected because it was just that one area, because the basement level lines up, kind of like what Lewis was saying on the previous project. Things stack. So, you know, that area was the concern. So we lowered it down 3 feet. The concern about the screening, and, you know, when we've been in Cindy's yard a few times, obviously she's going to see a house there. There's a lot of landscaping there right now. I cannot put that kind of landscaping back. Even when I build the house, we're putting a 6-foot fence all around the property. And it's a combination of wood and a plank system, type of planks in between the steel. And then we have landscaping. But the fire department's real clear when it comes to landscaping up against the house. Everybody knows what's been going on, LA burned, and it's a concern for the client. And, last thing you want to do, you build these, beautiful house that meets all the fire requirements. And then the fire department says, now you're going to be putting up trees that essentially becomes a Roman candle right next to your house. So that's why they don't like to have trees, even with a lot of mitigating measures as far as irrigation. As far as the pool go on the other side with Asia, yeah, the pool's in the same location that we've had it. And we do have a 6-foot fence there, and we do have landscaping there, but again, not large trees that are based on the previous designs. Adding additional landscaping is not really going to affect any noise issues. The fence is going to affect the noise, and that we have a 6-foot fence planned for there. I am kind of surprised, to be honest with you, that Brian is against this project. He told us he was actually going to write us a letter in support. Kind of surprised us. But those things happen. Nothing we can do about it. The house and the mass and scale, like Ben says, is not really. I mean, it really fits within the neighborhood. If you look at all the homes around us, all the homes that stack up against Hill Edge, it is pretty close to meeting within those mass and the scale. And we've done everything we can possibly do to really even reduce it compared to the one that was approved in 2023. Thank you.
All right. Let me start with a couple of questions because I feel like we've kind of gone backwards on this one. We had spent a lot of time dealing with privacy and sound issues on both sides, and they seem to be just dropped from this project. And I want to try to find out why. I went back and listened, and we had talked about 19 Carolina cherry, 24 box on each side for both Asha's and Cindy's side, and to have them planted early in construction. Now, you talked about it being close to the house on Cindy's side. I'll get to that in a second. But on Asha's side, it's not close to the house. So, and with respect to it being close to the house on the Cindy side, are you saying fire department wouldn't permit them at all there? Or did you have to do some watering and some methods to deal with it? Maybe I'll ask Nancy that. Is there any prohibition in what we had proposed last time?
Yes.
Actually adopted?
Yes, hedges can't be, you can have groupings of 3 trees and then 10 feet separation. And when you have a grouping of 3, they can be no higher than 4 feet.
But
That's
Nancy,
very,
You do portocarpus going high all the time.
I know.
but can't the building development,
Building official cannot override it, but sometimes
Okay.
they can come in with an alternative material method. And what they do on that is sometimes they harden the structure more than 7A, the fire department allows. And they provide automatic sprinklers on the trees, which is what they
Right.
were running into trying to accommodate that. But it becomes an AM&M to provide.
Just approved a house over on Seacove. I mean, I just don't buy that. We've been approving the trees we just approved one on Seacove.
well, like she said, you have to put those sprinklers in. There's a way around it. They just don't want to do it.
I want this to go back. We spent a ton of time on this project and worked this out after extensive deliberations, and we do this all the time. Now, if there's special requirements that are needed, I mean, you're saying that you can't put in more than 4 trees that are no higher, or 3 trees that are no higher than 4 feet?
You can, they just have to have this special,
Right. It's part of the very high fire hazard severity zone. And
Is that only against the building or within a certain area of the building?
within 20 feet of the house in Zone A?
if the house were to be 10 feet away, would that comply?
If the trees were 10 feet away from the
House?
structure,
So if they move the
Not-
house over from Cindy's house, if they move that over to fit a row of trees, the house began 10 feet from there, that would comply?
it's a whole game that you have to. I mean, I don't know it offhand, but we have a independent landscape consultant that does the reviews of it. And when plans come to you, they meet the requirement, and very often you, as a board, want to do more than they are required to get additional AM&M to do that, that the the building official has to ultimately approve.
Okay, so with respect to at the design stage, we can require it, and request, and I'm looking to you, Patrick, and require that they go through that process. And if we're talking about additional costs because mitigations, then we can evaluate that on the return as to whether it's warranted. Okay, I get it. Now let me ask about the wall relating to Asha's side. We had, I think, gone through considerable deliberations about having a brick 6-foot tall wall and cinder block, I believe. And you've changed that. What is it now?
It's steel and a fabricated plank system. It's solid. I mean, it's as far as the sound goes, it's not going to be any different than a block wall.
Okay.
It's a different type of material.
Yes, same vein. With the board, since trees are a little more challenged, I guess, would the board have the availability to move the fence height up higher? I mean, we've conditioned fence heights higher for
Nope.
privacy.
Fences can only be 6 feet measured above the highest grade, like if you've got two.
Yeah, but with design review, can't we?
Would be a variance to go higher than 6 feet.
Yeah, I think that's right. All right, any other questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Wait, do you have a question?
You get another?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess finished floor, same height as the last of the main level of the house. Is it the same height?
It's about a foot taller, the same height. Main, the reason is over the garage, we have a deck and all that. And the original garage, we were going to do concrete. The expense of that concrete deck above that garage it was just too much. So we are going with a framed area with a material over top of it. So that raised our finished floor a little bit to accommodate that type of material. That's
How
all.
high?
It's about it's a foot higher than if you look at the main house on the right-hand side, it's about the finished floor is a foot higher than it exists today.
What you mean from the prior approval?
From the prior approval?
Yeah, both, yeah.
Okay.
I'm more concerned from the prior approval, not the existing.
Yeah.
Right.
Jess? Any other questions? All right, I want to start on this one. Yeah, I have a number of problems with this house. Number one is we spent a lot of time dealing with privacy and sound issues, and I'm not at this point willing to change what we had approved before, which was the 19 Carolina Cherry 24 inch box on each side with a cinder block wall 6 feet tall between Cindy's and the applicants. So that's number one. Number two is, I like your design. I mean, you're a very good architect and the design's beautiful. I don't have a problem with it. But in this location, the ceilings are just too high. They need to come down a couple of feet. You've got tall plate heights, plus you've got a very tall ceiling. I think it's out of character for this community, and it's also very visible from Virginia Way. So you can have your square footage, you can have beautiful ceilings. It just needs to be reduced in scale and height, in my view. Lastly, and I had this before, and I went back and I listened. The pool is right next to Asha's bedroom. Now, it was a compromise, I think, that the board made last time to put in the wall and the trees. I voted, however, no, because I wanted that pool moved in. I don't know if my other board members, and maybe some new ones here, have a different view, but that's still my view. I do not like the location or size of that pool, particularly given that the location to the next door neighbor's master bedroom. I believe that with the amount of square footage that house has, that pool can be relocated to a more suitable location on the interior. So those are my comments. Who would like to go next?
Chair, I think you hit it on the head. I agree with every comment you made.
Thank you very much. All right, so we've got that.
And for the
Jess?
second time tonight, and probably the second time since you've been on the board, I agree with everything you said as well.
Wow. All right, so then we got MJ.
First time I've seen it, so I haven't had the opportunity to look at it before. I've been struggling a bit with the pool being so close to the neighbor and being over the the standard setback. I know pools can step in, but when you've got a house this large and this foot, and you're already over lot coverage, it's like, why are you stealing more when if you move it, it could potentially relieve some of that or allow more of a foundational element to protect them from for privacy and noise. I don't know where you could move this pool to when I look at this lovely layout. It doesn't, but I just think there maybe would be a way that you can come up with a better sound barrier. Height, definitely. I think once you take all your foliage out, and even though you're going to add some in between the two homes, it's going to seem much larger. It's sort of, well, the house normally would dwarf under all that growth, and now it's going to be there with nothing around it as you tear it all down. So I think by relieving some of that height, you're still going to get a great vaulted ceilings, great big windows, and also, but allow for Virginia Avenue and
Virginia.
just the general mass and scale will just come down enough to not feel as imposing, and you'll still have a lot of home there. So that's my points that I think are fairly tight.
All right, Louis.
Oh, and I appreciate the changes or the reductions or that were challenging last time. I think the landscape thing is a little challenging, given that we recently had the same kind of discussion as mentioned by Board Member Gibbs. Other than that, like I'm behind the project. I think the square footage, the mass, those things. I mean, propping the floor up an extra foot probably doesn't help the program, but I mean, I don't think that makes a drastic difference if the trees are in the right spot. Now, I probably can entertain a few less trees if the mitigation is that much more extensive, but we've got to position those in the right spots to minimize that. The pool component, the buffers on that side, and then kind of the bigger structure or the massing on the right side. But other than that, like I don't know. I think there was enough discussion last time that this should have been simpler. But I concur with the colleagues.
Okay, so I don't want to leave an impression with the applicant that overdoes what we're asking. I mean, no one's asking for a reduction in square feet. No one's asking for a flat roof with, with 9-foot plate heights. I think there's a lot you can do with just a reduction of the height scale. It's a very tall ceiling house. And then I think we got to work out, particularly, on the Cindy Evans side, where the house overlooks what is a classic historical Laguna house. And you just need to kind of protect the privacy and the atmosphere of her home to the extent you can, consistent with what the rules are. But we approve a lot of landscaping that can do the trick. And I believe it can be done here. So with that, I think that a continuance is in order. If that's agreeable to the applicant, we don't require a continuance. It's up to you guys. Are you good for a continuance?
For a date certain?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
why don't,
try to get this back quicker.
well, that's right. What's the first available date? You tell us, we'll give you the first available date and you tell us if that works or you want it later.
August, there's only one.
What is it, Bill?
Some options to consider would be if the plans can be returned to us by August 20th, we can be back here by October 9th. If we get them back around August 6th, maybe we can make it back on September 25th.
Which one? September 25th or October 9th?
September 25th.
You got it. All right. So I'll make the motion that item 5.12 for 445 Hillage Drive be continued to September 25, 2025.
I second that.
Please call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Covney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. All right. Then the last one for our short agenda is 513, agenda item 513. It's for 2155 Temple Hills Drive, design review 25-0911, coastal development permit 25-0912, and revocable encroachment permit 25-0913. Ex parte, please.
I spoke with the applicant. I visited the site and the neighbor across the street.
Louis?
I spoke with Anders and visited the house across the street, but no one was available.
I had a site visit with Anders and met with the neighbors across the street. The good doctor right there.
The doctor is falling asleep. I did the same.
As did I. All right, who's the planner on this?
That would be me.
Whoa. You bet, you know, it's you got a hard act to follow, man.
Can you
You know,
handle the
you
last
better
one?
be good. We've had some awesome performances tonight. All right, Bill, you're up.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Chair Gibbs and board members. I'm Bill Rodriguez. For the Community Development Department, I have just a few slides. You may not have asked me for it, but I'm going to give you kind of an expedited review anyway. From having read the staff report, you know that staff is not making a recommendation for either approval or denial tonight, but really we are seeking some input from the board on terms of, I believe there are 3 or 4 major issues that we identified in the staff report that we could use your direction on. That, if I could have the next slide, please, Paula. So the subject property itself is located at 2155 Temple Hills Drive. Image on the left-hand side shows its location relative to other homes and open space in that area. The image on the right-hand side gives you a bit of a bird's eye perspective showing its relative position higher up on the hillsides. Next slide, please. The property, I should note, is located in the R1 zoning district. In terms of the discussion items, there are 4 issues that we had identified. Primary amongst those where there was some disagreement with the applicant team is for right-of-way improvements along the project frontage on Temple Hill Drive. Through our zoning plan check process, we had identified that there was a lack of sort of some engineered street improvements, curb, gutter, sidewalk, those types of things. Working with our Public Works Department, they had requested that those be put in place along the street frontage. Applicant team believes that those are not warranted. They have their own presentation that they'll be giving to you here in a few moments and explain their rationale for that. The second item that we had identified, if I could have the next slide, please, Paula, pertains to next slide, please, pertains to hedge height and views along Temple Hills Drive. As you can kind of see here on the left-hand side, there's some very tall hedges, shrubbery that extend maybe about twice the height of the fence along that Temple Hills frontage. But if those were to come down, there's a belief that that might open up some views across a portion of the property from that public right-of-way that provides vistas of the Pacific Ocean. The third item that we wanted some input on, if we could have the next slide, pertains to just the total number of lights that are proposed as part of the building and landscape plan. If memory serves me correctly, the project is proposing about 55 lights distributed across the site, both in landscaped areas and on the building itself. And so the determination is whether or not that's too few, too many, just right. Any other thoughts that you have pertaining to illumination? And then finally, if I could have the next slide, would be issues just generally pertaining to matters of privacy and or view equity. I know that we have received some public comments expressing a few different concerns with the overall project. So just want to put that out there that the board should debate or deliberate upon whether view equity has been achieved for this project. With that, Paula could have the next slide. So in conclusion, the project does for the most part comply with all the actual hard development standards. However, we do need that direction from the board back on those 4 topics that I had addressed. And so our recommendation for you this evening, if I could have the final slide, is to go ahead and conduct your public hearing, receive the testimony from the applicant, any members of the public who are here who would like to speak on the matter, and then continue this item to a date certain with direction to staff on these issues. Thank you.
Okay, one question I have, Bill. How high or how low do you want those hedges for the public view? In other words, how much of a reduction?
I believe we were looking at roughly about half the height, something just around the height of the fence.
Okay. Andrew's suggestion, you address the issue of the height of those hedges in your presentation, if you could.
Yeah, if I could, Chair Gibbs, before I even give my presentation, perhaps the city attorney could speak to the idea of public views from Temple Hills Drive and whether those are protected?
We'll get to that point. Let me get your, I just want to know, whether you object to reducing the hedges that high. If not, you can either make it part of your presentation or we'll address it later. Right now, we're doing your presentation. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gibbs. Anders Lassiter, architect for the project. Thanks, everybody, for chatting with me or coming out to the site and meet with me. I appreciate that very much. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah. So here we are, 2155 Temple Hills Drive. This is a great slide that shows you the context of the neighborhood. We're in an area of Upper Temple Hills that's typified by some larger homes. There's a great deal of variety in the neighborhood, but our home that we're proposing here is not unusual given the context of what's in the area. Next slide. Whoops. In summary, 6,600 square foot new home. We've got a 800 square foot ADU, covered parking and some elevated decks, pool, spa, landscape, the typical things that you'd see on a new home. But of course, no variances are requested and the proposed scope is in compliance with all the development standards for the R1 zone. Next slide. Thank you. We worked really diligently to design this new house outlined here in orange to be coincident with the location of the existing house that's shown there in blue. We did that to minimize view impacts to the neighborhood. We designed it to intentionally terrace and step with the profile of the site. And if you were there, you saw that. The site retaining walls that we do have are all under 5 feet, and we've integrated with the natural topography, I think, extremely well with this design. Next slide. I'm going to take you quickly through a series of slides here that shows our proposed design as it relates to the existing home. We have a laser scanned 3D model of the existing house. Next slide. That we're going to show you. And what's really interesting to this is that while it's coincident with the existing house, there are several locations where the house, the existing home, is actually larger and sticks out from where the new house is. Next slide. We could probably go through these in pretty rapid succession. Next slide. Next slide. Next, please. There you go. There's a great example of where heights of the existing roof are significantly higher actually than what we're proposing. Next slide. That's a great show. Oh, that's okay. That's good right there. That's a really good one that shows just how coincident the existing and new house designs are. Next slide. This is, of course, from the back. Next slide will show the relationship of the new house. And you can see our house stops where the existing house stops. That covered outdoor patio area terraces down and is below grade and almost at the same elevation as the street. Next slide. And this is from the Temple Hills Drive side. Next slide will show the relationship of the existing house. And here you can see how portions of that existing roof actually project beyond our design. So we believe that the design is really thoughtful in its mass and scale. Next slide. Okay, great. Just as a size comparison, we're sitting in an area, as I mentioned, that's typified by some rather large homes. So while there's a potpourri of various sizes, we don't think that this house is out of scale for the pattern of development, particularly given the size of the property and the other homes that are immediately surrounding it. Next slide. We did meet with the neighbor, Valerie, who lives right behind at 2235 Temple Hills. She was actually my biggest concern, and I was relieved when I went to her home and met with her, and she explained that really from her house, she doesn't perceive the new staking and didn't have a concern about the stakes. I hope she's here tonight to express that. I know she's upset with how late we are tonight, so she may express that too. Next slide, please. We also met with the neighbor across the street at 2190 Temple Hills, Mr. Golbu, and his home is oriented, of course, logically towards the Park Avenue Canyon and the view to the ocean to the west and to the south. Next slide, please. He mentioned to us he was concerned with a secondary view that looks out from his back of his kitchen and deck over our property to the canyon beyond. Next slide. And here is a photo from the street showing where that canyon and ridgeline beyond that he was concerned about is relative to our staking. So it's our belief that the house as designed here, Mr. Golbu's house as designed here, it's quite obvious from our property, does not afford any view of the canyon behind his house or the hillside behind his house, nor does any other home along Temple Hills Drive afford views over their property to the distant canyon. And we believe our house similarly serves the view equity quite well. Next slide.
No, your time's up. You can come back to it if you'd like with your 3
Okay,
minutes.
great.
All right, open it up to the general public. You're welcome to come up now. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Becky Jones, a resident on San Remo Drive. Please record this project to install the recommended street and access improvements that staff is recommending. Creating more pedestrian opportunities is a primary concern for Temple Hills residents, and in Upper Temple Hills Drive is severely deficient in safe pedestrian options. And pedestrian amenities and safety are serious concerns of the neighborhood. Also, public views from Temple Hills Drive should be preserved and expanded whenever possible. The occasional pocket views and views of the hillsides and the oceans is a daily pleasure to those of us who travel the hillside roads. And the tall hedges should definitely be shortened or eliminated. And it would be really nice if the mass of the structure could be modified to preserve a bit more of the views. The views above this group of properties are very good and very interesting, and then they stop for several houses. And again, it would be good to restore some of that. In the staff report indicated that you would be looking at the revocable encroachment permit. And this is something that Temple Hills, like Park Avenue, serves as the collector arterial street for the neighborhoods it serves. Such streets function best when you don't have direct access driveways with cars backing onto them. And so the ideal plan would be to consolidate driveways and reduce the number of cars backing into or pulling into the Temple Hills traffic lanes. We shouldn't be expanding them. Also, site views are often very compromised on Temple Hills with cars that are parked on the side and coming onto Temple Hills.
Yeah, your time's up. I'm sorry.
Well, it's very dangerous.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
Oh, there's
And we've
one
read
thing,
your
though,
letter.
that you do need to know, and that is that the slide was incorrect when it listed the property at 2095 at 9,000 square feet.
Okay.
That was unpermitted
Okay.
space.
All right.
It was required to
You-
be.
But it
Your
has
your
not
time's
been
up.
permitted.
Please, to be fair, everybody has 2 minutes, not more.
Hi, my name is Valerie Van Cleve, and my husband and I own the property across the street from 2155 Temple Hills Drive. And first of all, thank you. I applaud your fortitude. for
It's early.
on
We're
these
good.
meetings. So I wanted to just address a couple of the items that Bill had put forth that to discuss, and Becky brought them up. But I generally just want to say that I support this project, subject to what I'm about to say. Regarding the curb and sidewalk improvements that the city is contemplating, that talk about neighborhood compatibility, it's not compatible with the neighborhood as it stands.
In 2017, the city approved and budgeted putting sidewalks and curbs all the way up Temple Hills Drive. They did lower, they did not do upper. They abandoned the project and didn't budget for it. So I'm just wondering now if piece by piece, patchwork by patchwork, the homeowners now are going to be responsible for putting in a sidewalk. And I question on that whole 3/4 of a mile, there are about 4 houses that have sidewalks and curbs. And to put them every other one, I think it's actually more dangerous. Also, about that time, the thing came along called electric bikes. And these kids use de facto sides of these streets for riding their bikes. And these sidewalks are really now more of a problem. And as far as the hedge, I would like to think that cars driving on Temple Hills Drive are facing the road and looking at the road and not looking at a view. And what's really compatible in our neighborhood are street side shrubbery.
Thank you.
And that's one thing that you will see a lot of on Temple Hills Drive, highly compatible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
I'd like to pass this before starting on time.
Not bad. Been comfortable.
Can you reset my time? Hi, I reside on 2190 Temple Hills, across the proposed project. I would like to thank all of you guys for coming the other day to my house and visiting the site, paying attention to my concern. It's very remarkable to listen to previous architecture, how they try to accommodate other neighbors' concerns. But in my case, it was not the case. All my concern was dismissed by the architect in less than 5 seconds. So I have few concerns that I'm going to bring up. Well, number one, it's going to be view obstruction and view equity. Although he called it as a secondary view, well, I call it first primary view because I spend most of my time, so as my mom, during the day, the kitchen, the sitting area. I have a 250 square feet balcony, which the house was built, designed with that balcony as a central place of our house. The second, so this house is developing to the left side and to the right side. To the left side, it's going to be obstructing all the canyon view with the lights. On the right side, as I gave you the paper, is also mass forwarding to the right side, obstructing also the ocean view. So all the views from the left side and the right side is going to be blocked. So the second one is landscaping vegetation, which if you Google it, 4 years ago, it was as 4 feet or 5 feet tall. Now they're 20 feet tall. So I have most likely zero view.
Okay, I'm gonna interrupt you.
Sure.
You need to cool it. Reduce
Your energy, though.
I know your energy is fine. I don't want you to get
the hours.
so shouty. So we'll resume your time.
Through a lot, so we appreciate.
Yeah, we appreciate it, but
A postcard was an
I don't want anger. I want
no
I want to
anger.
understand what you're saying.
He's not angry, he's
So
just energized.
Let's
He's delirious at
breath.
this point. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, you can resume.
Sure. So the second as equal concern I have is the vegetation and the landscaping. The hedges, brushes are 20 feet tall. If you Google them 4 years ago, they were at 4 feet tall. So pretty much with this new proposed plan, I'm going to lose all the view I have from the left, the canyon, the lights, the mass forwarding to the right, and all the hedges. Number three, I'll have excess massing and a scale, which does not go with the scaling of the neighborhood. And the fourth one is a driveway safety. By opening a driveway access, we're adding more congestion to the street, which really is a danger because lots of bicyclists.
All right, you need to wrap.
Sure. And the last one, but not least, street improvement waiver. I think it's a whole new house. It is not remodeling. They're making a whole new project. Why the city taxpayer have to pay for the driveway?
All right, thank you
And
very
the
much.
last one is the glare. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was very agitated.
No, I know you're passionate. It's good. All right, you have 3 minutes. Anders, go ahead.
Hardly seems enough, Chair Gibbs, but thank you. With regard to the sidewalk, we really do believe, and we petition the board to consider that It is out of the ordinary to have sidewalks on Temple Hills Drive. Temple Hills Drive is a street that goes up the ridgeline of a hill. The development pattern of that ridgeline is that there are homes that look to either side of that hill. And it was designed in a rural sense. Adding sidewalks and curbs starts to erode the nature. As Valerie, who lives next door and has a beautiful home that enjoys that streetscape, has attested, this sidewalk is going to be incredibly unusual for this neighborhood and possibly create greater problems. Josh McDonald at Public Works even admitted to me in a phone call that it would be a highly unusual situation that could lead to potential problems more than it would solve. So I urge the board to consider that we shouldn't be putting a sidewalk and a curb here. The board has agreed to not put sidewalks and curbs on other of my projects, particularly the tree streets, where, again, they're very unusual and not typical, and they begin to erode the nature of the neighborhood. This is the case in this project as well. In terms of public views, I don't know anywhere else on Temple Hills Drive where one could assume that the houses should lower to be allowing public views from Temple Hills Drive. Temple Hills Drive is not a protected street, I believe, and perhaps the attorney could speak to that. This isn't Coast Highway. This isn't Laguna Canyon Road. This is Temple Hills Drive. No one else is providing public views, so I think that's not a reasonable request. Those hedges do a good job helping our clients' privacy, our clients screen from Temple Hills Drive, and others screen from Temple Hills Drive in the neighborhood. So I would request that we don't need to lower those for public views. And in regards to view equity, I think view equity has been served. I know that the board was able to visit the homes, or at least the neighbor across the street, and I welcome your opinion on that as well. So if you have any questions, please ask, but we look forward to your support. And frankly, it's highly unusual, I think, what staff has done to us tonight by not giving us an opportunity to have the project voted on. And I don't think that's actually the case. I think that you guys can vote on the project, and I would love to hear that you do support the project and would be willing to pass us on tonight. So thank you very much.
Patrick, do we have the authority to consider public views from Temple Hills Drive?
So I'd point the board's direction to one of the CDP review criteria, particularly, wait, I want to make sure I have the right one. Yes, F3, where it talks about the proposed development will not adversely affect, among other things, coastal scenic resources. Off the top of my head, I can't opine intelligently on what streets are kind of the more elevated protected view corridors in the city, if we do have them. But the short answer to your question, Chair, is that yes, you guys can. I wouldn't characterize it as public views. I would characterize it as our LCP explains, coastal scenic resources, which does include public vistas among public view corridors, among other things.
So for the record, that's
I believe it's it's under F3, the proposed
criteria 3.
Yep.
It certainly does. Okay. Other questions?
Is access from Temple Hills, or do you turn onto that little street and then gain access?
Access is proposed via a new curb cut, or not a curb cut, there's no curb, but a new driveway on Temple Hills, largely because we wanted to use the private road as access to additional off-street parking, where we've proposed 2 guest parking spaces, which could actually support 3. Our goal was to get cars off of Temple Hills Drive. It is a very difficult turn to come out of that private road. I invite you guys to go drive it yourself and see. Temple Hills Drive is incredibly fast. Looking up, you have very little visibility, and looking left, you have very little visibility because the street bends around. So our goal was to try to create less interference by getting cars off of the road to give people who are both leaving our driveway and the private road better visibility. And there is an on-site
I'm not
turnaround.
sure I follow that. Wait, real quick. I'm not sure I follow that. I mean, you're having cars coming on and off in your driveway right on Temple Hill versus off of the access road. Why is the access road more dangerous?
All I'm saying is that whether you're leaving the road or the driveway, if there are automobiles stacked along the Temple Hills Drive as guest parking, when they could be off of the private road, that leaves those areas on Temple Hills Drive free from cars. So our goal was to try to create places for people to come off of Temple Hills Drive and park that isn't going to be encumbering the Temple Hills Drive stretch itself.
So they're protecting their view when they're turning onto Temple. He's saying that there's, by having the driveway where it is, as opposed to the side street, that protects the safety for the homeowner or whoever's there to ingress and egress.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that.
Park
but-
on Temple Hills, that's going to limit the
Yeah,
visualization.
I'm not sure. I see it.
I'm following you.
That's why they want to park on the little street.
I guess in a,
We're asking questions.
in a traditional, like if there was a curb, there would probably be a red zone coming into that alley or the access point that allows the visibility for turning in and turning out in general for any street, right? Granted, this area doesn't have curbs. We potentially could put just a rounded asphalt curb and paint it red around that corner.
Perhaps, I don't know that the neighborhood would argue for red curbs, going up and down Temple Hills
So
Drive.
up and down Temple Hills, but it's just it's like a street access that
Yeah.
goes into that alley.
The logic, if I can explain a little further, was this, that the existing driveway, which is to the north, will benefit by turning south by having our driveway immediately next to it where cars won't be. Cars can't park there on the driveway or on the street because of the driveway.
And 2 cars would fit in that space?
Which space is that?
One on the easement street.
Yes, correct. So we've got 2 guest parking spaces pulled off onto that easement to get cars off of Temple Hills Drive. And together, the pair of driveways are going to help serve one another so that when the owner leaves from their driveway, they have the private road to the right, which is going to add a buffer looking up Temple Hills Drive, and we add a buffer for them looking down Temple Hills Drive.
All right. Any other questions? All righty. With that, I close the public hearing. And who would like to begin?
I'll begin, because since I started it with access, when I came here, I had the comments to change the access to the side road. But I understand your rationale giving a buffer between visibility to turn left or to turn uphill. And for that safety aspect, I can stick with keeping access on Temple. It makes sense, it's logical. I set my cruise control to 30 miles an hour. I'm not one of those speeders, but I've been tailgated by those speeders when they come up on me, and I'm going 30 miles an hour. So there's nothing we can do about them. Police officers aren't sitting up there clocking it. So for the safety aspect, I didn't think it was a safety aspect to have ingress and egress on Temple Hills, but you give a pretty good, what am I thinking? A pretty good argument for why it should be. Glazing, there's minimum glazing towards the street, and you're going to have, I would suspect, engineered glass anyway, tinted windows. The lighting, it's a big house. I would say by code, whatever the lighting is by code for safety access, to reduce all the lighting to be minimum by code. As far as views, I believe there's no view impact from the neighbors. Temple Hills, the only view I've ever seen on Temple Hills is to the right, looking at Catalina. There's no views to the left. So I think for view equity, that's been met. Monica Tusher did this staff report. I concur with her findings for design articulation, design integrity, neighborhood compatibility. It conforms with the zoning standards. And as far as the public streets sidewalk, it would be out of character. I'm just going to read this. It would be out of character for that section of Temple Hills. Adding improvements would go against the general plan of maintaining a rural aesthetic. So yeah, I'm fine with, actually, I could approve this project tonight.
I'll take it a stab too. Compliment your design team, Anders. Putting up that 3D rendering really does a great job of showing what was there, what's there versus proposed. I think that's super helpful. prior hearings we heard here tonight, there were some challenges with the plans. We don't have that here, so I applaud you and your team. View equity has been reached in my consideration. I think neighborhood compatibility has been reached. Design integrity is beautiful. And I think the access is logical and substantiated given the safety concerns and the visibility line of sight. I can totally back this and go for approval.
All right, MJ?
Ooh, okay.
Wow.
I'm like,
All right,
like-
Louis.
Like normally
Wake
I'm
up.
charging at this hour, but
Wake up, Louis.
today's been a little brutal. Anders, compliments. I mean, this is stunning design. I've enjoyed your work for a lot of years. This one is by far the most unique and articulated one I think you've presented to this board. Absolutely fantastic. The landscaping, Wilkes, also very complimentary. The indoor-outdoor space is just stunning in design and concept. As far as the hedges go, I can give the height. I think maybe 22 feet might be a little high, but like, as long as we're within a comparable space, I know Temple Hills is hedged out all the way up and down that hill. So I can be supportive of the hedges on the property. As far as the view concerns,
Are you saying limit the hedge height or not?
I mean, if 22 feet's what's comparable right in that zone, like, I mean, Valerie's house is next door. Hers are like 30 something feet. All right, if you don't need 22, like 16, I mean, 6 is way too short. 16 might be plenty. But I'll let you kind of propose a number, but tall hedge, I'm comparable to. What I'm hedging my hedge bet. As far as the road concept, I do think the right of way just needs the asphalt extended to the property line. I don't think the curb needs to be put in. As far as the easement zone, I think there's a few feet or so that it's closing towards the opening of Temple Hills. I think let's open that up so the full easement is fully accessed as you design your curb for that parking space. It's curving into the easement a little bit. Let's just run and give that space just a little more access. I don't think that's any skin off your game. Just go where that easement line is. And I think that improves the general access for the area, given the full development of the lot. And, you know, if the city chooses to build the sidewalk in the future, the space is already allocated, given the asphalt and the general nature of this upper Temple Hills. I think that's compatible. Lighting, it was suggested by others to just have some reductions, maybe just take a small look at it, but everything for me seems in character, low lit. A beautiful glow that'll come from this house. So I'm fine with those components. I can approve the project tonight or hear it again with the full resolution, you know, with a couple things cleaned up. So I think that's probably the easier bet.
All right, why don't I follow that because I don't have a lot of additional comments. I concur with the other board members. I think it's a beautiful project. I see view equity being achieved. I would agree to a hedge height reduction. It sounds like 16 feet is acceptable to the applicant along Temple Hills. I'm not convinced about the additional safety element of having the driveway on Temple Hill. That's not why I was okay with it. The pattern is that everyone's got driveways, including the people across the street. It's a wide open section of Temple Hill. I know they go fast. I always seem to follow this VW that goes 30 miles an hour when I go up there. But with that said, I'm fine with the access for, you know, for other reasons that make sense for the house and the way you have the house designed. On the curb and gutter, we have a policy that says to put them in. However, it will never happen. It'll be like islands of these things. Even the person across, even the doctor across the street, Mr. Dr. Golbo, doesn't have curbs and gutters, and this is a relatively new house. I just don't. Yeah. I walked up and I mean, I drove around, and you say trees. I have yet to. I have a 5-foot right of way and a 5-foot. Setback for sidewalks on Astor, and it will never happen. I don't know where there's a sidewalk in the tree streets. And so to start requiring all of a sudden a house here or a house there on the tree streets is absurd. So I'm not going to impose that on Temple Hills. I just don't think it's right, or it would be productive. Having islands of sidewalks just makes the neighborhood look ridiculous. And I think somebody did mention, one of the land use elements is to preserve the rustic character of Laguna Beach. So I wouldn't require that. With respect to neighborhood compatibility, it's a really large house. But I view that and I drove up and down Temple Hill, they're smaller homes. They're big homes, but they're not 6,000 plus. But I think your neighborhood compatibility is the homes off the access road, right all around there. And you have a big lot that's inherently developable. And you're making a maximum use of that lot. And I think I told you out there, I'd love to see this when it's all done because beautiful home. So with that, I can approve the project. And the lighting, no one's going to see the lighting. It's down below and it overlooks the canyon. I think it'll create a nice glow. So I could approve the project tonight. MJ.
It's beautiful. I'm very upset because I am struggling a little bit with the doctor's view from across the street. I know it seems minimal, but I get that kitchen living space is where they live, because the living room below that I call like the Kathy Bates living room, where nobody ever goes because they don't want to, it's like you live up here. So I would love to see something there. I don't know how high that section is that's cutting over there, to see if there was a way to get a little bit of relief without jeopardizing the balance of the overall mass. No, that's a different one.
Excuse me,
There's a link
Brianna.
between them on Temple Hills. Then the other thing was the access. I'm with Tom. I can't quite get the math on that. I see it as you have people coming out of the driveway and people coming out of the access road, both trying to get out, because you can't control who's coming up the existing street, and you're here, and so you're going to have trouble. So I don't know if it's solving a problem. I don't know if it's necessarily creating one. So I need to really.
MJ, just one
Sign.
thing for thought is Temple Hills on these kind of lots that are this size require like the turnaround space on their lot if they're accessing Temple Hills. This driveway complies with that requirement, as it would just
For the
like the
cars
house.
People are coming.
So there's a court so they can pull out of their driveway, turn themselves around.
The owner of the
come out
house.
forward. Yeah,
The owner of the
that's
house,
within
right.
this.
But what I'm saying is, if the owner of the house is coming out from his driveway onto Temple Hills, and somebody that's living down here on the access comes out up on the access, they're both trying to exit at the same time.
And they can see each other.
It'd be no different.
It's like two driveways
It would
side
be
by
no
side.
different than two
Exactly. But I'm just
driveways.
saying, why would you add that component on an already busy street? Is that a weird?
It's
is that
a view to create more space to.
Yeah, it's a design element. If it made a difference, I would say.
A design element. I
Yeah,
get
it's a
it.
design. If
I'm-
it
I'm-
made a difference, I would tell Anders, redesign your house to put in a driveway off the
Okay,
access
right.
road, but it doesn't make a difference.
With them giving up like a portion of their lot for parking off of the easement is substantial. It creates more parking than the off-street
They
parking.
probably have
they
20
would do.
cars, so it's like.
Well,
There's no parking
Yeah.
problem on that area.
Lighting is fine from what I added up, where how many and what they are and where they're going to end up being. It doesn't seem like overkill for this. Hedge height, I agree that I think I like the finding maybe a better, not as low as 4 feet or 6 feet or 8 feet or something. We'll shoot 16 is where you landed? Okay, well.
It was
supposed to be
16.
So, if 16 works for you, that's great. Privacy, fine, windows. Was there another point the city wanted us to cover? Have we got the right of way? Hedges, we did that. It was 16 feet is what you said, right?
Yeah.
Sidewalk. Oh, yeah. I would love to see sidewalks up there, but it's a bigger issue than this one home. So I don't feel comfortable speaking on that. I think sidewalks are essential. We just got them in South Laguna where we are, and it's a game changer. So we can walk from South Laguna all the way to downtown now without being on the street. And now it's an issue when you start getting into neighborhoods because of hedges and REPs that are all over the place. So I don't know that street well enough to say, well, just having it there isn't going to make a difference if it can end up all the way down.
Are you good with how I described it, where the asphalt comes all the way up to the property line on the Temple Hill side?
Yeah, as opposed to what?
No,
Well,
no,
that would-
that's what, there's two
Essentially, that would
conditions.
give the space it'd be flat and asphalt, but if the city wanted to come back with the
And throw it in.
sidewalk,
yeah.
it would
But I
be.
think they're looking for the.
Which will
improvement to
never
be
happen.
Done by the builder, by the build, rather
They
than.
got
the city.
more pressing needs. Okay, let me ask a question. We're in a position to approve this project. Well, you got to hear my question. We're in a position to approve this project with two conditions. So the hedge height along Temple Hills Drive would be 16 feet max and asphalt up to the property line. Can we do that? And you just got to do the resolution? I just sign it like
We used
next
to
week?
do it.
Or do we have to come back?
And so.
You knew I was going to ask that
Correct, yeah.
question.
In an instance like this where there is no resolution either proposed for denial or approval, yes, it's my advice to you all to receive it back. It can be on consent calendar at the next meeting. And once again, I don't do that to jam you guys up. I don't do that I do that so it's in the public record such that down the line, someone doesn't go, hey, Bill and Pat, you guys got it wrong, and Chair Gibbs.
Let's put it our next meeting.
Can we get it in August or the first one in September? No, there's only one in August.
Yeah, let's do it in the August
We can be
meeting.
back on August 14th, your next meeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
For you, Anders?
I'd like to ask Chair Gibbs if I could ask clarification of Board Member Wiles' recommendation regarding the asphalt.
Yes, go ahead. Open the public hearing, you can talk.
Thank you. The hedge that we're talking about isn't on our property. It lives in the right-of-way just outside our property line. If I asphalt all the way to our property line, that would take the hedge out. I don't think that's what you're asking. I think you're asking for us to perhaps widen that area that's along where our driveway is and not where the hedge is. So if that could be clarified for the record, that would be helpful.
He's saying the hedge is on the.
If the hedges move to a foot inside or like the trunks are on the property line or just slightly behind them, and then the asphalt kind of comes up to give enough space.
No, he's saying that trees are in the public right of way.
Yeah.
Put asphalt them.
Now?
The cross section right now is we've got a 10-foot drive lane. We've got about 12 feet for parking. And then the soil starts and the hedge starts. And then the property line. And that's what we've got. So I think we could probably widen that section another maybe 2 feet.
Well, how about we say this, widen the street with asphalt, except to avoid any
Maintain.
existing hedges or trees.
Fair enough.
Will that work? So when you write up the resolution, write it that way. And let's get them on for August 14. We'll put you on the consent calendar and get you out of here.
That would be great.
Do we make a motion to direct staff to
Ye-
make an approval?
That's correct, Madam Vice Chair.
Go for it. Want me to make the motion? Okay, so I move that we continue, what's the date of the next meeting? August 4th. I move that we continue this item by point 13 to August 14, 2025 for, let me finish. Yeah, for, in an interim for the staff to write a resolution approving this project with two conditions. One is that the hedge height for the hedges along Temple Hills adjoining the property be maintained no taller than 16 feet from grade, and that asphalt be, as part of the project, be extended from the road to the property line, except to avoid areas where there's hedges or trees so that they are not compromised. So that's the motion.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yeah.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. And with that, this meeting is adjourned to August 14, 2025. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.